Chapter 1 Flash Marriage with a Beautiful Wife. Los Angeles. Fong Hung frowned as he walked on the sidewalk. Behind. My girlfriend was chatting on the phone with someone, smiling happily. Fong Hung stopped and finally couldn't help but question. Are you hanging out with me, or are you chatting with him on the phone? Manhwa, I'm hanging up now. Let's talk tonight. Luli kissed the person on the other end of the phone, and then glared at Fong Hung with dissatisfaction. What's wrong with you? I'm just chatting with my bestie. Your best friend has a boyfriend? How come there are no more? Haven't you heard of a male best friend? Then I'll go find a female brother now. No. Can there be pure friendship between men and women? What about you and your so-called male best friend? I'm different from him. Fong Hung scratched his head irritably. What a weird logic. Luli can have a male best friend, but he can't have a female friend? At this moment, a voice message came from Luli's mobile phone. Lily, what happened to your boyfriend? Luli put her phone to her lips and replied, he's going crazy again. Just ignore him. Fong Hung couldn't bear it any longer. Luli, who's going crazy? Fong Hung, you dared to yell at me, do you want to break up? I've had enough. Divide it. Whoever doesn't will be the grandson. Let's break up, don't regret asking me for help. The two were not far from the Civil Affairs Bureau. The owner of the fruit stall next to him was eating melons and watching the show. After Luli left, Fong Hung sat depressed on the stone bench. He and Luli had been dating for more than half a year. At the beginning, Luli behaved normally in all aspects. But as time goes by, Luli became more and more unreasonable. As long as he didn't obey her, Luli would threaten to break up with him to compromise. Recently, she even went so far as to find a male best friend. The two talked all night long, their words were intimate, but the key point was that Fong Hung couldn't say anything. In his opinion, Luli didn't just find a male best friend, she clearly found a new boyfriend without any hesitation. So he didn't want to serve this old man anymore. Whoever wants to serve can go ahead and serve me. Suddenly, a pleasant voice came to my ears. Hello. Fong Hung looked up and saw a woman in a black dress with a cool temperament standing in front of him. The woman's eyes were red and her delicate face was covered with tear marks. She looked like she had just experienced something. When a beautiful woman cries, I feel pity for her. Fong Hung was stunned by her beautiful face for a moment. Luli's appearance is already quite outstanding among women, but the woman in front of her is more attractive than Luli. The key is that the legs are really long. Hello, what's up? Can I marry you? Why do you want to marry me? Fong Hung was a little confused. Not only Fong Hung, but even the fruit vendor who was eating melons nearby was confused. Just after breaking up, a super beautiful woman took the initiative to propose to me. How popular is this guy? There's 100,000 in this card. You don't need to know so much. Just marry me and it will be yours. Wait a minute, I've been through a lot all of a sudden, let me think about it. The fruit stall owner was almost getting anxious. She is beautiful and generous, isn't this a typical white, rich and beautiful woman? You still have to consider it when a beautiful, rich and beautiful woman pays for you? What a sin! A full man does not know the hunger of a hungry man. Fong Hung thought for a moment. Finally he agreed to the woman's request. One reason is that he felt that the woman was not a bad person. Second, the woman gave too much. Third, he was angry. Since Luli is looking for a male best friend, then he will go straight to his wife. When coming out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, each of them held a red book in his hand. It was only then that Fong Hung learned that the woman's name was Lungyu. She really lives up to her name, like an icy beauty. Even when you are next to her, there is a clear sense of distance. There's also 100,000 in here. I have something to do and I'll leave first. Lungyu handed Fong Hung another card, turned around, got into the Audi S8 and left. Ding, the strongest soft rice king system has been bound. Congratulations to the host for receiving the novice gift pack. The newbie gift package has been opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving the rebate from the soft rice king. The mechanical sound in his mind startled Fong Hung. System. But what is this soft rice king rebate? Soft rice king rebate, the other half is double the host's consumption amount. Fong Hung understood immediately. If Lanya spends $1 on him, he can get a rebate of $2. As long as you keep living off others, reaching the top is just around the corner. This marriage is a huge win. The haze of breaking up dissipated in an instant. Fong Hong walked home humming a little tune. Returned to the apartment. When the neighbors passing by saw Fong Hong, they couldn't help but look at him strangely. Fong Hong was not surprised. In the eyes of these people, he was just a bully before. During the past 6 months of their relationship, Luli has not worked and has relied entirely on Fong Hong for food, clothing, housing, and transportation. He treated Luli like a treasure. However, Luli kept talking about breaking up and put forward unreasonable conditions to threaten Fong Hong to compromise. Once an argument breaks out, the neighbors go crazy and even residents of the next-door apartment come to join in the fun. In the room, Luli was chatting with her male best friend Wang Zhenghao over the phone. "I'm so annoyed. I lost again. It's all Fong Hong's fault." Luli threw her phone away and expressed her dissatisfaction with Fong Hong. "Indeed, if it weren't for his influence, we wouldn't have lost so many games. When he comes back, if he doesn't kneel down and beg me, I will never get back together." "If you don't get back together, what are you going to do next?" I haven't thought about it yet." Luli didn't think Fong Hong would really break up with her. After all, we've broken up many times before. In the end, Fong Hong would always give in and coax her. So it will definitely be the same result this time. Wang Zhenghao joked, "Ha, Lily, if it really doesn't work out, we can just make do with each other." Luli was about to answer, but when she heard the sound of the electronic lock, she immediately changed her words. "Fong Hong is back. I'll teach him a lesson first. We can talk later." Luli took off her headphones, glared at Fong Hong, and gave orders in a commanding tone. "Pick up the trash." There were a lot of leftover snacks on the computer desk, and the floor was covered with fruit crumbs. Seeing Fong Hong walking slowly towards me, Luli raised a confident smile. "Humph, you are still as obedient as usual. Just wait and see how I will deal with you today." The result is the next moment. Luli's expression changed. She felt herself being lifted into the air. A feeling of uneasiness came over me. "Fong Hong, what do you want to do?" Chapter 2. My wife is not 100 times prettier than you. Fong Hong looked indifferent. "You want me to clean up the trash, right? I'll throw you, the biggest piece of trash, out first." Luli struggled hard and was able to get away. "Fong Hong, you still have this attitude. Do you really not want to get back together? What's there to get back together with? It's fine for you to continue being affectionate with your boyfriend. You're not still jealous, are you? You're so petty and have no vision at all as a man." Luli rolled her eyes. "You're the only one with such a broad mind. I said I wanted to find a female brother, but you didn't agree. I'm too lazy to argue with you. In short, do you really want to break up? I'm serious this time. I hope you understand the situation. We have broken up. You'd better think about it again. Meeting a girlfriend as beautiful as me is probably your only chance in this life." Luli became more and more narcissistic as she spoke, and even lifted her hair. Fong Hong couldn't help but laugh. He opened the marriage certificate and held it in front of Luli. "Don't be so self-righteous. Open your eyes and see. Isn't my current wife 100 times more beautiful than you? Marriage certificate? Wife." The sudden huge amount of information made Luli unable to react for a while. "Come back to your senses." Luli snatched the marriage certificate from Fong Hong's hand. In the photo, the woman next to Fong Hong was so beautiful that even she was stunned by her beauty. Even though Luli usually claims to be the most beautiful woman in Los Angeles. But the moment I saw the cold rain, I still felt inferior to him. But Luli changed her mind. There was no other woman in Fong Hong's phone except her. How was it possible to meet such a beautiful woman and get married in such a short time? Luli suddenly understood and said, "Fong Hong, stop being ridiculous. Do you think it's fun to use AI to make a fake marriage certificate to deceive me?" Fong Hong felt annoyed if he looked at Luli anymore, and didn't want to waste his breath on her. "Believe it or not, take your things." "Oh no, I bought all of these with my own money." "You don't have anything either." As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Hong threw Luli out like a chicken and then closed the door. Outside the room,
Seeing this scene, the neighbors were stunned.
What's going on? Isn't Fong Han Lao Fiangyang? Why did he suddenly become so tough?
The looks from the neighbors made Luli feel somewhat uncomfortable.
Luli started to panic.
This was the first time Fong Hong treated her like this since they started their relationship. Luli knocked on the door hard.
Fong Hong, open the door quickly. You have a limit of 5. Otherwise, even if you kneel down and beg me, you can forget about getting back together. 5. 4. 3.
As she was about to count to 5, Luli felt increasingly unsure.
Could it be that Fong Hong really doesn't plan to get back together? Fortunately, it was the last second. The door opened again from the inside. Luli breathed a sigh of relief.
It seemed that everything was still under control and Fong Hong still couldn't do without her. The neighbors were very disappointed with him. I originally thought Fong Hong had finally stood up.
That's the result? It's really embarrassing for a man.
Luli crossed her arms over her chest, looking condescending, and was about to scold Fong Hong. Unexpectedly, Fong Hong just snatched the marriage certificate from her hand, then closed the door and said something coldly.
If you don't leave, I'll call the property management to kick you out.
The neighbors breathed a sigh of relief and gave Fong Hong a thumbs up in their hearts.
That's great. I was right about you.
Luli was completely panicked.
Fong Hong's actions were so unfamiliar that she felt that everything was spinning out of control.
Luli kept knocking on the door and threatened Fong Hong first. But when she saw that her tough approach didn't work, she actually started to give in, which was rare for her.
Fong Hong, open the door. It's almost dark, can you bear to let me spend the night outside alone? Hong, I know I was wrong. Hong. However, even though Luli tried every possible means, Fong Hong remained indifferent. After a while,
several uniformed security guards rushed over aggressively. Luli was worried that she would really be carried away by them, so she had to leave in disappointment.
The next day, Fong Hong went to work as usual. He works as an ordinary employee in a company called Lightyears.
Lightyear is quite famous in Los Angeles. It operates multiple businesses and is a strong family business. Every year, many college students try their best to get in.
Just arrived at the sales department. Fong Hong met his supervisor Li Hua.
He was just about to submit the documents.
The two entered the office one after the other. Hey, Fong Hong, you look good today. It seems that your girlfriend didn't bother you yesterday? Why didn't I make any trouble? But we've already broken up. Break up?
Li Hua was a little surprised. He had a good relationship with Fong Hong, so he also knew something about Luli. He couldn't stand having a girlfriend like this with princess syndrome for even a single day. Li Hua was quite impressed that Fong Hong and he were able to stay together for half a year before breaking up.
It's better to break up. There are so many beautiful girls in our company. With your looks, it won't be easy to find a girlfriend. Fong Hong was always recognized as the school's most handsome boy during his student days. When I first joined Lightyear, many female colleagues took the initiative to show their courtesy to me. It wasn't until they found out he had a girlfriend that they gave up. Forget it, I won't look for it anymore. Fong Hong said.
After this relationship with Luli, Fong Hongxin felt a little tired. What's more, he already has a wife, so it's not suitable for him to find a girlfriend.
But I don't know where this wife is right now. Because I forgot to leave my contact information after getting married yesterday. You're so young, how can you be so devastated by such a small setback?
Li Hua comforted Fong Hong, and then suddenly remembered what happened last night.
Come to think of it, Manager Wang from the marketing department was asking about you yesterday. Maybe the girl from their department has a crush on you. Why are the people in the marketing department asking about me? Fong Hong was a little confused. I don't know either.
Maybe they're attracted by your abilities and want to poach you.
Of course, it's not ruled out as I just said.
As they were talking, a short man with a middle-parted hairstyle pushed the door open and appeared in front of them.
Manager Li.
Hey, Manager Wang, if you really speak of the devil, he will appear. Li Hua smiled at Wang Zhenghao and then introduced Fong Hong.
Manager Wang, this is Fong Hong, the man you were looking for yesterday.
He's a capable member of our sales department. Wang Zhenghao looked up at Fong Hong with an unfriendly look.
Are you Fong Hong? What do you want from me, Director Wang? Fong Hung inexplicably felt that Wang Jianghao's voice sounded familiar. Are you still a man? You kicked Lily out of the house like that yesterday? When the name Lily came out, Fong Hung suddenly realized. It turns out that this guy is Lu Li's male best friend. I didn't expect that he was the head of the marketing department. Chapter 3. My wife is the president of the company. I was wondering who it was, but it turns out you're the shameless one. Watch your words. Who are you calling shameless? Wang Jianghao suddenly got angry. You didn't hear clearly, right? I was telling you, you have no shame. The sudden quarrel between the two completely confused Li Hua. Hey, stop arguing, what's wrong with you guys? Fong Hung said, he's Lu Li's new best friend. Ah. Manager Wang, this is a bit unkind of you. Li Hua's eyes suddenly changed when he looked at Wang Jianghao. Lily and I have common topics. What's wrong with getting along better? We are all men, and we know what is in our minds very well. Manager Wang, you can deceive others, but don't deceive yourself. Fong Hong sneered. It's you who have dirty thoughts. Wang Jianghao said. You're pretty tough, but I have to warn you, Luli is not easy to please. She's also a huge fan of looks. Manager Wang, with your height and looks, tisk. Fong Hong kills people without forgetting to destroy their hearts. Of course, if you haven't met yet, I suggest you put on some makeup beforehand and put some extra insoles in your shoes to avoid looking awkward in the public eye. Fong Hong, please be respectful when you speak to me. Wang Jianghao was accidentally hit in the sore spot by Fong Hong. He and Luli were originally having a good chat, but when they met last night, Luli suddenly became a different person, ignoring him and making excuses to leave after just a few words. He thought that Luli was in a bad mood because she had just broken up, but now it seemed that everything was just as Fong Hung said, it was because his appearance did not meet Luli's expectations. I'm just telling the truth, Director Wang, please don't be so sensitive. This is a company. You're just a small employee, so arrogant. Don't you want to continue working here? Yo, are you anxious? Yes, I'm anxious, very anxious. To be honest, I have a good relationship with the Human Resources Department. Just wait. Wow, I'm so scared to death, Fong Hung said in a deliberately sarcastic tone. He doesn't care whether he is fired or not. Anyway, we have a system now. As long as I keep living off my wife, how can I starve to death? Li Hua sighed. Of course, I heard the threat in Wang Jianghao's voice. His face suddenly turned stern, and he stopped acting as a peacemaker. Instead, he chose to stand on the same side with Fong Hung. Fong Hung has performed outstandingly since joining the company. Li Hua likes him very much and even wants to recommend Fong Hung to be the team leader. Now that Wang Jianghao wants to touch the people in his sales department, it is equivalent to slapping him in the face as the head of the department. Manager Wang, you're going too far. Fong Hung is from our sales department. Manager Li, from what you said, you want to protect this kid? Wang Jianghao was a little surprised. I will not only protect Fong Hong, but I, Li Hua, will not allow anyone who dares to touch anyone in my sales department. Li Hua's eyes were firm. At this moment, the office door was pushed open. A woman with big curly hair, wearing an OL outfit and black stockings walked in. Li Hua recognized the woman at a glance. She was the human resources manager, Lang Ruxue. Manager Li, you're so arrogant. Do I need your approval before I can touch anyone in the sales department? Hello, Manager Lang. Li Hua immediately lowered his posture. Lang Ruxue snorted lightly, looked at Fong Hong, and raised her eyebrows slightly in confusion. Among all the employees of Guangyin, Fong Hong was the first one who dared not to greet Lang Ruxue when he saw her. Wang Jianghao approached Lang Ruxue and whispered softly, obviously reporting Fong Hong. After saying this, Wang Jianghao quietly stepped aside with a look of smugness on his face. Lang Ruxue looked Fong Hong up and down. Well, you're quite handsome, but it's a pity we can't fit you in our light years. Pack your things and go to the finance department. Li Hua said anxiously, Manager Lang, Fong Hong has always performed well. Oh, it seems that Director Li has objections to my decision. How about you join him? Li Hua was so frightened that he dared not say a word. Lang Ruxue is the human resources manager on the surface, but she has another identity behind the scenes. Even the director dare not provoke her easily. Li Hua has a wife and children, and relies on this job to support his family. At this moment, he had no choice but to compromise and gave Fong Hong an apologetic look.
Fang Hong could understand that if he dragged Li Hua into this, he would feel a little embarrassed.
I can fire you, but you can't pay less compensation. Don't worry, Guang Yan's family is wealthy and he will pay the compensation. Lang Rushue said.
Fang Hong shrugged his shoulders. It didn't matter if he lost his job, as long as he was paid.
After all, we have a system. Who wants to go to work every day? On the way here today, he was still thinking about whether to resign.
The main reason was that Wang Zhanghao made him a little unhappy. Thinking of this, he rubbed his hands together and slowly approached the other party. Wang Zhanghao saw Fang Heng's intention.
He subconsciously stepped back and said, "What do you want to do? I'm warning you, this is the company, don't try to mess with me. Just give it a try. What's wrong with the company? I've already been fired. Can they fire me again?"
Fang Hong grabbed Wang Zhanghao by the collar and started beating him up.
Wang Zhanghao shouted, "Manager Lang, save me." Lang Rushue was shocked.
She didn't expect Fang Hong to be so bold as to hit someone in the company. She looked at Li Hua and said, "Manager Li, why don't you take care of your people?"
"I'm sorry, Manager Lang, you've already fired Fang Hong. I have no right to manage him."
"You." Seeing this, Lang Rushue had no choice but to call the security department. After a while, a group of security guards came to the sales department.
The staff were talking about it. What happened in the director's office? First it was Director Wang, then Manager Lang. It looks like this is a serious matter. Look, the president's assistant is here too.
Hiss.
I really want to go in and see what's going on. Don't worry about your life. If you dare to break in, you will be gone tomorrow. At this moment, in the office,
Fang Hong was still beating Wang Zhanghao, whose face had swollen like a pig's head.
Seeing the security guards finally arrive, Lang Rushue immediately ordered, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and arrest this guy."
The security guards were about to take action when a voice suddenly came from behind them.
"Stop."
Immediately afterwards, a woman in a black suit and a ponytail walked in.
Li Hua was a little at a loss.
It seemed that the matter had become so serious that even the president's assistant Su Mu was alarmed.
Lang Rushue frowned. "Assistant Su, what do you mean?" Su Mu ignored Lang Rushue and looked at Fang Hong and asked, "Are you Fang Hong?" "Right. The president wants to see you." Fang Hong was slightly stunned.
He has been working here for so long and doesn't even know who the president of Lightyear is.
Why does he suddenly want to see him?
However, Fang Hong still followed Su Mu, ready to find out what was going on.
Just walked out of the office.
Lang Rushue chased out and shouted angrily, "Don't leave." Su Mu glanced at her and said lightly, "Manager Lang, if you have any dissatisfaction, you can find the president."
"I am just following orders."
Without waiting for Lang Rushue to speak, Su Mu led Fang Hong out of the sales department. Lang Rushue had no place to vent her anger, so she had no choice but to walk out with Wang Zhanghao, one in front and one behind. Wang Zhanghao, who was walking behind, covered his face with a file bag, fearing that others would witness his miserable condition. As a result, what he feared came true, and Wang Zhanghao accidentally fell to the ground.
The briefcase flew several meters away, revealing his swollen face that looked like a pig's head.
Although the scene was completely silent, Wang Zhanghao still wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Wang Zhanghao hurriedly picked up the file bag and ran away.
Finally, at this moment, the entire sales department was in an uproar. "Oh my god, this is so explosive. Who do you think slapped Manager Wang in the face?"
"I think it was Fang Hong who hit me."
"I also think it's Fang Hong." "Damn, Fang Hong is too awesome. He actually dared to hit Manager Wang. Well done. Manager Wang harassed me before. He's not a good person." At the same time, President's office. Su Mu took Fang Hong to the door and left. Fang Hong knocked on the door. "Come in." Fang Heng's heart tightened. This voice.
When he walked into the office and saw the extremely beautiful and cold woman in a black dress standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, he held his breath for a moment.
Holy crap! Wife. It turns out that Guangyan's CEO is Leng Yu, who proposed to him yesterday. Chapter 4, Bring Fang Hong a chair. This is the first time we meet after getting married.
When their eyes met, the atmosphere felt a little awkward.
However, before the two of them could say anything, Lang Rushue led Wang Zhanghao in aggressively.
Lang Yu put down the coffee cup in his hand and sat down slowly in the office chair.
Manager Lang, if there's something urgent, why don't you just barge in without even knocking?
Her voice was as beautiful and sweet as trickling spring water.
Lang Yu, are you targeting me on purpose? Wang Zhenghao, who was accompanying him, was shocked. Lang Rushue was just the human resources manager, yet she dared to be so rude to President Lang Yu. He was really worried that Lang Yu would get angry and drive Lang Rushue and himself out of light years. But when he remembered that both of them had the surname Lang, he understood something, and his heart finally settled down, and he felt a little more confident. Lang Yu was a little confused and his attention fell on Wang Zhenghao's face. What's wrong with the person next to you?
Wang Zhenghao pointed at Fong Hung and immediately started crying.
Boss Lang, I was beaten by this Fong Hung. Did you hear that?
This employee named Fong Hung attacked and injured someone.
I just wanted to ask the security to deal with him. Are you going to stop me? Lang Rushue said dissatisfiedly.
Lang Rushue and Lang Yu are cousins and their relationship has never been harmonious. Because Lang Yu has been very outstanding since childhood and is deeply loved by the elders of the family, Lang Rushue of the same age is inevitably compared with him. Over time, Lang Rushue was always surrounded by Lang Yu's powerful aura, which caused her personality to become distorted and she began to hate Lang Yu. Since she joined the company, the decisions she proposed have been frequently rejected by Lang Yu, which has only intensified Lang Rushue's hatred.
Don't be so cocky. I don't have time for you. Lang Yu just felt that Lang Rushue was as inexplicable as before.
It was obvious that she came to Fong Hong to discuss private matters. But the incident had already happened, and it involved her newly married husband, so she naturally had to deal with it. So Lang Yu looked at Fong Hong.
Tell me why you hit this person?
Wang Zhenghao felt a little uncomfortable. When company employees see him, they all politely call him supervisor. But in Lang Yu's mouth, he didn't even have a name. But there was nothing he could do. As the president of Lightyear, it was normal that he couldn't remember him.
Fong Hong was somewhat puzzled by Lang Yu's attitude.
Although the two were married, there was a huge gap in their social status. It's possible that after what happened today, Lang Yu will divorce him.
In this case, if I can't get a free meal, then the system will be screwed, right?
He was thinking about how to respond.
Etc.
Lang Yu suddenly stopped and called his assistant Sumu.
Sumu said, Boss Lang, what are your instructions? Move a chair for Fong Hung.
Lang Rushue was a little confused.
I don't know what Lang Yu is planning to do.
Sumu suspected that he had heard it wrong.
Boss Lang, are you sure? Do as I say.
Sumu pushed over a valuable chair. Just as they were wondering what Lang Yu would do next, she said in a gentle tone, Don't worry, Fong Hung.
Sit down and talk slowly. In an instant, everyone was stunned.
Lang Rushue and Sumu knew Lang Yu quite well, but this was the first time they saw him treat a man like this.
Wang Zhenghao widened his eyes even more.
He originally thought that Lang Yu wanted to punish Fong Hung in disguise, but now it seems that the facts are contrary to what he thought.
He also had a bad feeling. Fong Hung sat down very naturally.
Here's what happened. Manager Wang came to the sales department early in the morning to cause trouble. I refused to give him any slack, so he threatened me, saying he had connections in the HR department and wanted to fire me. Lang Yu nodded when he heard this and looked towards Lang Rushue.
What do you want to say?
Wang Zhenghao panicked and said, Boss Lang, don't listen to Fong Heng's nonsense.
I didn't deliberately pick a fight. Besides, he was the one who started the fight, and I never fought back. You haven't deliberately picked a fight yet. If all else fails, ask Manager Li to confront you.
Lang Yu signaled Sumu to contact Li Hua.
After a while, Li Hua tiptoed into the office.
When he saw Fong Hung sitting on a chair while the others were standing, he almost thought he was dazzled.
Are you crazy?
The marketing director, the human resources manager, and even the president's assistant were all standing.
How dare you, a small sales clerk, sit there?
Li Hua immediately blinked at Fong Hong continuously.
Sumu said, Manager Li, stop blinking and tell the president everything you know.
Li Hua was a little embarrassed and quickly explained the whole story. The more Wang Zhenghao listened, the more panicked he became, and the more Lang Rushue frowned. After understanding what happened, Lang Yu signaled Li Hua to leave. Before leaving, Li Hua did not forget to wink at Fong Hong and used his mouth to remind him to get up quickly. Seeing that the other party was indifferent and even smiled at him, Li Hua had no choice but to hold his forehead and leave.
Lang Yu looked at Wang Zhanghao and said, I understand everything. Are you the head of the marketing department? Yes, Mr. Lang, my name is Wang Zhanghao. Sumu, give me his information.
After taking the information, Lang Yu stood up from his office chair and slowly walked to Long Rushue.
Your people have done a lot of bad things. Do you need to take a look? Long Rushue snatched the information away.
She didn't take it seriously at first, but after reading it, her face became serious.
She glared at Wang Zhanghao and said, You actually did so many things behind my back? It's unfair. I didn't do anything. Open your eyes and look at this. It's all evidence. How are you going to explain it? Lang Rushue slapped the information in Wang Zhanghao's face. Wang Zhanghao took it down and looked at it with an expression of disbelief. The information fully records all violations he has committed since he joined the company. Embezzlement, bribery, harassment of staff, etc. There are even some things that he can hardly remember.
As if he suddenly lost his strength, the information slipped from his hands and Wang Zhanghao collapsed to the ground.
Wang Zhanghao looked at Lang Yu.
This extremely beautiful CEO, who was light years away from him, was like the god of death, making him afraid.
Lang Yu said, Sumu, ask the security department to control the man and hand him over to the police. No, Sister Rushue, help me, I don't want to go in.
Wang Zhanghao became excited instantly and turned around to hug Lang Rushue's legs.
The two are alumni.
During college, Wang Zhanghao had always been Lang Rushue's lackey. Therefore, thanks to Lang Rushue, Wang Zhanghao was able to enter Lightyear and become the head of the marketing department at an extremely fast speed.
Lang Rushue didn't want to help Wang Zhanghao deal with the tricky mess. She kicked him away and said, Get out of the way.
Seeing this, Wang Zhanghao had no choice but to place his only remaining hope on Fang Hong. Because he felt that Fang Hong and Lang Yu had an unusual relationship. Maybe if Fang Hong spoke up, Lang Yu would let him go.
Chapter 5 Baby.
So Wang Zhanghao crawled to Fang Hong.
Brother Hong, I was wrong. I really have no shame. Please help me. From now on, I am willing to work like a cow or a horse to repay you. Fang Hong would never be so naive.
If Lang Yu hadn't been there, he would have been fired by now, and Wang Zhanghao wouldn't have been kneeling on the ground begging him.
It's no use begging me. I'm just a small clerk. How can I help you?
Fang Hong spread his hands. Lang Yu suddenly said to Fang Hong, I can let him go, it depends on your decision.
Sumu and Lang Rushue were both surprised. They became even more curious about the relationship between Fang Hong and Lang Yu.
Ma Shun, the head of the security department, who had just entered the room and heard the words, was also shocked.
He couldn't help but wonder who Fang Hong was. Even the president has to ask for his opinion before making decisions. Wang Zhanghao was overjoyed and said, Brother Hong, you are my biological brother. From tomorrow on, I will take your last name. Please save your brother. Fang Hong didn't expect things to develop in this direction.
Seeing that everyone's attention was on him,
Fang Hong coughed dryly and said, I don't know him. Take him away quickly.
Now it was Wang Zhanghao's turn to be confused.
Brother Hong, you can't do this. What's wrong with us? You just beat me up. Ma Shun gave his men a look.
Wang Zhanghao struggled and was dragged out.
Wait until everyone leaves. Lang Rushue turned around and was about to leave. Stop.
Lang Yu blocked her way, and she immediately looked at Sumu beside her.
Sumu nodded and consciously left the office. Lang Rushue asked doubtfully, Lang Yu, what do you want to do? Lang Yu's expression gradually became cold.
Manager Lang, please address me by my position in the company.
Also, you don't think you're okay, do you? What do I have to do? It's just. Lang Rushue then remembered that she had just decided to fire Fang Hong.
But she didn't care.
He was just a small employee. What would be the big deal if he was fired?
At this moment, accompanied by a pop sound, Lang Rushue suddenly felt a burning pain on half of her face.
She covered her face and said in disbelief, You actually hit me for him? Fang Hong is my man.
If you dare to touch him again, it won't be so easy next time. Lang Rushue's eyes were red with surprise and aggrievedness. She glared at Lang Yu fiercely before slamming the door and leaving. Fang Hong, who witnessed everything, was stunned. He never expected Lang Yu to go to such lengths for him.
At the same time,
the system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for accumulating 30% of the soft rice value. The Do Not Disturb function for obtaining small amounts of soft rice value has been turned on. Note, you can enter the lucky draw once your soft rice value reaches 100%.
Lung Yu can actually increase his freeloader value without spending any money on himself?
It seems that there are many things to pay attention to when it comes to living off a gigolo. And if the soft rice value reaches 100%, you can also participate in the lottery.
Fong Hong began to look forward to what good stuff he would get. Come back to your senses.
Lung Yu had already sat back in her office chair, holding a coffee cup in her delicate hands.
Don't worry, as long as I'm with you, no one will dare to touch you again. Fong Hong was somewhat flattered.
Fortunately, he is not a little girl, otherwise his cheeks would be red by now.
Thinking back to Leng Yu, who proposed to him with tears in her eyes yesterday, Fong Hong never imagined that the other party would be the rumored decisive and efficient CEO of Lightyear. Fong Hong finally couldn't help but ask, "You're not marrying me to get my kidneys, are you? You're overthinking it. Then why did you choose to marry me?" Secret.
Okay. Since Leng Yu is unwilling to say, there is no point in asking more questions. From today on, I will take care of your food, clothing, housing, and transportation.
If you have any requests, please feel free to ask. You only need to do one thing well. Be a good husband to you? Yes. Can you really ask for anything? Yes. After Fong Hong left,
Leng Yu recalled yesterday's scenes with great interest.
She originally proposed on impulse. Unexpectedly, Fong Hong actually agreed. At this time, Su Mu walked into the office. "Boss Lang, excuse me, what is your relationship with Fong Hong?" "Marriage." "Huh?"
Leng Yu reached out and pushed Su Mu's chin up, helping her close her open mouth.
"Don't be too surprised, it's time to meet the client." Fong Hong returned to the sales department.
The staff swarmed over as if they had seen a star.
They didn't quite understand what was happening though.
"But I heard about what happened to Wang Zhenghao."
Most people in the sales department hate Wang Zhenghao. Because of each other, the work between the two departments is always difficult to carry out.
Wang Zhenghao even frequently harassed female colleagues in private.
Fong Hong was also getting rid of the harm to everyone in disguise.
Even those who were usually jealous of Fong Hong being courted by his female colleagues. At this time, he also cast a look of approval. The appearance of Supervisor Li Hua made everyone return to their work quietly.
He gave Fong Hong a look. The two of them entered the office one after the other.
Li Hua locked the door and said, "You are such a careless kid.
I hinted at you just now, but you didn't understand?"
Looking back now, Li Hua still feels a lingering fear. Those in the company who hold higher positions than Fong Hong are all standing. As a result, Fong Hong just sat there stupidly.
Those who don't know would think Fong Hong is the chairman. "It was President Lung who asked me to sit down." Fong Hong picked up the fruit on the desk and started eating. "Who told you to sit?" "You, huh?" "It was actually Boss Lang who told you to sit." "Yes." "Do you know Mr. Lang?"
Li Hua said as he picked up the teacup.
"Not very familiar." "So what's your relationship?" "She's my wife." Puff.
Li Hua spit out all the water he had just drunk.
Fortunately, Fong Hong hid in time.
Li Hua wiped his mouth and said helplessly, "You are so frivolous, you are teasing me."
"Hey, I really didn't lie to you."
At this moment, the desk phone rang. Go, I'm going to do my work, you should go to work as well."
Fong Hong took another orange and left the office.
It was normal for Li Hua not to believe it. After all, if a colleague said this, Fong Hong would also think that the other person was joking.
Get off work in the evening. Fong Hong was struggling to decide whether to take the bus or ride a shared Xiaolan to go home. A black Audi S8 stopped in front of us.
The car window was rolled down, and Long Yu's beautiful face came into view.
"Get in the car." Fong Hong went to open the back door. Lang Yu said, "You can sit next to me." So Fong Hong sat in the passenger seat. "Boss Lang, what are your instructions?" "Fasten your seatbelts." Fong Hong fastened his seatbelt and said, "And then?" "Your home address." "What are you doing?" Fong Hong asked in confusion. "Take you home." "Oh, thank you, Mr. Lang." Lang Yu hit the steering wheel. "Don't call me that outside the company." "Then what should I call you?" It will be all right. Baby, baby? Fong Hong asked tentatively.
As a result, when the word baby came out, not only Lang Yu was stunned, but soon even Fong Hong himself was stunned.
Chapter 6 Living Together. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became awkward.
Lang Yu tucked her hair behind her ears.
Just call me by my name normally. Of course, you can be more flexible on special occasions. Understood. Fong Hong scratched his head.
It seems that you don't have to work so hard in private.
After the two left, Li Hua, who was not far away, was squinting his eyes.
He is severely myopic and took the wrong glasses when he went out today, so his vision in the distance is a little blurry. After get off work, Li Hua originally planned to send Fong Hong home and accompany him for a drink to relieve his boredom. After all, Fong Hong had just broken up. In the end, he couldn't find the person. He just saw a familiar figure leaving in a car, and he wasn't sure if it was Fong Hong.
At the same time,
Fong Hong was secretly thinking that sitting in this $1 million car was just different.
Then I received a message from Li Hua.
Fong Hong replied in a voice message, "Thank you for your kindness, managerly, but I have someone to accompany me."
Lang Yu said, "It seems that you have a good relationship with Li Hua. He has always taken good care of me."
At this point, Fong Hong suddenly remembered what Lang Yu said in the morning.
By the way, I want to make a request. You want me to promote Li Hua? Fong Hong was a little surprised.
He didn't expect Lang Yu to see through his thoughts directly.
Right. Li Hua has always treated Fong Hong well since he joined the company.
Today, Lung Ruxue ordered to fire him, and Li Hua even risked his life to speak up for him.
Fong Hong should also repay the other party. The phone is in your bag.
Call Sumu directly and ask her to send me Li Hua's information.
Fong Hong took out his cell phone. The call is connected.
Sumu's voice was heard soon.
Hello, Mr. Lang.
Boss Lang asked you to send her the information about Li Hua, the head of the sales department.
You are Fong Hong? Sumu couldn't hide his surprise. It's me.
There was silence for a moment, then the other end replied, "Okay."
Lang Yu glanced at Fong Hong and asked, "Besides that, what position do you want to take?"
Fong Hong said, "I want to go to a more relaxed job, preferably one where I don't have to do anything and still get paid."
I understand.
I'll arrange a clerical position for you later, and the work will be handed over to Sumu. It's up to you whether you come to work or not.
Real? Lang Yu nodded to indicate that it was true. Fong Hong was so happy that he was beaming.
Originally, he just wanted to slack off at the company, but it turned out that he could get paid without even going to work.
This was simply too cool. The phone hasn't been hung up yet. The other side.
Sumu heard it clearly.
At this moment, I am speechless.
She really couldn't understand why the president would choose a husband like Fong Hong and allow him to be a gigolo.
Is it just because he is handsome?
Sumu recalled Fong Hong's appearance. He is indeed very handsome, with a teardrop mole at the corner of his eye.
But the president is not the kind of person who likes to be infatuated with women. Sumu was puzzled. The Audi S8 stopped at the apartment building. Fong Hong unbuckled his seatbelt and said, "Thank you. Be careful on your way back."
Lang Yu also unbuckled his seatbelt.
No hurry, I'll go up with you to take a look. Ah? Is it inconvenient? No, go this way. There are fewer people waiting for the elevator here.
The two got out of the car and walked towards the back door of the apartment together.
The back door is close to the park. There are many vendors on the roadside.
Among them, the most conspicuous one is the one selling fruits. Tourists passing by were attracted by the household registration book on his sign.
I thought it was some new marketing tactic.
What they didn't know was that the fruit stall owner was stimulated by Fong Hong yesterday and also wanted to meet a beautiful, rich and beautiful woman who would propose to him. However, at the end of the day, the rich and beautiful woman who proposed to him did not appear, but his business was getting better and better. At this time, the fruit stall owner happened to see Fong Hong and Lang Yu walking into the apartment. He was so envious that his back teeth were about to break.
We are all men, why can you encounter such a good thing while I can't? The other side. Fong Hong and Lang Yu took the elevator to the floor.
The two entered the room together.
Such a scene.
The neighbors who were chatting on the balcony were stunned.
What is going on? Fong Hong just broke up yesterday, and he brought his new girlfriend home today? The key point is that Luli is already a rare beauty. And this new girlfriend is so much more beautiful than Luli.
Some of them were originally teasing Fong Hung for not knowing how to cherish such a beautiful woman like Luli, saying that he didn't want her just like that.
It turns out that the clown is actually himself.
It's not that Fong Hung doesn't know how to cherish, it's obvious that he can find someone better.
In the room. It's a bit messy, just find a place to sit. Fong Hong said.
He spent a lot of time just throwing away Luli's things last night.
There are still many places that have not been cleaned up yet.
Lang Yu looked around and finally his eyes fell on a piece of women's underwear.
Let's move. Where are you moving to? Move to my place. Fong Hong was stunned. Is this, living together? Is it a bit too fast? But when I think about it, they both got the marriage certificate, so what's the big deal?
What's more, moving in together will make it easier to live off the other person and give full play to the role of the system.
Fong Hong immediately started to clean up.
Because all the money was spent on Luli, Fong Hong didn't have much except a computer and some daily necessities. Soon everything was packed up and Fong Hong wiped the sweat from his forehead.
Done.
Lang Yu pointed to the underwear she had just seen.
What about this? Ahem, you don't need to bring this. Only then did Fong Hong realize that Luli's things were not thrown away completely. Got down from the apartment building.
Lang Yu received a call that seemed to be related to the company's business. She handed the car keys to Fong Hong, opened the door and sat in the back seat.
Fong Hong understood, put the package in the trunk, and walked to the driver's seat.
At this moment, a voice came from behind.
Fong Hong?
Fong Hong looked back and saw that it was none other than his ex-girlfriend Luli.
He said coldly, "You've got the wrong person. Is this your car?"
Luli looked at the car in front of her in surprise.
The latest model of Audi S8. The starting price is at least 2 million.
Fong Hong ignored her, opened the car door, got in, stepped on the accelerator and drove away.
Hey, don't go.
Luli tried to catch up but failed, and instead got a mouthful of exhaust fumes. She came here today to get back together with Fong Hong under the pretext of getting something. Because she met Wang Zhenghao last night, his appearance was so different from what she had imagined that she lost her appetite and ran away without even eating. Luli reflected on it all night and realized that she had indeed gone too far.
Fong Hong is handsome and willing to spend money on herself. No matter how angry she was before, he always spoiled her.
A man like this is hard to find even with a lantern, so she should cherish him. The key point is that Fong Hong is still driving a luxury car worth millions. Maybe he deliberately concealed his identity before and is the eldest son of a wealthy family in a secluded family. Thinking of this, Luli became even more determined to get back together with Fong Hong. She immediately contacted Fong Hong on her cell phone. As a result, the phone call could not be connected and the message could not be sent.
It was obvious that I was blocked.
Luli stamped her feet unwillingly.
Woo. Fong Hong doesn't really want me anymore, does he? Chapter 7 Perfect Woman. In the car.
Lang Yu looked at Luli thoughtfully through the rearview mirror. But soon, she looked away and focused on communicating business with the person on the other end of the phone.
Fong Hong didn't know the exact address and didn't want to disturb Lang Yu, so he deliberately slowed down the car. Lang Yu noticed it and said, "Boss Sean, wait a moment." Then she gave the address and Fong Hong drove faster according to the navigation. "Excuse me, Mr. Sean, let's continue." On the phone, the woman called Boss Sean said, "Hey, Boss Lang, which handsome boy are you talking to?" "My family." "Don't you only have one sister?"
If I heard correctly, that was a man's voice just now, and it sounded like a handsome guy.
"Yes, it's my husband." "How come I don't even know when you got married?" the woman asked in surprise. "We just got married yesterday. It was quite hasty and we haven't had time to hold the wedding banquet yet." "Yeah, our president Lang finally got it."
"Turn on the video and let me see how handsome your husband is."
"It's inconvenient for him to drive."
Lang Yu looked at Fong Hong and said, "Oh, you have a beautiful girl hidden in a golden house, and you're afraid I'll see her, right?"
"No." "Then it's a deal.
I'll treat you on Sunday, and you bring your brother-in-law over."
"I need to ask his opinion first. The famous Mr. Lang, even after getting married, can't he still be the head of the family?"
Fong Hong said, "I have no problem." I heard my brother-in-law's voice.
He said it's okay. It's a deal. See you on Sunday. Bye. Hey, wait a minute.
Leng Yu held the hung-up phone and muttered, "This woman, the business hasn't been completed yet."
She sent another message to the other party. Not long after, the woman sent a voice message back. Oh, Mr. Lang, you two just got married, why are you still talking about business? A night of love is worth 1,000 gold, you should hurry home and have a baby. Before the voice message was finished, Lang Yu immediately turned it off. The car suddenly became quiet. Fortunately, we are not far from our destination.
Junyuan is located in the center of Los Angeles and is one of the most famous wealthy communities. Fang Hong got out of the car and was a little shocked when he saw the huge villa in front of him.
There is also a swimming pool in the courtyard and all kinds of facilities are available.
After admiring the interior structure of the villa, Fang Hong was even more amazed.
It turns out that the life of rich people is extraordinary.
Leng Yu took off her jewelry and said, "There are many empty rooms.
Pick one you like.
I'm going to take a shower first."
Fang Hong nodded.
After Leng Yu entered the bathroom, he did not rush to find a room, but walked around the villa first. Fang Hong was surprised to find that in such a large villa, there was only Leng Yu's life, but it was kept in perfect order. Many rooms are uninhabited, but they are all beautifully decorated. In the end, Fang Hong chose a room in the corner of the first floor because it had a large floor-to-ceiling window and he could see the scenery in the courtyard by opening the curtains. Fang Hong placed the things he brought in the room one by one. Soon, Leng Yu, wearing home clothes, appeared at the door.
Good taste. Did you finish washing so quickly? In Fang Heng's impression, Luli would take at least an hour to take a shower. I don't like wasting time in the bathroom.
Leng Yu turned around and prepared to leave, but suddenly thought of something.
By the way, there's food in the refrigerator. If you're hungry, you can cook for yourself. If you don't want to cook, you can order takeout. I've already sent you the address here. Okay. Fang Hong said. This night, Fang Hong didn't sleep well.
Of course, it wasn't the bed's fault, but the unfamiliar environment caused him to suffer from his old insomnia.
When I woke up the next day, it was already noon. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, I saw the cold rain in the swimming pool. The surface of the pool was shimmering, and she was swimming back and forth in it like a mermaid. After a while, the cold rain came ashore and water drops slowly slid down my body. She was wearing a conservative swimsuit, but it still couldn't hide her hot body, so much so that Fang Hong was stunned for a moment. Their eyes met. Leng Yu said, "You are finally awake. There are still many things to do today. Get up quickly. Walk out of the room." Fang Hong saw breakfast on the dining table. Considerate and capable, it has to be said that Leng Yu is indeed a perfect woman.
Anyone who marries her would be blessed by his hard work in his previous life.
But when I think about it carefully, it feels weird. Fang Hong washed up and ate breakfast. Leng Yu changed his clothes and walked down from the second floor.
She didn't wear a skirt today, but changed into a slim summer dress.
Fang Hong asked, "What are the specific arrangements?"
"We're going to meet President Shan tomorrow, so we need to make some preparations."
After hearing what she said, Fang Hong immediately understood that she was going out shopping, and he couldn't help but feel happy.
The rebate from Soft Rice King can finally come in handy. Junyuan is located in the city center, with everything nearby, so you can reach the shopping mall in just a short walk.
The first stop was a clothing store. The English word GC on the store immediately awakened Fang Heng's memory. GC is a well-known high-end brand in Los Angeles.
When Luli first started dating, she kept clamoring to buy clothes from it.
Fang Hong had no choice but to agree.
He spent 5,000 yuan just to buy a short-sleeved shirt.
"Sir, are you interested in this?" A voice brought Fang Hong back to reality.
He looked at the clothes introduced by the shopping guide, and the price tag was exactly 10,000. In the past, he would have definitely turned around and left. He simply couldn't afford clothes that cost 10,000 yuan.
But things are different now.
With Leng Yu paying for it, he doesn't have to worry about whether he can afford it or not.
Fang Hong has always been used to being poor.
The total value of his clothes is less than 1,000 yuan, so he is naturally satisfied with clothes worth 10,000 yuan. But when I thought about the rebate from Soft Rice King, I decided to choose something more expensive.
Let me take another look.
Fang Hong moved forward, and the shopping guide followed enthusiastically behind him.
Leng Yu said nothing and seemed to be choosing clothes.
In the end, Fang Hong chose one that cost 20,000 yuan.
"I want to try this." Fang Hong pointed at the clothes.
Okay, please wait. The shopping guide began to pick up clothes anxiously. This one costs 20,000, which is twice as much as the previous one. The shopping guide had just joined the company not long ago. Although she worked here as an office worker, she was reluctant to buy these clothes.
After a while, Fong Hong came out of the fitting room and stood in front of the mirror.
The salesperson said in a somewhat infatuated manner, "Sir, you are already quite handsome, and now you look even more handsome in this dress."
Yeah?
Of course, of course. The shopping guide nodded repeatedly. She said this because she wanted to sell clothes, but Fong Hong was indeed very handsome.
Then how about this one? Fong Hong said tentatively, while observing Long Yu's reaction.
Although there is a rebate from the Soft Rice King, the more money you spend, the more rebates you get, but after all, it is Leng Yu who pays the money.
Leng Yu walked forward, looked at the clothes, and then looked at the price.
She suddenly said, "This one won't do."
Ah?
The shopping guide was a little confused. The clothes were about to be sold out, so why did they suddenly stop selling? This surprised Fong Hong a little.
Could it be that Leng Yu thinks it's a bit expensive? If I had known earlier, I would have chosen the one worth 10,000 yuan. Chapter 8. I'll put it on for you.
Unexpectedly, Leng Yu said again, "This is too cheap, it doesn't suit my status as a husband." The shopping guide was stunned for a moment, then felt ecstatic.
Beautiful lady, which one have you decided on?
Leng Yu picked up a piece of clothing and motioned Fong Hong to try it on.
Fong Hong changed into new clothes. Come out of the fitting room again. Look in the mirror.
I feel like this one seems to be even more finely crafted than the one that cost 20,000 yuan.
Leng Yu asked, what do you think of this one? Can. Then I'll take this one. The salesperson swallowed her saliva, suppressed her excitement, and said, beautiful lady, are you sure? This dress costs 50,000. Fong Hong was a little surprised when he heard this. He hadn't had time to look at the price.
I didn't expect this dress to cost 50,000. It's more than twice as expensive as the one he just chose.
Wait a moment.
Leng Yu stopped the shopping guide who was helping with packing. The shopping guide suddenly felt a little uneasy, guessing that Leng Yu might not want to buy it anymore.
I really shouldn't have said so much. Otherwise, the clothes would be sold. This is the most expensive piece of clothing in the store. 50,000 yuan. The commission alone is quite a lot. Think of this.
The shopping guide was so upset that she could not even cry. Leng Yu said, I want to take 2 more pieces.
Are there other styles?
The shopping guide was stunned for a moment. She imagined so much, and it turned out that the other party didn't want it anymore, but felt that one was not enough.
Yes, I'll get it right away. Please wait a moment.
The shopping guide was so excited that he was incoherent and ran to the storage room in a panic. Soon, she brought out a series of styles for Fong Hong to choose from.
This, and this. Fong Hong picked 2 pieces of different colors to distinguish them. Leng Yu took out his bank card. Swiped the card. Okay. After finishing everything and personally seeing the 2 off, the shopping guide finally couldn't contain his excitement.
At this time, the store manager came in, saw her like this, and asked what happened. The shopping guide trembled as he told the whole story. The store manager had seen a lot of ups and downs, but he was still a little surprised. A young couple who came into the store with the intention of just looking but not buying were very surprised when they heard this.
What kind of family background does he have? He just bought clothes worth 150,000 yuan? This is Fong Heng's side.
The system prompt sound soon came into my mind. Ding, it's detected that the other half is spending money on the host, triggering the Soft Rice King rebate. Congratulations to the host for accumulating 70% of the soft rice value. Fong Hong looked at the balance, which was exactly 500,000.
The 200,000 yuan was given by Leng Yu when we got married.
The extra 300,000 yuan is the rebate generated from the purchase of clothes just now. And if you have another 30% of the soft rice value, you can participate in the lottery.
I don't know what good stuff I'll get.
At this moment, an idea popped into Fong Heng's head.
Since Leng Yu will get rebates if she spends money for him, then if he gives Leng Yu money and then asks Leng Yu to give money to him, will it also trigger the rebate from the Soft Rice King?
Fong Hong felt his pocket and found exactly $1 in it.
So he handed it to Leng Yu. Give. Leng Yu looked puzzled. What are you doing? Fong Hong said, take it first.
Leng Yu accepted the dollar.
Then what? Give it to me again. Here you go. Lan Yu put $1 in Fong Heng's palm.
Fong Hong was looking forward to the system prompt sound in his mind.
The result was nothing.
Just when he thought there was no hope, the system finally spoke. Only when your significant other spends money on your behalf can you trigger the soft Rice King rebate. Note, this system does not have any loopholes, and all rewards issued are reasonable.
Fong Hong sighed inwardly, and it really didn't work.
If you can find a bug, it would be like stepping on your right foot with your left foot and you can go straight to the sky. Lan Yu didn't know what Fong Hong was doing, but he didn't think much about his inexplicable behavior.
Afterwards, the two came to DL Jewelry Store.
This store is not far from the GC clothing store mentioned earlier, and is also a well-known high-end brand in Los Angeles. There are many wealthy ladies in the store, as well as young couples preparing to get engaged. As soon as he saw Lan Yu, the sharp-eyed clerk immediately came over.
Excuse me, is this Ms. Lang? It's me.
Lan Yu said lightly. Please come this way, both of you.
Please follow me to the private room on the second floor.
The manager will be here shortly. The two of them followed the clerk up the stairs to the second floor.
The customers below noticed this scene and were shocked. Some of them are regular customers.
They have never enjoyed such treatment.
Second floor box.
Fong Hong and Lan Yu sat down for a short while. The store manager Yang Huimei appeared in front of him, panting. She was about to go out to do something, but when she heard that the cold rain was coming, she turned around and hurried back. Others may not know this, but as the store manager of DL, she cannot be ignorant of it. Lan Yu is the famous president of Lightyear, and also a member of the Lung family.
The Lung family's influence in Los Angeles is beyond imagination. With just one word, DL can close down on the same day.
So when Lan Yu called personally last night to say that he wanted to customize a wedding ring,
Yang Huimei was both flattered and nervous.
She told her subordinates to work on it overnight and she herself did not sleep well the whole night.
Boss Lang, this is the ring you customized. Please take a look.
Yang Huimei pushed the ring box in front of Lan Yu, while carefully observing Fong Hong beside her. You should know that Lan Yu not only has a prominent family background, but also has a stunning appearance. Countless suitors racked their brains to get her, but this cold beauty was not moved at all. Now that she is looking at wedding rings with a man, it shows that their relationship is definitely not ordinary.
Lan Yu turned his head and asked, Fong Hong, what do you think of this ring? It's pretty. Fong Hong was a little surprised. He thought Lan Yu came to buy jewelry.
But since both of them are married, it is indeed a bit strange that there is no ring.
Then try it on first.
Lan Yu was about to take the ring, but Fong Hong got there first. Then, she felt a pair of warm big hands holding her palms, and the touch of a ring came from between her fingers.
Lan Yu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. It's quite suitable, Fong Hong said.
This was the first time he touched Lan Yu's hand.
It was soft and cool, and felt good.
Lan Yu was flustered for a moment, subconsciously pulled back his hand, and then took the ring out of the ring box.
I'll put it on for you, too.
Lan Yu held Fong Heng's hand, then put the ring on his ring finger and slowly pushed it in.
It seems a little tight, Fong Hong said.
Maybe the size is too small, Mr. Lang, please try this one.
Yang Huimei said hurriedly. Lan Yu took the new ring and put it on smoothly this time. Yeah, no problem. The scene of Fong Hong and Lan Yu putting rings on each other shocked Yang Huimei.
She hadn't thought about it that much at first, but the current situation was enough to show that the two of them were at the stage of discussing marriage.
Yang Huimei couldn't help but wonder who Fong Hong was and how he could win over Lan Yu, such a cold and beautiful woman. For a moment, Yang Huimei didn't even dare to breathe.
I was afraid that I would offend them if I wasn't careful.
This way, DL, and she will be finished. Chapter 9. I'll wait for you to come back.
Lan Yu was very satisfied with the ring, so he handed the bank card to Yang Huimei.
Go and pay the bill. Okay, Mr. Lang, Mr. Fong, please wait a moment.
Yang Huimei took the bank card with both hands, took a few steps back, then turned around and quickly walked downstairs.
After a while, the system prompt sounded again in Fong Heng's mind.
Ding, it's detected that the other half is spending money on the host, triggering the soft Rice King rebate. Congratulations to the host for accumulating 90% of the soft rice value. Fong Hong checked the balance, which was 500,000 more than before, now reaching a total of 1 million. In other words, this pair of rings costs 250,000, and the double rebate is exactly 500,000.
Fong Hong felt like he was dreaming.
In just a few days, he had an extra million in his hands. When he was with Lu Li, he was a typical moonlighter and could not save any money at all. After Yang Huimei came back, she handed over the bank card with both hands. Boss Lang, according to your request, this ring will cost a total of 500,000 yuan, but after discussing it with the boss, I've given you a 50% discount.
Fong Hong. 50% off? Wouldn't that'd be a huge loss of 500,000 yuan?
But when he thought about how Lang Yu had saved money, Fong Hong felt relieved.
To some extent. They are a couple that has both gained and lost money in the true sense.
Then, the two left the mall and returned to Junyuan. Lang Yu got out of the car and pointed to the express box at the door.
There's your delivery in there. I didn't buy anything online. You'll find out when you go and see.
Fong Hong took out a large stack of express parcels from inside and held them in his arms until they were almost higher than his head. He put down the package and checked the labels one by one.
It's all your name. Open it and take a look first.
Fong Hong guessed that this was something Lang Yu bought for him.
Open it and take a look. Sure enough, it was full of high-end brand men's shoes. Slippers, sneakers, leather shoes, etc. Any pair is worth a lot of money. But the strange thing is, if Lang Yu bought this, shouldn't he get a rebate from Soft Rice King? Hey, system, what's wrong with you? There's a malfunction, right? Lang Yu said, these were sent by President Shan. She owns a factory that makes shoes.
It turned out to be sent by the woman who called me yesterday.
But this is all thanks to Lang Yu. It's better to say that everything Fong Hong has now is thanks to Lang Yu.
Ever since he agreed to Lang Yu's proposal, his life has changed dramatically.
Lang Yu, thank you. Fong Hong said. You're welcome. By the way, I'm going to pick someone up at the airport and might be back late tonight. Okay, I'll wait for you to come back.
Soon, Lang Yu drove out of the villa courtyard. Through the rearview mirror, he subconsciously glanced at Fong Hong again. The sudden ringing of the cell phone forced Lang Yu to look straight ahead and speed up the car. On the other side, Fong Hong was trying on shoes, and the system prompt sound made him perk up. Congratulations to the host for accumulating 100% soft rice value. Will the host hold a lottery? It's finally time to draw the lottery. Fong Hong chose yes without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a physical enhancement. The soft rice value has been cleared.
You can continue to draw by reaccumulating it.
In an instant, a warm current seemed to be injected into Fong Hong's body, making him feel full of strength. Fong Hong put on his sneakers, went to the basketball court in the community, and tried to exercise. He was surprised to find that his speed, strength, and endurance had all increased several times. I guess with his current strength, killing a tiger with one punch is no problem. In his joy, Fong Hong played basketball with a little boy. The little boy's grandfather was leaning on a crutch, cheering excitedly on the side, his momentum comparable to that of a cheerleading team. Fong Hong was really worried that the old man would faint, so he returned to the villa not long after the fight.
The cold rain did not return until evening.
Fong Hong looked in the refrigerator and found that there was not much food left. When I closed the refrigerator, I saw the familiar cat sticker again. Fong Hong had seen this sticker several times, even in his room. Moreover, Lang Yu's phone lock screen and the decorations in her car all have cat elements.
It can be seen that Lang Yu must like cats very much. But what Fong Hong couldn't understand was that Lang Yu didn't deliberately raise a cat.
After closing the refrigerator door, Fong Hong prepared to go out to buy groceries. Having gained so many benefits from Lang Yu, it is natural that I should reward him. After all, his wife is out there earning money to support the family, so it's not appropriate for him, as a husband, to just stay home and be beautiful.
Fong Hong arrived at the vegetable market with ease.
When he lived with Lu Li before, he did all the housework, so things like buying groceries and cooking were easy for him. After Fong Hong picked out the vegetables and paid, he discovered that some were short of weight. He was arguing with the vegetable seller.
Something seemed to be happening not far away.
The vegetable seller simply abandoned her stall and ran to eat the melons, and Fong Hong couldn't stop her even after shouting at her from behind. He had no choice but to chase after him and said, "There's no point in running away.
This matter must be resolved for me."
The vegetable seller said, "Hey, young man, why are you so petty?
Wait a minute, someone is about to jump off the building." Fong Hong turned his head and saw a young girl standing on the opposite building.
A beautiful woman downstairs who looked like the girl's mother said, "Nana, mommy was wrong.
Come down quickly." "I won't," said the girl. "The girl's name is Wang Nana.
She is in her rebellious period. She originally went shopping with her mother Wang Meishan. She was lectured by her mother and in a fit of anger she climbed out of the railing of the fourth-floor balcony. Wang Meishan said, 'Be obedient.
It's dangerous up there. Mom won't scold you anymore.' I don't believe your nonsense." Wang Nana regretted it as soon as she climbed up.
She was trembling all over and her legs were starting to feel weak. But with so many people watching below, it was a bit embarrassing for a moment. At this moment, Wang Nana slipped and fell down.
The crowd was in an uproar. "Nana!"
Wang Meishan's heart suddenly rose to her throat. Fortunately, Wang Nana grabbed the guardrail quickly and did not fall directly, but her whole body was hanging in the air, precarious. Wang Nana no longer cared about her so-called face and cried out, "Mom, save me." Wang Meishan, a woman, knew she had no way to catch her daughter, so she turned to the crowd for help.
"Please, someone please save my daughter." The crowd looked at each other in bewilderment.
This was on the fourth floor, and no one was sure they could catch it.
If something unexpected happened, they might even be killed.
Therefore, when faced with Wang Meishan's request for help, no one was willing to step forward.
Fong Hong had no intention of taking action.
As soon as he arrived, he saw someone making a phone call.
The rescue team should be here soon.
Besides, he was not completely sure that he could save the girl. Unexpectedly, the vegetable seller pointed at Fong Hong and shouted, "Someone can save him." This handsome boy said he can.
Oh shit. Is this a ripoff? Fong Hong blared at the vegetable seller.
The vegetable seller snorted softly, obviously setting a trap for Fong Hong because of what happened just now.
Chapter 10. Do you have a girlfriend?
Others don't know these inside stories. When the vegetable seller heard what she said, she actually thought Fong Hong had volunteered, and all her attention was focused on him for a moment.
This little brother is really handsome and kind-hearted. Yeah, I don't have the courage at all.
We should learn from him.
Wang Meishan stumbled over and grabbed Fong Hong. Thank you, please save my daughter, she is about to fall." Fong Hong was a little speechless and really wanted to punch the vegetable seller twice.
But seeing Wang Meishan's anxious expression, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "Okay, don't get excited yet, I'll give it a try."
Woo! Mom, I can't hold on any longer.
Wang Nana's hands were almost out of strength and were sliding down little by little.
The hearts of the onlookers were hanging in the air. It's over. The rescue team hasn't arrived yet. It's too late.
This guy doesn't look very strong, and I don't think he has much strength. I'm afraid something bad will happen if he catches it. Yeah, this is the fourth floor, this is no joke. Some people choose to believe Fong Hong, but some people are not very optimistic.
This naturally includes the vegetable seller. She even thought darkly that it would be better if something happened to Fong Hong so that they wouldn't have to argue over the short wait. While everyone was talking about it, Wang Nana was completely exhausted and fell down at a very fast speed.
At the critical moment, Fong Hong suddenly rushed down like a shadow. Before Wang Nana fell to the ground, he caught her steadily. At this moment, the scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone was dumbfounded, looking at each other.
They didn't even realize that Fong Hong had already rescued the girl? Pa. Pa pa. Pa pa pa. First someone started applauding, and then it quickly spread.
The scene soon exploded again. No one expected that Fong Hong could rescue the girl so easily, and most importantly, both of them were unharmed. Even Fong Hong himself was surprised.
This physical enhancement was so terrifying. Boy, you are awesome. Brother, I, Manyopi, have never submitted to anyone, but today I have, and I admire you wholeheartedly. Hero. Husband. Praises came one after another, and Fong Hong was like the brightest star. But no matter how much he praised her, how come the word husband was even brought up? Fong Hong almost thought Lan Yu was also there.
At this moment, Wang Nana slowly opened her eyes.
The handsome face that came into view almost took her breath away. What a handsome little brother.
And he is also his savior.
No. This is the prince.
The moment she fell, she no longer held on to hope of survival. It was Fong Hong who gave her a second life.
Wang Nana just stared at Fong Hong infatuatedly. Even after being put down by Fong Hong, Wang Meishan asked her if she felt any discomfort, but she still did not respond. Fong Hong said, apart from some minor scratches, there should be no other problems. Wang Meishan felt that her daughter might have been too shocked. Then he looked at Fong Hong and began to express his gratitude. Fong Hong indicated that it was nothing, just a small favor. Wang Meishan looked at Fong Hong carefully and suddenly asked, "Handsome boy, do you have a girlfriend?" Hearing this, Wang Nana suddenly woke up. "Oh, Mom, what are you doing?" Wang Nana was both resentful and shy, and obviously misunderstood Wang Meishan's meaning, thinking that she was trying to match Fong Hong with herself. Wang Meishan glared at her daughter and said unhappily, "Don't think too much. Are you worthy of her? I'm asking on behalf of someone else." Wang Nana pursed her lips awkwardly. Fong Hong smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I'm already married." "Ah. What a pity. It seems my friend doesn't have this blessing." Wang Meishan was a little surprised. Wang Nana was a little disappointed. To be on the safe side, Wang Meishan plans to take Wang Nana to the hospital for a checkup. So Fong Hong parted ways with the mother and daughter. At this time, the rescue team arrived late. When they saw that everyone had dispersed, they were a little confused. Where are the people? Aren't you trying to save people? The leading rescue team leader asked others for information. Some enthusiastic people pointed at Fong Hong, who was leaving, and explained the situation. When they heard the whole story, the rescue team was shocked. It is because they are professionals that they know exactly how outrageous this is. Catching a person jumping off a building with bare hands is something that has a very low success rate, or is almost impossible. If someone else hadn't come to testify, they wouldn't have believed it was true. Therefore, when they looked at Fong Hong's leaving back, it was as if they were looking at a monster. The other side. Fong Hong returned to the vegetable stall he had been to. The vegetable seller was packing up her things and preparing to run away, but he caught her red-handed. Fong Hong said, "Auntie, you want to run away again? Our affairs are not resolved yet." The market manager also arrived with the rescue team. The rescue team left, but he didn't leave yet. Noticing the situation, the administrator immediately stepped forward. "Little brother, what happened?" Fong Hong said, "I just bought some groceries, and she deliberately shortchanged me and refused to refund me." Passers-by were surprised and angry, and they recognized Fong Hong, so they started to blame the vegetable seller. "You even cheat good people out of their money. Do you have any conscience left? Black-hearted stalls like this should be shut down immediately. If this isn't resolved, I won't come to this market again." "That's right. I'm also going to tell the people around me not to come." The crowd was outraged. The administrator's face immediately turned black. A similar situation had occurred before, and he ordered the vegetable seller to rectify the situation, but she made the same mistake again. This is a huge blow to the image of the vegetable market, not to mention that Fong Hong is a hero who bravely stood up for justice. He immediately said, "That's too much. Return the money immediately." The vegetable seller acted like a scoundrel and said, "How can this be? If you want to return the vegetables, just do it. I won't return them anyway." The administrator slapped the scale and shouted angrily, "Just try not to return the money." The vegetable seller shrank her neck, really frightened. Seeing that many people were scolding her, including many stall owners, they finally reluctantly returned the money to Fong Hong. "I'll only refund this time. I won't refund anyone next time," the vegetable seller muttered. The administrator snorted coldly, "You still want a next time? Starting tomorrow, you don't have to set up a stall anymore." After hearing this, the vegetable seller was dumbfounded. "I've already returned the money, why are you still treating me like this? My whole family depends on this stall for their livelihood. I gave you a chance before. This is your own fault. You can't blame anyone else. You are bullying me, I will fight you." The vegetable seller was so angry that she reached out to scratch the administrator. Fortunately, the administrator dodged in time, otherwise there would be a few more blood marks on his face. He immediately ordered the security guard to control the vegetable seller. "Clear her stall and throw her out with her." "Yes." Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the embarrassed vegetable-selling lady was dragged out of the market. Then the administrator said to Fong Hong with an apologetic look, "Sorry, little brother, it was our negligence.
Not only that, after learning about the situation, some stall owners sent fruits, vegetables, chickens, ducks, fish, and meat.
Fong Hong was flattered.
He never expected that after being forced to do a good deed, he would receive such treatment.
Chapter 11 Hug.
When Fong Hong returned, his hands were full of bags. Suddenly, a dark shadow jumped out of the bushes. Fong Hong was startled and thought it was a big black rat, but when he looked closely, he found it was a dirty kitten. The kitten chased him and meowed non-stop, and Fong Hong couldn't shake it off.
So the kitten was collecting tolls and took out some meat and gave it to the cat. I thought that was the end of it.
As a result, as soon as Fong Hong left, the kitten caught up with him.
It was obvious that the kitten was dependent on him.
He scanned a shared blue car and said, "If you can get on, I'll take you away." The kitten seemed to understand what people were saying and actually jumped up. Then he tilted his head and looked at Fong Hong, as if to say that he would keep his word. Fong Hong had no choice but to carry the little guy to Junyuan.
Passing by a pet store, I thought about giving it a bath first.
After the bath, the owner of the shop took it out.
Fong Hong almost thought he had recognized the wrong cat.
I saw the kitten that was dirty just now. At this moment, her appearance has directly risen several levels.
It's like it has transformed from an ugly duckling into a white swan.
The shop owner said, "Sir, you are so lucky to have picked up a purebred ragdoll cat."
Ragdoll cat? Fong Hong didn't know much about cats, he just thought this cat was pretty and looked like a little princess. Yes, this cat is of excellent quality. If it is inconvenient for you to keep it, I am willing to buy it for 10,000. 10,000? Fong Hong never thought that the cat he picked up casually could be worth 10,000? Well, if you think it's too low, I can add another 2,000. Of course, 5,000 is also fine.
The shop owner has been running the shop for many years, but this is the first time he has seen a doll of this quality. It just so happened that someone recently asked him to buy a cat.
He would definitely make a lot of money by buying and reselling the cat.
Forget it, I'll just keep it for myself. Fong Hong guessed that Lung Yu liked cats and decided to take the stuffed doll home as a gift to her.
The shop owner was stunned for a moment.
He didn't expect that Fong Hong was unwilling to sell it even though he offered 15,000 yuan.
He said, "Okay, can you please leave me your contact information? If the kitten gets sick or something else happens, you can contact me at any time." Good. Fong Hong and the store owner exchanged contact information.
Then he turned and walked towards the gate of Junyuan.
Watching this scene,
the shop owner was a little surprised. No wonder he refused to sell it even though I offered him 15,000 yuan. It turned out that Fong Hong was the owner of Junyuan.
Junyuan is well known in Luochang, and the people who live there are not ordinary people. Just then, the shop owner received a message. "How's the cat thing going?"
The shop owner immediately typed a reply, "I found a stuffed animal in excellent condition, but the other party is unwilling to sell it." He sent the photos he had just taken. Soon another new message came.
"Give me that person's contact information."
Fong Hong returned home and found that Lan Yu had not returned yet. He first took the kitten to his room and poured some newly bought cat food into it.
"Stay here and eat, don't run around, okay?"
The kitten meowed at him and then concentrated on eating the cat food.
Fong Hangzhou went into the kitchen and started preparing dinner.
During this time, Fong Hong also took the time to look at the cat, fearing that it would make a mess of the room.
Fortunately, the kitten was surprisingly well behaved.
After eating the cat food, it lay quietly on the floor and fell asleep. I worked for nearly an hour.
Fong Hong brought the last dish to the table.
There was a sound of cars outside.
Fong Hong couldn't help but feel happy. Lun Yu came back just in time.
In the courtyard, Lung Yu walked down from the car. She took a deep breath, adjusted her mood, and then walked towards the villa. When she opened the door, the aroma of food and Fong Heng's smile made her feel a little dazed for a moment.
"You're finally back, come, sit down and eat."
Fong Hong paused for a moment because he saw Lung Yu's red eyes and tear marks on her cheeks. This scene seemed to bring me back to the day when we first met. Lung Yu said nothing and turned into the bathroom.
Fong Hong returned to the dining table silently. He couldn't help but wonder who on earth could have hurt Lung Yu, a strong woman, so badly? Could it be the person she was going to pick up at the airport today? A moment later, Lung Yu walked out as if nothing had happened and everything was the same as usual. She pulled out a chair and sat down, saying, "Did you prepare this especially for me?" "Yes, if." Fong Hong hesitated to speak and finally did not ask.
Although I don't know what happened to Long Yu, if she wants to say something, she will tell me sooner or later.
What's wrong? It's okay, let's eat quickly, the food is getting cold. Then I won't be polite.
Long Yu picked up a piece of meat and nodded with satisfaction after tasting it. I didn't expect you to be such a good cook.
Long Yu said in surprise. It's okay, I just cook a lot. That's pretty impressive. Fong Hung was surprised that Long Yu would praise him. When he was with Luli, no matter how delicious the food he cooked was, Luli would never praise him. On the contrary, when I didn't do it well, Luli would keep ridiculing me.
Thanks.
Thank you again.
There's no need to be so polite between us.
Good.
The two finished their meal. Long Yu vaguely heard the cat's meow, and a hint of doubt appeared on her pretty face.
Fong Hong took the opportunity to ask, I see there are a lot of cat-related elements in your home. Do you like cats?
Yes.
That's perfect. I want to give you a gift. Fong Hong stood up and walked towards the room. You wouldn't.
Long Yu had a vague guess as to what the gift would be.
No wonder she heard the cat's meow just now. She thought it was an auditory hallucination. Fong Hong took the kitten out and said, This is for you. So cute.
Long Yu was immediately fascinated, her beautiful eyes fixed on the kitten.
Give me a hug and try. Fong Hong said.
However, when he handed the kitten to Long Yu subconsciously took half a step back.
Are you afraid? Fong Hong saw Long Yu's resistance and couldn't help feeling a little confused. It's very well behaved and doesn't bite. Fong Hong tried to put the cat in her arms. Don't.
Long Yu struggled and took a few steps back. My thoughts suddenly jumped to my childhood. The sky was clear, and she happily took the cat home. Her mother also reminded her not to get scratched. But the scene changed, and a violent storm broke out in the sky, and the cat was no longer breathing. She confronted the man and asked him why he did this, but was slapped hard in the face.
After the man left,
Long Yu hugged the dead cat and cried loudly in the rain.
It's all her fault. If she hadn't brought the cat home, this wouldn't have happened. Chapter 12 I've never been in love. Thoughts returned to reality.
Only then did Long Yu realize that Fong Hong was holding her hand, and the ragdoll cat in his arms was calling softly at her.
Don't be afraid, I'm here. Fong Hong took her trembling hand and slowly placed it on the kitten.
At this moment, the invisible things that had been hindering her since childhood seemed to disappear in an instant. When Fong Hong came out of the shower, he found Long Yu still sitting in the rocking chair on the balcony petting the cat. The sky is full of stars and the bright moon, coupled with the beauties and dolls, it is truly a beautiful scene that is pleasing to the eyes. He asked curiously, You like cats so much, why did you look so scared just now?
Long Yu said, Because of one person. Ex-boyfriend?
Long Yu looked speechless, I've never been in love.
Fong Hong seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. With Long Yu's beauty, it is surprising that she has no emotional experience. But if you think about it carefully, it's not surprising. Long Yu has a cold personality and is too outstanding in all aspects. Most people would definitely be discouraged. Who is that? I don't want to talk about him. It seems I asked something I shouldn't have asked. It's okay, you'll see him later. Fong Hong understood instantly, it seemed to be her family.
Long Yu asked, This doll is in great condition.
Where did you buy it? I found it on the road. No one would normally lose a cat like this. You must have spent quite a bit of money on it, right? I really found it. Don't lie to me.
It was not until Fong Hang explained the whole story that Long Yu finally believed it.
Good luck.
I may not be good at other things, but I do have luck.
Anyway, thank you. To be honest, I'm very surprised and very happy tonight.
Long Yu's words came from the bottom of her heart. Because of Fong Hong, she was indeed in a much better mood.
Fong Hong said, Long Yu, this is where you're wrong.
Long Yu suddenly didn't understand what Fong Hong meant.
You said it yourself during dinner.
There's no need for us to be so polite. She suddenly realized and smiled faintly.
It's my fault. Now we're not allowed to say thank you anymore. Good.
This was the first time Long Yu smiled in these days, which gave Fong Hong a big shock. Long Yu's smile was like a spring breeze, adding a different color to her beautiful face.
Late at night, Fong Hong had just fallen asleep. He was woken up by a phone call. The other party asked bluntly, "Are you selling ragdoll cats?" "Not for sale." Fong Hong realized that the pet shop owner had probably given his information to someone else. "Make an offer." "I said I won't sell it." Fong Hong was a little unhappy because he was woken up from his sleep. "So I hung up the phone directly." Room on the second floor. Lang Yu lay in bed for a long time, unable to fall asleep. For many days and nights, she went in and out of here alone. I recall what Hung said before I left, "I'll wait for you to come back," and how he said, "You're finally back," when I returned and opened the door. She suddenly felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. The weekend is the day we agreed to meet Ms. Shan together. The time is set for noon. Lang Yu went out early in the morning. Fong Hung took advantage of this time to return to the apartment and prepare to complete the termination procedures. But he met Lu Li. Seeing him riding a shared xiaolan, Lu Li said with a smile, "Fong Hung, I thought you were some wealthy young master. It seems that bike isn't yours." Fong Hengza didn't give her a good look at all. "None of your business." "Why is it none of my business? If you're really good, I can brag to others when I go out." Fong Hung ignored her and walked straight to the apartment door. Lu Li followed like a follower. "Hey, Fong Hung, please take me off the blacklist. I can't even chat with you anymore. We've broken up, what else is there to talk about?" Fong Hong said coldly. "Why can't we chat anymore? Others can still be friends after breaking up. Why are you so bitter and resentful? Others are other people. I can't do it." Fong Hong entered the elevator and tried to get rid of Lu Li. Lu Li still followed in shamelessly. Looking at the aloof Fong Hong, Lu Li almost became infatuated with him. Why didn't I realize Fong Hong was so handsome before? I noticed the GC label on Fong Heng's clothes, and then looked at the shoes on his feet, which were also high-end and well-known brands. Lu Li couldn't help but widen her eyes. She was very familiar with these things. The total cost is at least 100,000. Lu Li was surprised and asked, "Fong Hong, you are not really the young master of a wealthy family, are you?" Fong Hong just glanced at her. Lu Li swallowed and suddenly reached out her hand to Fong Heng. "Let me see if it's genuine." Fong Hong grabbed her hand and said, "Don't touch me." "Gently, gently, Fong Hong, you have changed. You were not like this to me before. Have you fallen in love with another woman?" Lu Li said in pain. Fong Hong snorted coldly, "It's all thanks to you, and I'm already married, please don't harass me anymore. I've already humbled myself so much, can't you just stop being so angry?" Lu Li was about to get angry. As for Fong Heng's talk of getting married, she didn't take it seriously at all. She just thought it was an excuse for Fong Hong not wanting to get back together. He. Between words, the two got out of the elevator. Fong Hong walked out quickly. Lu Li followed behind with difficulty in her high heels. "Ah!" Lu Li suddenly screamed and then fell to the ground. She secretly observed Fong Heng's reaction. "Snort! You have to force me, right? I don't believe that you will remain unmoved." Sure enough, Fong Hong stopped and turned to look at her. "The opportunity has come." Lu Li took the opportunity to put a few drops of eye drops on her eyes and said, "Fong Hong, I sprained my ankle. Come and help me. If you want to scam people, I suggest you go on the street." Lu Li was so angry that her mouth almost twisted. She forced herself to smile and said, "I really sprained my ankle. It hurts so much now. Figure it out yourself." The whole scene was seen by all the neighbors. They all lamented that Fong Hong and Lu Li had swapped identities. Before this, Fong Hong had always been trying to please Lu Li. After Fong Hong left, a man who had long had feelings for Lu Li came forward. He smiled and said, "Your boyfriend is so heartless. Let me help you." Lu Li rolled her eyes at him, stood up and said, "Stop meddling in other people's business." "Are you pretending?" "Shut up." The man was humiliated, and Lu Li set out to chase Fong Hong again. In the room, Fong Hong took the video and sent it to the landlord, and the checkout procedures were completed quickly. At this time, Lu Li appeared at the door. Fong Hong glanced at her feet and said, "It seems you have the ability to instantly repair yourself." Lu Li was a little embarrassed and immediately changed the subject. "You're moving, where are my things?" Lu Li thought Fong Hong had moved her things to the new house. This would give me an excuse to go along. They're all at the garbage station. Go look there. You actually threw away all my things? Fong Hong, I'm telling you, this matter is definitely not over. Chapter 13. Ex-girlfriend asks for reconciliation. Fong Hong asked with interest, why is it never over? I have plenty of ways to deal with you. If you know what's good for you, just get back together with me, or you'll see what happens. Are you actively asking me to get back together? But sorry, even if I stay single for the rest of my life, I will never be with you. Luli finally couldn't stand it anymore. I thought if I lowered my stance, Fong Hang would stop while he was ahead, but he became more and more excessive. She flew into a rage and said, Fong Hong, I've already given you a lot of face, don't be ungrateful. Fong Hong said with a smile, are you anxious? Why are you always pestering me? Why don't you go find that male best friend? Then, as if suddenly enlightened, she said, oh, I remember now. He went to the sewing machine. Luli was stunned for a moment. To be honest, Wang Zhenghao really hadn't sent her any messages recently. But it doesn't matter. Since they met, she no longer has any feelings for Wang Zhenghao. It doesn't matter whether he is dead or alive. Luli still has some feelings for Fong Hong in her heart. She knew very well that there were more wolves than meat now, and it would be difficult to find a man as handsome and considerate as Fong Hong. So she suppressed her anger and said in a whisper, I was wrong. I won't look for a male best friend anymore. What did you say? Your voice was too soft. I didn't hear you. I said I was wrong. I won't look for a male best friend anymore. Luli said aggrievedly. Fong Hong was a little surprised. He never thought that Luli would take the initiative to admit her mistake one day. It's too late. Luli heard the seriousness in his tone and finally realized that Fong Hong was not just throwing a tantrum. She was at a loss as to what to do and stood there blankly. I just watched Fong Hong leave. The man who had feelings for Luli just now thought he had found the right time. He came forward with a smile and said, Beauty, the old must go before the new can come. It's because he doesn't know how to cherish. Be with me. I'm a warm-hearted man. I promise that you will never suffer any grievances in the future. Luli immediately vented all her dissatisfaction on the man. Get lost, you're a warm man, you know warm men come after dogs? The man was suddenly speechless and his face looked extremely ugly. Walnut Western Restaurant. Located in the food city beside Luochun Lake, it is well known in the city. At this time, it's the box on the second floor. The arrival of Leng Yu made Wang Meishan very happy. She stood up to greet him warmly, then glanced outside the box. Boss Leng, where is your brother-in-law? Why didn't you bring him here? Leng Yu said, he has something to do, come over later. That's good. Wang Meishan said to her daughter who was playing with her phone, Nana, hurry up and call for help. Wang Nana looked up at Leng Yu. She was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that the friend her mother was talking about would be so young and beautiful. Her fair skin and delicate face made her, even though she was voted the school belle, feel envious. Hello, Auntie. Wang Meishan said, what are you yelling about, kid? Mr. Leng is only a few years older than you. Wang Nana said, then you treat her as your younger sister, and I call her elder sister. Wouldn't that mess up the generations? Let's talk about our own things. Anyway, you have to call me sister. You can't be so rude. Wang Nana said weakly, okay, hello, Sister Leng. Leng Yu nodded. Wang Meishan said, Boss Leng, please take a seat first. Don't pay any attention to this little girl. She almost pissed me off to death yesterday. What's wrong? Wang Meishan recounted what happened yesterday. Leng Yu was a little surprised after hearing this and said, Boss Shan, you still need to be patient when communicating with children. Nana has a strong sense of self-esteem at her age. Wang Nana instantly took a liking to Leng Yu and agreed, Sister Leng is right. Unlike some people, they are like tigresses, yelling and screaming at every turn. It's because you're disobedient. Let me tell you, if you do something stupid again, I'll kill you first. Wang Nana shrank her neck. She just wanted to scare Wang Meishan yesterday and she didn't really think it was a bad idea. She never thought that she would end up making things worse. I will never dare to let her do this again. Her life is more important than anything else. But she still said stubbornly, it doesn't matter, no one cares. If I had known yesterday, I wouldn't have asked that handsome boy to save you. If you don't ask that little brother for help, he will definitely help me.
Lang Yu felt helpless about the way the mother and daughter got along. She said, I just heard you say that the man saved Nana with his bare hands. He was really amazing. Yes, he is not only powerful, but also handsome, just like a prince.
Wang Nana immediately became interested. She even shared this incident with her classmates last night.
When the girls found out, they were so excited that they kept chasing her for Fang Heng's photo.
Wang Meishan smiled and said, yes, that handsome boy is good looking. I even asked him if he had a girlfriend. Miss Shan, are you planning to find a father for Nana? Lung Yu asked. Wang Meishan, what's going on? Didn't you say you were asking for a friend? Wang Nana said angrily.
Wang Meishan immediately explained, oh, you misunderstood. I actually wanted to introduce that handsome boy to President Lang.
Boss Shan, I'm married. Yes, Sister Lang is already married. Wang Nana said.
When I asked, I just remembered that luckily that handsome guy was also married, otherwise this whole thing would have been so awkward.
Wang Nana looked suspicious. Wang Meishan, you'd better do as you said. I'm already old, how could I possibly harm a young handsome guy? And don't be disrespectful. Call me mom when you're out there. If you dare to find me a stepfather, don't even think about me calling you mom in the future. This stinky girl. As he was speaking, the waiter came in and told him that a dish was out of stock. So Wang Meishan went downstairs to order new dishes. After ordering the food, I was about to go upstairs. But then I saw a familiar figure pushing the door and entering the restaurant. Wang Meishan was stunned for a moment. Handsome boy? Fan Hong was also stunned when he saw the other party. What a coincidence, you're eating here too. Yeah, I'm entertaining friends today, how about you?
Fan Hong said, I came to accompany my wife and meet her friends.
Since we are so destined to meet, why don't we just sit at the same table? No, we'll get together again next time we have a chance. Oh well. After the two separated, Wang Meishan turned around and walked upstairs. Fan Hong asked the waiter about the location of the restroom.
He straightened his appearance at the washstand. After all, he was meeting Lang Yu's business partner today, so he absolutely couldn't mess it up. After confirming that there were no problems, Fan Hong followed the box number Lang Yu had given him and turned to walk upstairs.
Chapter 14, Such an Enviable Love. Second floor box.
After Wang Meishan sat down, she began to keep the audience in suspense.
Guess who I bumped into downstairs just now? The two women were attracted by the attention. Wang Nana asked, who did you run into? Could it be the little brother who saved me yesterday?
You guessed it right, what a coincidence.
Ah. Then why don't you invite him over for dinner?
He came with his wife, and I suggested we share a table, but he refused.
What a pity. Wang Nana said dejectedly. It's okay, we came early, we'll go find him after dinner. Great. Sister Lang, you can go with us later. That boy is really handsome. Wang Nana said in a somewhat infatuated way.
You guys go, I still don't want to.
Lung Yu politely refused.
She was not interested in the man they were talking about. Even if he is a handsome guy, he may not be as handsome as Fan Hong.
Between words, the box door was pushed open from the outside. Fan Hong walked in and said apologetically, sorry, I'm late.
When the mother and daughter saw him, they were stunned at first and then stood up immediately. Wang Meishan said, handsome boy, you're here.
Come sit down and have a cup of tea. Little brother, why don't you agree to my mom's suggestion and let our two families share a table?
My mom has money anyway, so just let her pay the bill.
Fan Hong said, thank you both for your kindness, but I think I went to the wrong box.
Lang Yu, who had been silent the whole time, finally said, I didn't go to the wrong box.
I'm here. Fan Hong looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lang Yu in the corner.
As soon as he entered the room, he was attracted by the mother and daughter, so he thought he had walked into the wrong box.
Fan Hong also quickly realized that Wang Meishan was Lang Yu's business partner.
It was really Xiao Xiao's mother who opened the door for Xiao Xiao.
What a coincidence. Wang Nana was stunned and said, little brother, so you are Sister Lang's husband. Fan Hong nodded and walked over to sit next to Lang Yu.
Wang Meishan forced her daughter to sit down, and then took the initiative to pour Fan Hong a cup of tea.
What a coincidence. I was thinking of introducing you two to each other and maybe even finding a match. Fan Hong joked, you almost put our relationship into crisis. That's right. What if both the little brother and sister Lung agree? It will be so awkward when they meet. Wang Nana said. Yes, blame me, blame me. Several people couldn't help laughing as they talked. Lung Yu whispered to Fong Hong, why are you so late? Didn't you get a taxi on the way? There were too many people, and there was a bit of a traffic jam. Fong Hong was late because he took a taxi. If he had taken a shared Xiaolan, it would have been much faster. Wang Meishan asked, what are you two whispering about? Fong Hong said there was a traffic jam on the road, so he was late. It's nothing. We are all friends. Besides, my brother-in-law is Nana's savior. How could I care about such a thing? Wang Nana said, yes, let alone being late for a while, even leaving us out in the cold for a whole day would be no problem. After a while, the meals were served one after another. Several people started eating and chatting. Wang Meishan asked curiously, Boss Lang, how did you and your brother-in-law meet? I've never heard you mention him before. Lang Yu said, Fong Hang and I have known each other since childhood, but we haven't seen each other for a long time. It seems like they are childhood sweethearts and have liked each other since they were young. Yes. Fong Hong responded and subconsciously looked at Long Yu. This childhood sweetheart identity is not in the script. What if Wang Meishan asks about her childhood? Didn't everything get exposed at once? Wang Meishan asked again, so where is my brother-in-law working now? Lung Yu replied, Fong Hong is also in light years now. It's amazing that my brother-in-law is willing to do this for you. Wang Meishan was slightly surprised, and her eyes were full of admiration when she looked at Fong Hong. Lung Yu is from the Long family. In her opinion, the person who had known Leng Yu since childhood and married her must have an extraordinary status. Now Fong Hong has definitely given up his main job and chose to enter light year for Lung Yu. Wang Nana held her cheeks and said, What an enviable love. Seeing that the mother and daughter had no doubts, Fong Hong breathed a sigh of relief. Next, Lang Yu and Wang Meishan began to discuss cooperation matters. Wang Nana secretly took a photo of Fong Hang and sent it to the classmates group. The classmates group instantly exploded. Fuck, Wang Nana, it turns out such a handsome guy saved you? Wang Nana, you deserve to die. I need this little brother's contact information. Me too, waiting online, very urgent. Wang Nana typed a reply, don't even think about it, she's already married. There was an instant wailing among the classmates. No. Do you have a photo of his wife? Post it and I'll criticize her severely. Yes, I want to see which woman is so bold as to steal my man. Wang Nana took another secret photo of Leng Yu and sent it to the group. Are you sure this isn't a picture from the internet? I can tell at a glance that it's either beautification or Photoshop. Wang Nana took a photo of the couple and sent it to the group. Do you think my phone has a beauty function? At this time, the classmates were silent. Wang Nana uses an Apple phone, which obviously does not have beauty filters. They now had to accept this fact. Why are you all silent? After seeing the photos, I really don't deserve it. This girl is prettier than you, the school beauty. What else can we say? If someone said this in the past, Wang Nana would definitely not accept it. She is the campus beauty of Los Angeles #1 high school. But now Wang Nana is convinced, because Leng Yu is indeed more beautiful than her. After seeing off the mother and daughter, Fong Hong and Leng Yu got in the car. How is the cooperation negotiation going? Fong Hong asked. Originally, he was aware of the progress of the negotiations between the two. The result is just a matter of washing your hands. When I came back, I found that the discussion was over. It went very smoothly, thanks to you. Don't flatter me like that, I didn't do anything. No, this time it's really thanks to you. Leng Yu knew Wang Meishan quite well. Although they often cooperate in business and have a good relationship, Wang Meishan is a person who clearly distinguishes between public and private affairs. Never make any concessions on the issue of interests. She personally followed up on this business for nearly a whole month. There had been no progress at all and we didn't have much hope for today's negotiations, but it ended up being a success unexpectedly. Not only that, Wang Meishan also took the initiative to give up a few points of profit. In the past, this would have been impossible. Obviously, this is all thanks to Fong Hong. It just so happens that I have a gift for you too. Leng Yu said as he started the car. Fong Hong was a little curious about what gift Leng Yu was going to give him. Chapter 15 Our Home.
Finally, the Audi S8 stopped at the dealership. Fong Hong realized that Long Yu wanted to give him a car.
Sharing Xiaolan is actually pretty good.
There's no traffic jams and you can park wherever you want. Lang Yu said, when you go to my house next time, you can't ride the shared Xiaolan, right?
It's not impossible. You can do it, but I can't. You are mine, so you have to listen to me.
Lang Yu pulled Fong Hong inside.
This moment. Fong Hong found that Lang Yu was like the overbearing CEO in the novel, while he was like the obedient little wife. Come to the Mercedes-Benz dealership. Fong Hong couldn't help but feel a little excited.
It seems that the rebate from Soft Rice King can come in handy again today.
After a while,
a woman with a manager badge on her name hurried downstairs. Then he took the initiative to step forward to greet the two of them.
Boss Lang, this way please.
While the manager was speaking, he was also secretly observing Fong Hang.
She couldn't help but wonder what the relationship between the two was.
When I saw the same style of rings on Lang Yu and Fong Hang's ring fingers,
the manager was shocked. Oh my god. They are actually a couple.
Lang Yu is the famous CEO of Lightyears.
Who is this man? Director of a well-known group? Or the young master of a super family? The manager didn't dare to be negligent and immediately added, Sir, you too. Lang Yu said, let my husband look around the store, and we can just chat. Understood.
The manager immediately shouted to the counter, Foreman's son, please serve this gentleman.
No, I can do it myself.
When Fong Hung buys things, he actually doesn't like having a salesperson next to him to introduce the products.
Okay.
The manager hurriedly signaled the foreman, who came running over to go back. In this way, Fong Hong walked around the huge car showroom by himself.
And not far away,
a man and a woman were following his movements with their eyes.
The two are an engaged couple, but they don't have any actual relationship. Because their families forced them to get married, they just live together. Still looking? Your drool is almost falling.
The man was a little jealous.
The woman said dissatisfiedly, what's wrong? I can't marry a handsome guy, so I can't take a look? What's wrong with a handsome guy? If you marry him, he can buy you a car and a house, right? He came here to buy a car, too. How do you know he can't afford it?
Looking at Fong Hang's dress and temperament, the woman thought he was not an ordinary person.
Even if I could afford it, it wouldn't be a very good car. The most expensive one in that area is only a little over 500,000 yuan.
The man continued, I just ordered a car worth 1 million.
Just be content. Being handsome can't make a living. The woman couldn't refute it for a moment. This is Fong Hang's side. I didn't realize I was being judged. He is still debating which car to choose. Isn't 500,000 a bit too expensive? Fong Hong muttered to himself. Not long after, Lang Yu walked over. Okay, let's go and handle the formalities. Ha? I haven't picked one yet. No need to choose, I reserved it for you last night. It's a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. The money has already been paid. This. Fong Hangren was confused. He was still wondering if 500,000 was too expensive. As a result, Lang Yu directly bought a Mercedes-Benz G?
It turns out that when Lang Yu asked him to take a look just now, he really meant just to take a look, instead of letting him choose the car model.
So Fong Hong and Lang Yu went to handle the formalities.
Then the staff moved the car out of the warehouse.
In full view of the public, Fong Hong began to inspect and test drive.
He touched the steering wheel and felt his blood boiling.
Many people are envious. This is the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, the dream of many men.
The other side. The engaged couple was also stunned when they saw this.
The woman said, what else do you want to say now? A Mercedes-Benz G-Class should cost 2 million, right? Are others better than you?
The man was immediately frustrated.
It's not just amazing, it's a complete thrashing.
He managed to buy a car worth nearly 1 million yuan by taking out a loan and scraping together money from all over the place.
But he still couldn't help but say, so what?
That guy is so handsome, but he looks like a gigolo at first glance.
The woman said disdainfully, even if she's a gigolo, what's wrong with that? If you have the ability, why don't you do it? I can't let go of this face. It's not that you can't let go of this face, it's that you don't have the capital.
If I were a rich woman, I would also choose that handsome guy.
As for you, haha, I wouldn't even want you to pay me. The man was finally speechless. If he could make a living by relying on his looks, he wouldn't want to work so hard. After everything is done,
Fong Hong and Lang Yu drove away from the dealership in their own cars.
Passers-by were attracted by it. An Audi S8. A Mercedes-Benz G.
They are both million-level luxury cars.
Who are these two people? On the way back, Fong Hong took a look at the system. It seems that because of Lang Yu's identity, the manager gave him a discount.
This Mercedes-Benz G-Class costs exactly 2 million. Therefore, he received a rebate of 4 million, plus the previous 1 million, his savings now have reached 5 million.
The soft rice value that was previously reset to 0 has now reached 50%.
It is estimated that the lottery will be available again soon.
In the evening, Fong Hong received the call from last night again. Brother, are you selling cats? Didn't I say I wouldn't sell it? Think about it again. Price is not an issue. No, if you call me again, I'll block you. Fong Hong hung up the call directly. The cat has already been given to Lang Yu, so how could Fong Hong sell it to someone else?
Besides, he had no intention of selling it from the beginning.
What's wrong? Lang Yu came out holding the cat. Fong Hong told her about this.
Lang Yu stroked the cat and said, "This little fellow is indeed of excellent quality. It seems that the other party wants him very much."
I won't sell that either. Lang Yu said, "By the way, the sales manager has passed the review. I will ask Sumu to arrange a new position for him on Monday." Fong Hong couldn't help but feel happy for Li Hua. Thanks.
He subconsciously thanked Lang Yu, but when he thought of what the other party had said before, he immediately covered his mouth.
Lang Yu said, "If you really want to thank me, how about you cook tonight?" No problem, what do you want to eat?
As they were talking, the two of them came to the kitchen.
It's all fine, as long as you do it. I'll help you out. Lang Yu put the cat down and took the apron hanging beside her.
Fong Hong hurriedly said, "No, I can do it alone."
How can this be? We are a family of two, so of course we have to help each other. Fong Hong was stunned. Lang Yu stuffed the apron into his arms. Hurry up, my chef. Do you like potatoes? Fong Hong asked.
I like it very much, she said.
I actually like it too.
Then let's make something potato related as the first dish.
Good.
As the sky grew darker, the two of them started to get busy in the kitchen. Lang Yu cooks almost every day, but for some reason, she feels particularly happy tonight.
Chapter 16. You're going to be lucky today. Inside a high-end club,
the man was holding a beautiful woman in his arms.
At this time, the younger brother came in, groveled, and said, "Master Su, the other party still doesn't want to sell the cat. Give me the phone, I'll call you myself."
The younger brother hurriedly handed over the phone with both hands.
Su Koan immediately made a call.
However, as soon as the call was connected, before I had time to speak, the other party hung up. I couldn't get through when I called again.
Obviously I was blocked.
Su Koan cursed, "How shameless." The seductive woman's hands were circling the man's strong chest.
"Mr. Su, please think of another way."
Su Koan slapped the woman, and there was a pop sound, and the woman screamed.
"Mr. Su, you are so bad." Su Koan said, "You bitch, you're such a troublemaker. I'm rich, I can even get you a tiger, but you just want that cat? It looks a lot like a cat I used to have. Chen Ting's previous cat went to the Meow planet, and she recently wants to get a new cat." Su Koan searched almost every pet store in Los Angeles, but she was not satisfied until she saw the photo of the ragdoll cat yesterday. She felt that the two cats were so similar, as if they were the one she had raised before. "Okay, I will definitely get it for you," Su Koan said confidently. There is nothing that Su Koan can't do in Los Angeles. If I can't even handle a mere cat, wouldn't people laugh at me if word got out? Chen Ting happily kissed Su Koan and said, "Thank you, Mr. Su. I knew you were the best."
Su Koan hugged Chen Ting and said with a wicked smile, "I'll let you experience something even better later."
On Monday, Fong Hong got up and walked out of the room. The kitten came forward on its own initiative. Fong Hong patted its head perfunctorily and then left it aside. At the dinner table, he saw a breakfast and a sticky note next to it. "I'm going to work, remember to eat breakfast. Fang Heng grabbed the pen beside him and replied to Lang Yu on it.
After washing his face, brushing his teeth and having breakfast, he prepared to go to work at light years.
I've thought about resigning before.
But since President Guangyan is his wife, it would be nice to hang out with her occasionally. Moreover, Lang Yu promised to arrange a position for him where he could slack off.
Walk out of the villa. Fang Heng always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it.
It wasn't until I saw the car keys that I realized what was going on.
I almost forgot that I am a car owner now. So Fang Heng turned back to the villa.
Drive the Mercedes-Benz G out of the garage.
Leave Jun Yuan.
Fang Heng saw a group of people gathered at the pet shop he had visited before. The store was in a mess, even the signboard was smashed. The shop owner had bruises on his face and was surrounded and pushed around by the crowd. Although it is not clear why.
Fang Heng felt inexplicably relieved. After all, it was the store owner who leaked his contact information. As a result, I was harassed by that person again by phone while cooking last night.
In the end, he was so angry that he blocked the other person.
Arrived light years away. Fang Heng was stopped at the door.
The guard said, "Hello, sir.
Outsiders need to register."
Fang Heng flashed his work badge through the car window and said, "I'm from Light Years."
Looking at the words sales department staff on the work badge.
The guard was amazed.
An ordinary employee drives a Mercedes-Benz G-Class to work? This doesn't make sense.
Besides, I have never encountered it before.
Could it be some suspicious person?
It happened that Ma Shun, the head of the security department, passed by at this moment.
He asked, "What's wrong?"
The guard explained the situation. Ma Shun walked forward and saw that the person sitting in the car was Fang Heng.
He was deeply impressed by Fang Heng.
I remember that when I went to the president's office, leaders from several departments were there.
Everyone was standing except Fang Heng, who was sitting alone. Moreover, even President Lang Yu would ask for Fang Heng's opinion when making decisions.
Therefore, Ma Shun silently took note of Fang Heng, knowing that this person's identity and status were definitely extraordinary. Now that Fang Heng drives a Mercedes-Benz G-Class to work, Ma Shun is even more convinced that his guess is correct. So he pushed the guard aside, smiled at Fang Heng, and said very respectfully, "Mr. Fang, I'm sorry. It was my negligence." The guard looked confused. Ma Shun is the head of the security department, but judging by his work badge, Fang Heng is just an ordinary employee in the sales department.
Although the two are not from the same department, there is a difference in their status. Why is Ma Shun so respectful to the other party? What are you standing there for? Why don't you let Mr. Fang pass?
Following Ma Shun's scolding, the guard came to his senses and immediately raised the lifting rod with the remote control.
Watched Fang Heng leave.
Ma Shun patted the guard on the head and said, "You really have no sense. If you make that gentleman angry, you and I will both be kicked out."
The guard adjusted his hat and asked in confusion, "Manager Ma, who was that gentleman just now?" Don't ask so many questions.
All you need to know is that even the president has to ask for his opinion before making a decision.
Hiss. The guard gasped. Even the president has to consult Fang Heng before making a decision? How terrifying is the other party's true identity? Think of this. The guard couldn't help but feel a little scared. Sales department office.
Fang Heng popped a grape into his mouth and said, "Managerly, I just counted on my fingers and it says you're going to have great luck today." Li Hua sorted through the documents and said, "Come on, I fell into a pit when I left home today, and I almost got late."
Through the window. Sumu walked into the sales department. "Look, good luck is coming," Fang Heng said. "What the hell is good luck?" Li Hua felt vaguely uneasy.
Sumu serves as the president's assistant.
Generally, they don't move around departments easily. Once they appear in a department, it means there is a special situation. Li Hua couldn't help but think. Did I do something wrong? At this time Sumu came in.
"Manager Li, come with me." As Sumu spoke, his eyes subconsciously looked at Fang Heng.
Li Hua's hair suddenly stood on end. It's over. Although I don't know why. But my intuition told me that it was probably not a good thing.
Li Hua glanced at the office reluctantly, then patted Fang Heng on the shoulder.
Then he left with Sumu. President's office. Lang Yu was checking the documents meticulously. Sumu said, "President, the person is here." Hello, Mr. Lang. Lang Yu put down the pen in his hand and said slowly, managerly, are you willing to pay more for Guangyan? Li Hua felt uneasy. Does this mean that you feel you are not making enough progress in your work? Boss Lang, I will definitely do my best in the future. I hope you will show some mercy. Sumo interrupted Li Hua and said, managerly, you only need to answer yes or no. There is no need to say anything else. Yes, of course I am. I am willing to give everything for Guangyan, even my life. Lang Yu noticed Li Hua's nervousness. She said calmly, no need to be so exaggerated. Congratulations. From now on, you will be the sales manager and will continue to shine for Guangyan. Chapter 17 She is my woman. Li Hua's mind went blank. Sales department, manager? Did I hear that right? Is this a promotion? Li Hua reacted and was so excited that he couldn't express it in words, and even stuttered when he spoke. He never dreamed that he would be promoted to sales manager. I don't know how many people are drooling over this position. Given his qualifications and background, he had never had any expectations before. It seems that just as Fong Hong said, I am very lucky today. Lang Yu said, okay, Sumu, take managerly to hand over the work. Clear. Until the moment before the door closed, Li Hua was still expressing his gratitude to Lang Yu. After the two left, Lang Yu took out his cell phone and found the number. After the call was connected, her tone unconsciously became a little gentle, and she said, come to my office. Not long. Fong Hong walked into the office. Lang Yu stood up and asked, have you had breakfast? I ate it. I saw the sticky note too. I even replied to it. What did you write? Lang Yu asked curiously. Fong Hong kept the secret on purpose. It's a secret. You'll know when you get home from get off work. Lang Yu felt somewhat helpless, and said with a resentful look in his eyes, you're still teasing me. Fong Hong chuckled. Lang Yu continued, by the way, I've thought about it and think that a secretary in the CEO's office is one of the positions that meets your requirements. What do you think? As long as I can catch some fish, that's fine. Sumu sometimes does secretarial work. It's very leisurely, so you can slack off whenever you want. Then this one. Fong Hong never expected that one day he would openly discuss the issue of slacking off with the president. This is also a great spectacle. The two just finished chatting. Long Rushua rushed into the office angrily. She said angrily, Lang Yu, what do you mean, why did you touch my people again? Lang Yu casually picked up the documents from the desk. You mean the former sales manager, right? Here's his profile. You'll understand after you read it. Lang Rushua took a look at the information and her face suddenly turned ashen. She tore the documents into pieces in a few seconds and said, don't go too far. Even a rabbit will bite when it's angry. I will definitely report you to Grandpa. If you like this 3-year-old game, I don't mind playing with you forever. Lang Yu regained his usual aura and continued with a serious face, but you also have to think carefully about whether what your subordinates did, if it gets to Grandpa, will cause you to burn yourself. Lang Yu's words awakened Lang Rushue. She could only accept it as a loss. So he glared at Fong Hong fiercely and left with a lot of anger. Fong Hong was completely confused. No. You can quarrel one way or another, but why are you suddenly glaring at me? What have I done to offend anyone? However, from what the two had just said, Fong Hong realized that they were actually sisters. Fong Hong asked, Manager Lang is your sister? She's my cousin. My sister just came back from studying abroad and is starting her freshman year. Oh. I guess Ling Yu went to the airport that day to pick up his sister-in-law. I just don't know what happened afterwards. As a result, Lang Yu came back looking very hurt. Lang Yu said, Lang Rushue is a strange person. If she does anything to you, you must tell me. Fong Hengza was not panicked at all, as he had just gained physical enhancement. With one kick, even a tiger would call him big brother. It's okay. If Manager Lang dares to provoke me, I will kick her away. Lang Yu was so amused by Fong Hong that she covered her mouth and smiled. Fong Hong was a little stunned. This seemed to be the second time Lang Yu smiled in front of him. Lang Yu is beautiful enough in herself, and her smile is even more foul-level. Lang Yu lifted the hair beside her ear with her hand, subconsciously avoiding Fong Heng's burning gaze. There was a knock on the door at an inopportune moment. Sumu walked in alone.
Boss Lang, everything has been arranged.
Lang Yu nodded gently and asked, "Is there any vacant office?" "What do you mean?"
"From now on, Fang Hong will serve as the CEO's office secretary and will cooperate with you and me in our work."
Sumu was speechless for a while. What cooperation work?
It's obvious that he is here to slack off.
No more? Some.
Although it is not clear why Lang Yu did this. But as the president's assistant, Sumu had no choice but to follow orders.
So she led Fang Hong to an empty office. "Secretary Fang, this will be your office from now on."
Fang Hong took a look and found that it was bigger than the sales department's office, so it would not be a problem for him to do anything inside.
"Thank you, Assistant Su. We'll be colleagues from now on. Please give me your guidance." Sumu asked curiously, "What is your relationship with Mr. Lang?" "Didn't she tell you?" Fang Hong asked back. Of course, Sumu learned about it from Lang Yu.
Even when they were on the phone before, Fang Hong and Lang Yu happened to be together. But she still couldn't quite believe that the two were married.
"Are you two acting?" Sumu suddenly had an idea. Fang Hong was a little surprised that Sumu was qualified to be the president's assistant.
It turned out that he had sharp observation skills.
But he remained calm and said, "Lang Yu and I are already living together. This is our wedding ring. Yesterday we went to meet President Sean to discuss cooperation.
She even made breakfast for me this morning."
"Do you think we are acting?" The series of information shocked Sumu.
"But I've known President Lang for so many years, and I've never heard her mention you. Besides, in the past 6 months since you joined Guanyin, you haven't had any contact with President Lang. She and I knew each other when we were young, but we didn't keep in touch for a long time. We only recognized each other recently."
Although it was full of loopholes, Fang Hong could only use Lang Yu's previous lie and embellish it slightly to deceive Sumu.
What surprised Fang Hong was that after hearing this, Sumu seemed to believe it completely. The look she gave him suddenly softened a lot. "You must treat President Lang well and never let her down," Sumu said, slowly moving his gaze away from the teardrop mole at the corner of Fang Heng's eye.
"Of course, she is my woman." After Sumu left, Fang Hong breathed a sigh of relief. It's almost time to get off work.
The news that Li Hua was promoted to sales manager spread.
At the same time,
the addition of a Mercedes-Benz G-Class to the Lightyear's parking garage has also sparked considerable discussion. Everyone was speculating which executive had bought the new car. At this moment, Li Hua returned to the sales department with a rosy face. All the staff rushed forward.
"Boss, congratulations."
"Why call him supervisor? He should be called manager." "Manager, there's a new Mercedes-Benz G-Class in the garage today.
Could it be that you bought it to celebrate your promotion?" "Yes, manager, is that car yours?"
Li Hua had also heard about this matter. He said helplessly, "I have to support my family, how can I afford such an expensive car?" Seeing Li Hua deny it, everyone started discussing who the car belonged to. Soon, they started to urge Li Hua to treat them to a meal. Li Hua readily agreed and scanned the faces, but didn't see Fang Hong.
He couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Chapter 18 Confession Failed. President's Office. Fang Hong was explaining to Lang Yu that Sumu had asked about their relationship. It was a little thrilling.
Sumu was suspicious at first, but as soon as I told her we knew each other as children, she believed it instantly. Lang Yu remained calm. "It's okay, as long as she believes it. Then if someone asks me next time, I'll still say this."
Can.
Just then, Fang Hong received a call from Li Hua.
"You kid, how come you disappeared just after get off work?" "Let me guess, brotherly, are you going to treat everyone to a meal?" "Yeah, you were right, kid. I got lucky and got a promotion. I'll send you the address. You must come tonight." "Don't worry, I'll definitely be there." Fang Hong put away his phone and asked Lang Yu, "Li Hua is treating us to dinner tonight. Do you want to come with us?" "No, it's not appropriate for me to appear." Fang Hong imagined the scene.
Really? If Lang Yu had arrived at the scene, everyone would have been so restrained that they probably wouldn't even dare to speak. That's all. After get off work, the two went their separate ways. Lang Yu returned to the villa. At the dining table, she saw the sticky note left in the morning. What is different from the previous one is that there is a cute little cat drawn on it, and 2 words are left next to it.
Carrot. Carrot okay.
Lung Yu raised a faint smile and murmured, "The painting is quite beautiful." The ragdoll cat in her arms seemed to understand and meowed at the sticky note. The other side. Fong Hong arrived at his destination and subconsciously looked back. Although the room was empty and there was nothing there, Fong Hong always had a vague feeling that someone was following him. Enter the hotel. The atmosphere in the box was hot. As soon as he saw Fong Hong, Li Hua immediately came up to him with champagne. "You are finally here, everyone is waiting for you. There's a bit of traffic on the road." Because it was rush hour, Fong Hong was worried about traffic jams, so he took a long detour and ended up running into another driver. A female employee said, "Speaking of cars, there's a new G-Class in the garage today. You all know about this, right?" "Of course I know. Even other departments are discussing this matter." Someone next to him continued. "I heard from the security department that the owner of this G-Class seems to be from our sales department." "Ah. Is this true? Everyone from our sales department is here today, right? Come out and tell us who it belongs to." Everyone looked at each other, but no one stepped forward to admit it. At this time, Fong Hong sat down quietly in the corner. After all, this was Li Hua's promotion party, so he decided not to steal the limelight. "No one admits it, right? In my opinion, this car must still belong to Manager Li." "Yeah, except for the manager, where can we afford it?" Li Hua said, "Oh, it's really not mine. I haven't even paid off my mortgage yet. How can I get so much money to buy a G-Class?" "Manager, if the car isn't yours, then whose could it be?" "I don't know either. I guess it's all just rumors. How could the people in our sales department be capable of such a thing?" Several people were still discussing the car. A woman in a short skirt and white stockings slowly walked up to Fong Hong. The woman is Chen Shuei from the next group. She is good looking and there are usually many male employees around her who are courting her. However, Chen Shuei often asked Fong Hong for help, which made the male employees jealous and therefore hostile towards Fong Hong. Fong Hong looked at Chen Shuei and asked, "What's the matter?" Chen Shuei took a deep breath, tilted her head back and drank all the wine in the glass. This move was obviously intended to boost courage. Ever since Fong Hong joined the company, Chen Shuei has been interested in him. Before, because Fong Hong had a girlfriend, Chen Shuei had always been reluctant to express her feelings. Recently, I heard the news that Fong Hong broke up, so after get off work, Chen Shuei went home to change out of her work clothes and dressed up specially, just to take this opportunity to confess to Fong Hong. Chen Shuei clenched her fists and said, "Fong Hong, I like you. Can you be my boyfriend?" The originally noisy box suddenly became quiet because of these words. Everyone's attention immediately fell on the two of them. Li Hua came over and helped to match them up, saying, "Yes, Fong Hong, you broke up, didn't you? Xiao Chen is a nice girl, you two can give it a try." After this was said, many people echoed Li Hua and even shouted the slogan "Promise her." Only a few male employees looked increasingly unhappy, and one of them almost crushed the wine glass in his hand. Chen Shuei was expectant but also nervous. With so many people helping her confess, she felt the chances of success should be very high. "You are a good girl, but I'm sorry," Fong Hong said lightly. Because of his appearance, Fong Hong has experienced too many similar scenes since his student days. So it's easy to say no without any pressure. Hearing this, everyone sighed. Chen Shuei is so beautiful that they thought Fong Hong would definitely agree, but he refused without hesitation. Chen Shuei seemed unable to accept this result and asked a little excitedly, "Why? Can you tell me the reason?" "I'm married." Fong Hong showed the wedding ring on his ring finger. For a moment, Chen Shuei was speechless. Fong Hong just broke up with her boyfriend a few days ago, how could she suddenly get married? Obviously, this wedding ring was used to reject others. After all, she had used similar tricks before. Many people had the same idea as Chen Shuei, but Li Hua looked at the wedding ring with a thoughtful expression. Li Hua felt like he had seen it somewhere before, but for a moment he couldn't remember where. Chen Shuei, whose confession failed, sat down on the sofa like a deflated ball, feeling lost. The male employees who liked her were relieved. One of them, named Xiao Kongpeng, stopped holding the wine glass and suddenly stood up, attracting everyone's attention. "Everyone, seeing how interested you all are in cars, to be honest, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class in the garage today is mine." "Oh my god, it's yours. Why didn't you admit it just now?" "I just don't want to steal Manager Li's limelight," Xiao Kongpeng said. The box was immediately filled with discussion.
Awesome, Brother Xiao, has your family become rich? Brother Xiao, I'll be relying on you from now on. Boss Xiao. Many people complimented Xiao Kongpeng. This undoubtedly satisfied his huge vanity. Xiao Kongpeng thought to himself that it felt so damn good to show off. Anyway, one of his relatives really has a big G, so he can borrow it to fool this group of people. Besides, my house is about to be demolished, so I can't hide it anymore. The worst that can happen is that I ask the old man to give me gold coins, and I can really buy a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Xiao Kongpeng's purpose in doing this is very simple. Of course, it's to get Chen Shui. Xiao Kongpeng said, Shui, after the dinner, can I take you home? Chapter 19 The Strange Girl. Many people saw through Xiao Kongpeng's thoughts. They also started to make a fuss immediately. Boss Xiao, are you going to personally send Chen Shui off in a large G? It's dark and the road is slippery. A scratch will cost a lot of money. I parked the G-Class and took it home after get off work. Of course, if Shui is willing, she can come to my house and take a look at it slowly. Xiao Kongpeng said. Will it not just be about looking at cars then? Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Kongpeng said this, but he was thinking the opposite. He was really hoping something would happen between him and Chen Shui. Chen Shui frowned. Fong Hong quietly watched Xiao Kongpeng show off. The dinner was nearing its end. Seeing that it was getting late, Fong Hong prepared to go back early. Seeing this, Li Hua walked him downstairs, and Chen Shui, Xiao Kongpeng and others followed him down. Fong Hong didn't drink, but Li Hua was already a little drunk. He burped, patted Fong Heng's shoulder, and said, Where have you been today? I haven't seen anyone in the sales department all day. Fong Hong said, Brotherly, I almost forgot to tell you that I have been transferred to the CEO's office as a secretary. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Hua and others were shocked. Although the future of a secretary is somewhat limited, you will be in contact with senior management of the company every day, so everyone has to be polite to them. Surprised. Li Hua was also happy for Fong Hong. After all, it was definitely a promotion from an ordinary employee to a secretary in the president's office. Chen Shui felt a little disappointed. In her opinion, Fong Heng's leaving the sales department seemed like he was deliberately avoiding her. Xiao Kongpeng and others were happier. Once Fong Hong left, their opportunities to interact with Chen Shui would decrease, and their opportunities would increase. Fong Hong walked towards the parking space and several people waved goodbye to him. A male employee suddenly said, Hey, Mr. Xiao, didn't you say you didn't drive a G-Class? Why is there a G-Class parked there? Xiao Kongpeng was stunned for a moment. Only then did I realize that there was a G-Class parked quietly in the parking space. Could it be that this big G is really from the sales department? The others also started discussing it. Between words, Fong Hong drove a G-Class in front of the group of people. He said through the car window, Brotherly, there's no need to send me off, everyone can get in. This moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Xiao Kongpeng was more exaggerated, his jaw almost dropped to the ground. They felt an unprecedented shock. It turns out that this Mercedes-Benz G-Class belongs to Fong Hong. Until this moment, Li Hua finally understood why Fong Heng's ring looked familiar. Because when he went to the president's office today, he also saw the same style of ring on Long Yu's ring finger. Recalling Fong Heng's inexplicable words before, Li Hua suddenly understood and sobered up. It turned out that Fong Hong had not lied at all. He and Lang Yu were husband and wife, and his promotion was probably due to Fong Heng's help. The truth of the matter suddenly overturned Li Hua's cognition. He looked at Fong Hong in fear. The man in front of him was truly terrifying. Could it be that he has been deliberately undercover in the sales department for the past 6 months? Think of this. Li Hua suddenly felt a sense of fear in his heart. At this time, Fong Hong said to him again, Brotherly, see you tomorrow. Li Hua was horrified and said, Don't. I don't deserve it. Fong Hong chuckled, then looked at Xiao Kongpeng and said, Drive the G-Class to the company later. I want to see your car just like everyone else. After saying this, Fong Hong drove away. Xiao Kongpeng was extremely embarrassed. Several people's eyes were suddenly focused on him. Since Big G belongs to Fong Hong, it means Xiao Kongpeng must have lied. Li Hua said angrily, You're so young, yet you're telling lies all the time. If you dare treat a customer like this, I, Li Hua, will never tolerate it. Chen Shui said coldly, Xiao Kongpeng, stay away from me in the future. I don't like you at all.
The few people who had just called Xiao Kongping Mr. Xiao also immediately changed their address.
Xiao Kongpeng, this is boring. You're wasting everyone's enthusiasm.
That's right, after all this time you turned out to be just bragging. I thought you were so great. If I were Qin Shui, I would never fall in love with you in my life. You and I were arguing with each other, and Xiao Kongping was so embarrassed that he didn't want to stay any longer. Manager Li, I have something to do and I'm leaving first. After saying this, Xiao Kongpeng left in a huff with his tail between his legs. After a few people returned to the box, the others soon learned about the situation. They were deeply shocked that Fong Hong was the owner of a G-class. Fuck, it turns out Fong Hong is a hidden talent. It seems he comes from a wealthy family. That's right, he's so handsome, you can tell at a glance that he's not an ordinary person.
I guess he was sent by his family to experience life.
At the same time, they discussed Xiao Kongping with contempt.
Speaking of which, Xiao Kongping is too funny.
He said he didn't want to steal Manager Li's limelight, but his words and actions were completely different. Indeed, Fong Hang is the real car owner and has never intentionally stolen Manager Li's limelight. He's the fake one who's pretending to be the real owner. It's just a clown among clowns. The joke about Xiao Kongpeng will probably be passed down for light years.
On the way back, Fong Hong saw many food stalls on the street. So he decided to bring Lung Yu a midnight snack. On the way back after buying things, Fong Hong keenly noticed something was wrong.
The next moment, a whip kick came towards him.
Fong Hong raised his hand to block it, and his whole body remained motionless like Mount Tai.
The masked girl showed surprise in her eyes, but she was not ready to give up.
She turned around and kicked back again. Fong Hong dodged it easily and kicked the girl.
With a cry of ouch, the girl staggered and fell to the ground. She quickly got up, a small flame burning in her beautiful eyes, and gritted her teeth and said, "How dare you hit me?"
Fong Hong asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Do you think I'm a wooden stake? You're the only one allowed to hit me, but I'm not allowed to fight back? I'm going to fight you today."
The girl was about to attack angrily. At this moment, a group of people suddenly surrounded them. "Are you the guy who refuses to sell the cat?" said the bald man in the lead.
Fong Hong recognized them at a glance.
These guys were the same group that smashed up the pet shop that morning. He looked at the masked girl again, subconsciously thinking that they were accomplices.
Is it really that serious for a cat? You've got so many people here. There are so many pet stores in Los Angeles. Even if you have money, you can't buy a cat. What cat or no cat?
I don't even know these people, said the girl. The younger brother next to the bald man whispered, "Boss, something seems amiss."
"Who is this little girl?"
The bald man looked at the girl and said, "Don't worry about it. Just arrest them all and send them to young Master Su."
"Okay."
The younger brother responded and immediately signaled the people behind him to take action. The bald man lit a cigarette, sat down and prepared to watch the show.
"If you have any sense, don't resist, or you'll get beaten." Ouch.
Before he could finish his words, Fong Hong kicked the bald man in the face. A large shoe print was imprinted on his forehead, and he fainted immediately.
Chapter 20, Teaching My Wife to Cook. Fuck.
The younger brothers were stunned.
What's going on? This kid is too fast. He just slipped away and knocked his boss to the ground? The masked girl also looked at Fong Hong in slight surprise. So fast.
When the group realized what was happening, they were all furious. In their opinion, Fong Hong dared to take the initiative when there were so many people around, which meant that he didn't take them seriously at all.
Soon a group of people rushed forward. Fong Hong and the girl were originally enemies, but now they have tacitly united with each other.
With the support of the system, Fong Hong had no pressure in dealing with them.
One punch, one kick. He was just bullying the weak ones.
Although the girl seemed to be struggling, her boxing skills were not very good either. The people she knocked to the ground had blood in their mouths and their front teeth were all lost. Suddenly, a dwarf took out a knife in anger and rushed towards the girl. Just when the cold light was only a few centimeters away from the girl, a pair of strong hands grabbed the dwarf's wrist. Fong Hong just applied a little force, and the dwarf immediately felt like his bones were about to break.
With a click.
With the sound of a knife falling to the ground, the girl turned around. Looking at the scene in front of her, she was slightly stunned, and immediately realized that it was Fong Hong who saved her.
Otherwise, he would have fallen in a pool of blood. Fong Hong jokingly asked, "Why are you hitting them so hard on their front teeth?" Are you afraid they won't be able to keep their mouths shut in the future?
It's your business, said the girl.
Fong Hong couldn't help but laugh. He didn't realize he was such a little tsundere. This group of small fry was obviously no match for the two of them.
Soon they all fell to the ground in pieces, and even those who were still conscious began to lie on the ground pretending to be dead.
I can't beat him at all.
Especially that man, he was like a strong man. One punch from him made me vomit out all the food I had eaten last year.
This is so scary, Mom, I want to go home. Finished cleaning up the last person.
Fong Hong clapped his hands and said, done.
Next, we should continue to solve the problem between us.
After he finished speaking, the girl didn't respond.
Fong Hong turned around and saw that the other party had already run away.
He was speechless for a moment. The girl was wearing a mask and he couldn't see her appearance clearly, nor did he know where she came from. Since he is not in the same group as the people on the ground, then who sent them to cause trouble for him? Fong Hong didn't think too much about it, but prepared to pick up the midnight snack on the stone bench and go home. When I looked over, I found that the midnight snack had been dropped at some point, and the soup was spilled all over the floor. Damn, he bought this specially for Lung Yu. Fong Hong kicked the guy lying next to him,
thinking of buying another one.
However, all the snack stalls have been closed. This made him so angry that he turned back and kicked the guy again. After Fong Hang left, the group of people lying on the ground sat up in pain. The most depressed person among them was the one sitting next to the stone chair.
No, what's wrong with me? Why did you kick me twice more?
In the living room of the villa, Lung Yu was watching TV with a kitten in her arms. She was wearing a white nightgown and lying on her side on the soft sofa, her slender legs and small feet clearly visible from under the hem of her skirt.
Fong Hong was stunned by the scene the moment he entered the room.
I have to say that Lung Yu's legs are indeed long and beautiful, as if they have magic, making him unable to take his eyes off them.
Fong Hong felt that Lung Yu was almost 175 centimeters tall.
If he was not tall enough, the pressure of going out together would probably be doubled. Noticing Fong Hang's gaze, Lung Yu put the cat aside, sat up and subconsciously pulled down the hem of her skirt.
Why are you back so late?
Her pleasant voice was mixed with a hint of laziness. I originally brought you some midnight snacks, but something went wrong along the way.
By the way, are you hungry now?
A little. Lung Yu put on his slippers and stretched.
How about I make you something to eat? Lung Yu thought for a moment and said, why don't you teach me?
I think you're better at cooking than me.
Yeah, sure.
I'll change my clothes first.
Fong Hong walked past the sofa and petted the kitten, then went back to his room to change out of his work clothes. When I entered the kitchen, Lung Yu was already preparing the ingredients. Fong Hong asked, what dish do you want to make? Chicken and potato nuggets, just watch me make them. If you have any questions about any step, feel free to ask. No problem. Fong Hong began to watch Lung Yu cook.
Lung Yu takes cooking as seriously as she does her work, and she exudes a unique charm. Fong Hong was lost in thought as he watched, his attention shifting from the cutting board to Lung Yu.
Fong Hong?
Lung Yu turned around with a puzzled look on his face.
Fong Hong reacted and said, what's wrong? Do you think there's something wrong with the way I cut this potato?
Fong Hong was about to say that there was no problem, but after taking a look, he actually found a problem. The potatoes need to be cut into moderate pieces, not too big, not too small.
Let me show you how to cut them. This is probably how you should cut them. Fong Hong demonstrated it himself.
Oh, I see. Lung Yu nodded and seemed to understand, but his hands were actually still cutting exactly the same as before.
No, this is it.
Fong Hong demonstrated it several times in succession.
Lung Yu never learned it.
The president who usually looks so high and mighty is now acting cute and silly in the kitchen. Fong Hong really had no other choice, so he stepped forward and stuck behind Lung Yu, covering the back of Lung Yu's hand that was holding the knife handle.
That's right, try again. Fong Hong held Lung Yu's hand and demonstrated again.
Lung Yu was like a bolt from the blue, and he finally understood.
Is that right? I succeeded.
Yes. Fong Hong sighed inwardly, lowered his gaze, and his eyes widened in an instant.
So big.
Lung Yu saw that he was in a daze, and then he realized what was going on. She covered her collar with her hands, stepped back from Fong Hang's embrace, and said, I have something to do, please wait a moment.
Waiting for the cold rain to come down from the second floor again.
She had changed out of her nightgown into home clothes. Their eyes met, and they avoided each other's gaze.
Long Yu said, "Okay, let's continue." Ahem, okay. After the ingredients are prepared, the next step is to heat the oil in a pan.
There was a timer in the kitchen, and Feng Hong told Long Yu the steps in time.
Long Yu followed his instructions and quickly made potato chicken nuggets.
The food was served on the table. Long Yu let Feng Hong taste it first, then asked expectantly, "How is it?"
Feng Hong said nothing and motioned Long Yu to take a bite as well.
Long Yu first tasted a piece of potato, and then tasted the chicken. "Well, although it's not as good as yours, it's much better than what I made myself." Feng Hong said, "It's very close, and you don't have to be the same as me, just find your favorite flavor."
"The flavor you make is my favorite." Feng Hong couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Chapter 21 I'll teach you how to swim. After having supper,
the two of them took a walk in the courtyard. Feng Hong said, "I have something to do tomorrow, so I may not go to the company. As we agreed before, it's okay if you don't come to work, and you don't have to report to me specifically."
Feng Hong saw the curiosity in her expression, so he explained, "I need to go home." "Are you going back to your parents' house?" "I guess so." "I understand.
If there is anything you need to cooperate with, you can notify me in advance."
Between words, the two came to the swimming pool. Feng Hong squatted down and touched the water in the pool with his hand, and said in surprise, "This water is actually warm? The temperature is constant 24 hours a day."
There's a device inside that automatically adjusts it based on the weather.
"I see, it seems like you swim every day." "I love the feeling of floating in the water." Long Yu added, "I haven't seen you swimming these days." "It's okay. You can use anything you want at home." "I cannot swim." "How come you can't swim?"
Long Yu seemed particularly surprised. "I used to be able to swim, but I haven't been in the water for many years, so I probably can't swim well anymore."
Feng Hong suddenly felt very heavy.
Many years ago, he not only knew how to swim, but he even saved people several times. But ever since that incident, he has developed a negative attitude towards swimming and has never gone into the water again. Long Yu said, "As long as you know how to do it before, you can get used to it in the water and quickly regain the feeling."
"I will teach you when I have time." "You teach me?" "Yes, it's only right to return the favor. Let's set the time for this weekend. I'll teach you how to swim." Feng Hong thought about it for a while. "It's been so long. I really should move forward. Otherwise, he would definitely be unhappy seeing me like this." So he smiled and said, "Okay." Night comes quietly. First floor corner room. Feng Hong suddenly woke up from the bed, his face covered with sweat. He sat on the bed, staring blankly at the stars in the sky through the floor-to-ceiling window. "I watched it for a long time. And it's in the room on the second floor right above." Long Yu lay on the bed, his thoughts jumping back to 10 years ago. The Lang family has very strict education, and the holidays at home are boring. So she sneaked out of the Long family and traveled with her classmates. As a result, an accident happened at the lake. When her classmate fell into the water, she rushed into the water to rescue him, but was pulled into the deep water with him. Two girls who couldn't swim were struggling painfully in a lake deep in the mountains and dense forests. Just when they were in despair, a father and son found and saved them. Lang Yu clearly remembered that it was a boy who carried her ashore. The boy had a teardrop mole at the corner of his eye. His father said to him, "Feng Hong, is the little girl you saved okay?" In the sunshine, water was dripping from the boy's chin and there was a bright smile on his handsome face. "Dad, she's still breathing, she should be fine." That's right, the boy was none other than Feng Hong when he was a teenager. Therefore, Lang Yu was particularly surprised to hear Feng Hong say tonight that he couldn't swim. After all, if it wasn't Feng Hong, she might have lost her life. Lang Yu couldn't help but wonder what had happened to Feng Hong that caused him not to swim for so many years. The next day, Feng Hong woke up and saw breakfast and sticky notes on the dining table again. "Remember to eat well when you wake up." Carrot received. Feng Hong put down his pen, feeling that Lang Yu was being too nice to him. Apart from him, no one would believe that the aloof CEO like Yu actually has a feminine side. Pack everything up. Feng Hong drove to his uncle's house. Since his father died 10 years ago, Feng Hong has been living in his uncle's house. His uncle treated him well, like a father figure, and took care of him until he grew up.
It was not until he graduated from university that Fong Hong moved out of his uncle's house. I haven't been home for a while recently, so Fong Hong thought about going back to see his uncle and buying him some gifts.
At the same time,
inside a slightly dilapidated residential building, Fong Dehui put down the dish in his hand and said, "Wife, Xiaohong is coming back today, hurry up and cook these dishes." His wife, Zhao Fong, glanced at him, threw the melon seed shells in her hand onto the coffee table, and said, "You've already graduated from college, why are you back?
Do you want to stay here any longer?"
His son Fong Yulong, who was tapping his toes and playing mobile games nearby, said, "I guess he came back to ask for money." "Dad, let me tell you, we just bought a car, and we don't have money to help outsiders."
Fong Dehui said, "Yulong, be careful with your words, Xiaohong is your cousin."
"Then he isn't your or my mother's son, so what is he if not an outsider?" Zhao Fong stood up and said, "Don't tell your father about this. He's just not very smart. He cares more about other people's children than you, his own son."
"That's enough, you too. Xiaohong is so pitiful. I'm his uncle, can't I be nicer to him?" "What happened to his uncle?" "His father drowned while swimming in the sea." "You didn't kill him. Why are you meddling in his business?" "I don't want to argue with you."
Fong Dehui simply stopped talking, knowing that the argument would continue endlessly.
Zhao Fong grabbed the food and said unhappily, "Do you think I want to argue with you? I really owe you, the Fong family."
When she passed by Fong Yulong, she also started to criticize him.
"Mom, what did I do to you?" Fong Yulong said. "All you do is play games all day long. Do you think you can make me worry less? What's wrong with me playing games during my vacation?
Besides, I bought a car and got promoted to team leader at the company."
"No matter what, I'm definitely better than someone, right?" The someone Fong Yulong was referring to was naturally Fong Hung.
Zhao Fong said, "You can only compete with Fong Hung." Seeing this, Fong Dehui went straight back to his room. On one side is his younger brother's son, and on the other side are his own wife and children. He was in a dilemma and found it difficult to handle the household chores.
Not long. Fong Hong came to the door carrying something. Fong Dehui took a look and immediately went to meet him. "Xiao Hong, are you back?"
Seeing this, Zhao Fong immediately changed her expression and greeted him with a smile.
"Hey, Xiaohong, you're back just like that. Why bring any gifts?"
she said as she took the gift from Fong Heng's hand.
"You were talking bad about people behind their backs just the last second. The next second they met, they were extremely enthusiastic."
Zhao Fong's acting skills were so smooth that even her son Fong Yulong was amazed. Fong Hong replied to his uncle Fong Dehui with a smile, but when it was his aunt Zhao Fong's turn, he seemed much colder. After so many years of getting along, Fong Hong knew that Zhao Fong didn't like him, which was why he moved out of his uncle's house immediately after graduating from university. As he spoke, Fong Dehui invited Fong Hong to sit down at the dinner table.
My cousin Fong Yulong poured a glass of water for me and asked deliberately, "Fong Hong, how are you doing in Guangyan?" Chapter 22. Uncle's family was shocked. "It's okay," Fong Hong said.
Fong Yulong and Fong Hong are of similar age and have been attending the same school since childhood.
After the college entrance examination, Fong Hong was successfully admitted to the University of Los Angeles. Fong Yulong chose to work in a factory because his grades were too poor.
Over the years, Fong Yulong has changed one factory after another, but he was not satisfied with any of them. It was not until recently when I was preparing to find a partner and get married that I settled down in a garment factory.
A few days ago, I happened to be promoted to team leader. Fong Yulong said, "If it's okay, it's okay. If it's not okay, it's not okay." "What does okay mean?"
Zhao Fong brought out a dish and said, "Xiao Hong, your cousin was promoted to team leader at their factory a few days ago.
He just graduated from high school. You, a college student, are definitely better than him, right?" The mother and son sang in unison, obviously deliberately squeezing Fong Hung. Fong Dehui's face darkened and he said, "Just eat, why are you talking about this?" Zhao Fong pulled up a chair and sat down, saying, "Are we just going to eat instead of chatting? Besides, there's nothing wrong with what I said. Xiao Hong graduated from university, so how could he be doing worse than our Yulong? Xiao Hong was already doing just as well as Yulong.
He joined a big company in Luo City, while Yulong only joined a slightly larger factory.
What's so great about being promoted to a mere team leader?"
As soon as these words were spoken,
both mother and son were unhappy. This is clearly boosting others' morale and destroying one's own prestige. Zhao Fang said, "What do you mean by a slightly larger factory?" "The factory our son works for is definitely one of the best in Los Angeles. Besides, being a team leader is at least a leader, which is better than being an errand boy in some big company, right?" Fang Yulong echoed, "That's right, my mom is right, Dad, if you don't understand, don't talk nonsense." Fang Dehui wanted to refute, but was afraid that the argument would get out of control, so he picked up the wineglass and drank it all in silence. Zhao Fang looked at Fang Hong and asked with a smile, "Xiao Hong, do you think what your aunt said is right?" Fang Dehui finally couldn't stand it anymore, slammed his wineglass on the table, and angrily scolded, "That's enough, Xiao Hong just came back to have a meal, is it necessary for you to be like this?" Zhao Fang immediately became excited and replied, "Hey, Fang Dehui, I think you are going crazy after a few drinks. I was just chatting with Xiao Hong, what's wrong with you?" Fang Hong was quite helpless. He just wanted to come back and have dinner and chat with his uncle. But the result turned out like this. Fang Hong had no choice but to speak up and smooth things over, saying, "Okay, stop arguing. I think what my aunt said makes sense. My cousin's current situation is definitely better than that of an ordinary employee in a large company. Look, Xiao Hong has already said this, but you insist on arguing with me." Fang Dehui looked at Fang Hong, sighed deeply, and could only drink in silence with a distressed look on his face. Fang Yulong asked, "Fang Hong, what about you? You've been at Guangyan for a while now, so you must have been promoted, right?" "Well, that should be considered a promotion." The three of them were stunned. "Is it really promoted?" Zhao Fang said. Fang Dehui looked delighted and asked, "Xiao Hong, tell me quickly, what position are you working in now?" "Working as a clerk in the president's office." Hearing this, the three were shocked on the spot. If she was just an ordinary clerk or secretary in a company department, she wouldn't be considered that impressive. But the content in the president's office is completely different. You know, Lightyear is a well-known large company in Los Angeles. Working in the president's office, you come into contact with the company's top executives and many bigwigs from outside. In the eyes of Fang Dehui and others, if Fang Hong performs better over time and is favored, his future will be limitless. Compared to being an ordinary salesperson before, this is not just a promotion, but a meteoric rise to the sky. Fang Dehui was very pleased. Zhao Fang and Fang Yulong were unwilling to believe this was true for a moment. Suddenly, Zhao Fang remembered that Guangyan has a public account, and the company's employee transfers are usually announced on it. So she immediately used her mobile phone to check the latest article, but found that Fang Heng's name was not on the staff transfer list at all. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Xiao Hong, if you really have this ability, your uncle and I will definitely be happy for you, but deliberately lying to us is wrong." Fang Dehui said unhappily, "What nonsense are you talking about? How could Xiao Hong lie to us? How is this impossible? If someone gets into trouble outside, they'll come home and brag about it. Isn't that a common thing?" Immediately afterwards, Zhao Fang also told what she had just discovered. Fang Dehui took the phone and saw that this was indeed the case. He frowned and said, "Hey, Xiao Hong, how could you make fun of your uncle?" Zhao Fang continued, "Young people should be down to earth. Xiao Hong, don't do this again next time." Fang Hong, look, my dad is unhappy. Fang Yulong secretly suppressed his laughter. He really thought Fang Hong had soared to the sky, but it turned out that he was just a complete clown. So funny. After he said that, he also prepared to search and watch Fang Heng's fun. But when he saw the staff transfer list above, his eyes widened instantly. What do you mean Fang Heng's name is not there? How did he see it? And judging from the job transfer, he is definitely the secretary in the president's office. Fang Yulong asked, "Mom, where are you searching? How come I found Fang Heng's name?" No, there's nothing on mine." The mother and son put their phones together and compared them carefully, only then did they realize that Zhao Fang had made a mistake. He was checking Lightyear's branches in other regions, so he didn't see Fang Heng's name on it. As for Fang Yulong, he checked and found that not only was Fang Heng's name on it, but it also clearly indicated Fang Heng's current position as a secretary in the president's office. After all this time, it turned out to be a misunderstanding. Fang Dehui immediately burst into laughter, patted Fang Hong on the shoulder, and said, "I knew, Xiao Hong, you wouldn't really make fun of your uncle." Zhao Fang and Fang Yulong's faces turned green, and they even lost the mood to eat. After the dinner, Fang Dehui was a little drunk because of his happiness. His face was red as he walked downstairs with his arm around Fang Hong.
Zhao Fong and Fong Yulong followed silently behind. Fong Dehui said, Xiao Hong, on such a happy day, you don't even want to have a drink with uncle. Zhao Fong quickly continued, yes, Xiao Hong, Yulong can't drink because I'm going to drive you home later. Logically, you should have a couple of drinks with your uncle. Fong Hong said, I don't drink much, and I drove here today, so I won't bother my cousin. Fong Yulong was surprised and asked, did you drive here? Yes, it's parked downstairs. Fong Yulong couldn't help but wonder where Fong Hong got the car from. Bought it? Rented? Borrowed? Shared Xiaolan? But no matter what, it will definitely not be more stylish than your own car. In order to find a partner to marry, he emptied his family's savings and took out a loan to buy a Mercedes-Benz worth more than 500,000 yuan.
Chapter 23. This big G actually belongs to Fong Hong? Downstairs in the community,
a group of old men and women gathered in front of a Mercedes-Benz G.
An old lady asked, what kind of car is this? Why does it look different from other cars?
Another old man said, look at the car logo, it should be a BMW.
It's quite cool.
The young man who was admiring the car on the side was speechless.
Fuck BMW. This is the latest Mercedes-Benz G-Class.
The whole package costs at least 2 million.
Do you know anything about cars? Oh my goodness, over 2 million. Is this made of gold?
A group of old men and women who knew nothing about cars wanted to touch the car, but when they heard the price, they were so scared that they stepped back several meters and didn't even dare to look at it. If such an expensive car loses paint or something, you can't afford to pay for it yourself.
At this moment, Fong Hong, Fong Dehui, and others went downstairs. Fong Yulong looked at the Mercedes-Benz G parked in the distance and felt a little unbelievable.
I didn't expect that there is someone with such ability in their old and dilapidated community. However, the car owner definitely has nothing to do with his family. Zhao Fong didn't know much about cars and didn't know what a group of people were doing over there, so she didn't pay much attention.
Yulong just bought a car, Xiao Hong, why don't you let him take you home?
After learning that Fong Hong became a secretary in the president's office of Guangyin, Zhao Fong's attitude towards him changed. It's not a good car, just a broken Mercedes-Benz, only over 500,000 yuan.
I hope you don't mind it. Fong Yulong said deliberately. I can't compete in other things, but I can at least win in the car competition, right?
With a Mercedes worth over 500,000 yuan, Fong Yulong couldn't figure out how Fong Hong could beat him. What happened just now was like having his face stepped on, so he wanted to use this opportunity to save face. Fong Hong said, that's pretty impressive, but I still don't need my cousin to send me off, otherwise I'll have to come back to get the car in the evening.
Okay, where did you park your car? We'll take you there. Over there. Fong Hong pointed to the Mercedes-Benz G-Class not far away. Fong Yulong was stunned for a moment, and suddenly an idea popped into his head. Could this Mercedes-Benz G-Class belong to Fong Hong?
No, Fong Hong has only graduated for less than a year, it is impossible for him to have such ability. There were other cars parked next to the Mercedes-Benz G-Class.
I think one of them belonged to Fong Hong.
That's all. Several people walked towards the crowd.
In the crowd,
the young man saw that the old men and women didn't know anything about cars. It can be said that he is disappointed with his friend. So he patiently explained the car to everyone. When Zhao Fong heard this, she thought she had misheard.
What the hell? This car and Yulong's are both Mercedes-Benzes, so how can there be such a huge price difference? Is this guy talking nonsense?
The young man was somewhat dissatisfied. He knew that Fong Yulong had just bought a Mercedes-Benz worth more than 500,000 yuan. But in front of this Mercedes-Benz G-Class, it is just a younger brother.
People are like cars, there are differences.
The car your son bought is worlds apart from this one.
Fong Yulong didn't know what to say, his car really couldn't compare.
He was worried that the young man was related to the owner of the G-Class, so he hurriedly stopped Zhao Fong, who was about to lose his temper.
Fong Dehui said, okay, Xiao Hong, I'll send you here. Come home often when you have time. Okay, uncle.
In the sight of everyone, Fong Hong slowly walked towards the Mercedes-Benz G. However, the young man continued to talk about the vehicle's performance.
Fong Hong interrupted him and said, please make way. What are you doing? Aren't there roads nearby? Why do you have to go here? Asked the young man. You're blocking me from getting on the bus.
The group's puzzled looks instantly turned into shock. The young man shuddered. It turned out that the person in front of him was the owner of the car, and he was asking him why he was doing it without knowing the consequences. The young man quickly took a few steps back, his face flushed red, and he was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it on the spot.
Sorry, it's my fault.
Fong Dehui and others widened their eyes.
What? This Mercedes-Benz G actually belongs to Fong Hong?
How is it possible? After the young man made room, Fong Hong walked to the driver's seat and reached out to pull the door.
Hey, why isn't it open?
Only then did he remember that the car lock was still unlocked.
However, from Zhao Fong's perspective, she thought Fong Hong might be crazy. So Zhao Fong quickly pulled Fong Dehui aside and said, "Husband, please take care of Xiaoheng. If he breaks the car, we won't be able to afford the compensation even if we sell Yulong's new car." Fong Yulong was shocked and said speechlessly, "Mom, what are you talking about? Fong Hong is already in the car."
When Zhao Fong looked again, Fong Hong really got into the car. At this moment, she was shocked to the extreme.
A car worth more than 2 million yuan actually belongs to Fong Hong? Where on earth did he get so much money?
The Mercedes-Benz G-Class stopped beside the three people.
Fong Hong said, "Uncle, there's no need to send me off. Come on up." "Okay, go slowly on the road." Fong Dehui and the others stared blankly at the Mercedes-Benz G-Class going further and further away.
The young man walked up to Fong Yulong and said apologetically, "So the owner of the car is your relative?"
"Sorry, I take back what I said." Fong Yulong waved his hand and said, it's okay.
After the young man said this, Fong Yulong felt even more complicated. From childhood to adulthood, he was not as good as Fong Hung in study, not as good as Fong Hung in appearance, and now he is not as good as Fong Hung in work, and even his car is not as good as Fong Heng's. When he thought about it carefully, it seemed that he had no way of surpassing Fong Hung.
Fong Yulong's mentality collapsed for a moment.
He felt that he lived just to serve as a foil to Fong Hung. After they went upstairs, Zhao Fong saw that her son was listless and asked, "Yulong, what's wrong with you?"
"Mom, where did Fong Hang get so much money that he could even afford a Mercedes-Benz G-Class?" Zhao Fong and Fong Yulong were equally confused. She suddenly had an idea and said, "Could it be that your father made a lot of money without telling us and then secretly gave all the money to Fong Hung?"
Under normal circumstances, Fong Yulong would definitely not believe it, but today he inexplicably felt that what Zhao Fong said made some sense.
It's possible.
After the discussion, the mother and son immediately went to find the drunk Fong Dehui to argue.
Zhao Fong cursed directly, "Fong Dehui, you shameless bastard, you're willing to spend so much money to buy a car for Fong Hang. Does that mean our Yulong is not your biological child? Dad, you're going too far." Fong Yulong said.
Fong Dehui was lying on the bed, about to rest, when he felt that the mother and son were acting strangely.
"What nonsense are you talking about? Where can I get so much money for Xiaoheng? If it wasn't you who gave it to him, then who else could it be?" Zhao Fong pressed on. "Yeah, Dad." Fong Dehui thought that the two of them were deliberately looking for trouble and didn't want to bother with them. "Go out and don't disturb my sleep," he said and turned over. Zhao Fong went up to him and pulled him aside, saying, "Still want to sleep? If you can't explain what happened today, you won't be able to live like this anymore. Try to touch me again?" Fong Dehui suppressed his anger. Zhao Fong, however, was not afraid of death at all. She said, "What's wrong with me touching you?" Fong Dehui could no longer tolerate it.
Under the influence of alcohol, he stood up and started fighting with Zhao Fong.
"I've tolerated you for years. Xiaoheng is my brother's son. Once or twice is fine, but you bitch have to be so unkind. I'll beat you to death today." Zhao Fong was beaten so hard that he screamed and started running around the room, saying, "Yulong, save me. Your dad has gone crazy. Dad, stop it." Fong Yulong tried to stop the fight. As a result, both mother and son were beaten by Fong Dehui and ran around the room. Chapter 24 I'm Attracted to You. Love Club. As Su Kuan hugged Chen Ting and went out, he ran into his bald man. Su Kuan immediately kicked the bald man and cursed, "Why haven't you been seen all night? How did you deal with the cat issue?" "No. It didn't work. I did find the person, but that guy is quite skilled, and he even had a little girl helping him. I was unconscious for a night, and when I woke up I came to see you, Master Su, right away." The bald man touched his shiny forehead awkwardly.
He disappeared for the whole night on purpose just to play the victim in front of Su Kuan so as to avoid being punished for his incompetence.
Chen Ting was amused by the shoe print on his forehead and said, "What do you mean by unconscious all night? I think you slept all night."
Su Kuan said, "You're such a loser.
You can't even handle such a small matter. I can't count on you. I'd better go straight to my family."
The bald man smiled on the surface, but in his heart he had already greeted Chen Ting's family 100 times. Su Kuan made a phone call and said, "Tell Lao Mo to come to the Love Club to find me." After leaving his uncle's house, Fang Heng turned around and went to a nearby shopping mall. "I made an appointment with Lung Yu to go swimming this week, so of course I had to prepare my swimsuits in advance."
After buying a swimsuit, a girl wearing a mask stopped him. The girl deliberately lowered her voice and said, "Little brother, can you leave me your contact information? It's you. You slipped away really fast last night." Fang Heng recognized at a glance that this was the mysterious girl from last night. The girl said embarrassedly, "That shouldn't be the case. I changed my clothes and spoke differently than yesterday. How did you recognize me so quickly? Instead of doing that, you might as well just take off your mask. I might not have recognized you so quickly."
After Fang Heng said this, the girl finally realized what was going on.
Fang Heng asked, "Who are you anyway? Were you sent by Lang Rushue?" The girl seemed to have sensed the message and asked instead of answering, "What is your relationship with Lang Rushue?" "Oh, it seems not." Fang Heng understood after seeing her reaction. "You haven't answered my question yet. What is your relationship with Lang Rushue?" "I have nothing to do with her. Instead, you are like a little follower. What do you intend for me?"
The girl smiled, her beautiful eyes curved into crescent shapes. She pretended to be shy and said, "To be honest, you are so handsome, I am attracted to you."
"I'm not interested in brats." Lang Yunluo suddenly became anxious and said with her hands on her hips, "Who are you calling a brat? I'm already an adult." "That's incredible." Noticing Fang Heng's gaze, Lang Yunluo felt both embarrassed and angry.
There's nothing we can do about it, since she has her own airport at such a young age. She covered her flat chest with her hands, said with a forced smile, "Think about it again. If you stay with me, I promise you'll have endless pocket money in the future."
"I'm not interested in you."
Lies don't hurt, the truth is the sharpest knife.
Lang Yunluo felt like she was shot by an arrow. She gritted her teeth and said word by word, "In other words, if you meet someone you're interested in, you'll agree, right?"
"No, I'm already married, so please stop harassing me."
Fang Heng showed the ring on his ring finger, then turned and left. Even though it was just a test and Fang Heng performed perfectly, Lang Yunluo still felt inexplicably unhappy.
She took out her cell phone and immediately sent a secret message. "Sister, not only did your man hit me, he also teased me about being flat-chested." Soon the other end replied to the message.
"Stop messing around, and what Fang Heng said is true. Am I your biological sister? That should be it." "What do you mean by should be?"
"You stinky, ungrateful little sister, I'm not done with you." Lang Yunluo sent a lot of messages frantically, but the other party ignored her.
At the same time, the other side.
As Fang Heng arrived at the parking lot, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. When he looked, he saw a big shoe print right on his forehead.
Who else could it be but the bald man from last night? "Mr. Su, this is the guy." Following the bald man were Su Kuan, Chen Ting, and Lao Mo.
Lao Mo is tall and thin, with long hair and a beard, and looks a little sloppy. The bald man said to Fang Heng again, "You were lucky yesterday, but today Master Su is personally taking action, and you'll suffer." Su Kuan looked Fang Heng up and down and said, "Brother, you're quite handsome.
Let's discuss selling the cat to me.
My girlfriend likes it very much."
Su Kuan was right, Chen Ting really liked it.
"But what I like now is not the cat, but Fang Heng's handsome looks." Just by looking at Fang Heng, she felt her cheeks getting slightly hot.
"Oh my god, how could there be such a handsome man in Los Angeles?" Fang Heng said coldly, "I gave the cat to my wife. I have said many times before that I will not sell it." Su Kuan initially thought Fang Heng was just a little karami.
But the bald man sent so many people but failed to gain any advantage, which shows that the other party might not be an ordinary person. He also heard from the bald man that Fang Heng was the owner of Junyuan. Therefore, Su Kuan still wanted to be polite before using force, and said, "Give me some face." Chen Ting said, "Handsome guy, please. I don't want to waste time talking to you guys."
Fong Hong said.
Su Koan was somewhat displeased. As the eldest son of the Su family, he had never spoken to anyone in such a nice tone before.
I'm from the Su family, are you really not going to give me any face?
The bald man said, brother, I advise you not to ask for trouble.
Young Master Su is not someone you can easily mess with.
Chen Ting then advised, yes, handsome boy, it would be a waste if such a handsome face of yours was bruised.
Su Koan glanced at Chen Ting.
Chen Ting shrank her neck and said, of course, Mr. Su, you are the most handsome in my heart. This time Fong Hong simply ignored the three people.
Su Koan saw what he meant and immediately became furious.
You really don't want to drink the wine, so don't blame me for being rude to you. The bald man said, you're in trouble, kid.
See that guy next to Master Su? He's known as Old Mo in the underworld.
He's definitely more than capable of taking care of you.
Have you watched too much TV drama? Fong Hong asked.
Since you don't appreciate it, then you have yourself to blame. Lao Mo, knock him down first. Su Koan changed his previous attitude and looked at Fong Hong directly with his nose. Unlike the bald man and other small fry, Lao Mo is a member of the Su family and has extraordinary skills.
As long as Lao Mo takes action.
Within a minute, Fong Hong was lying on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. Not only Su Koan thought so, the bald man, Chen Ting, and even Lao Mo himself also held the same view.
No one present thought Fong Hong would be a match for Lao Mo. Chapter 25. He is so fierce.
Lao Mo moved his joints, his bones crackling, and he slowly approached Fong Hong like a beast in the forest. The young master has already given you a lot of face. You shouldn't be so ungrateful. Fong Hong chuckled, if I don't want to sell my things to you, then I don't know what's good for me.
Yes, master, you could have just let me take action directly.
There's no need to waste so much time talking to you.
Then I should thank you too?
You're right.
Seeing that Lao Mo was really going to take action.
Chen Ting was the first to get anxious and said, handsome, if you really can't do it, just sell the cat to me.
I can pay double the price.
Chen Ting not only loves money, but also loves handsome men. Chen Ting couldn't bear it when she imagined Fong Hong and the others would be in such a miserable state. Seeing Su Koan glaring at her, Chen Ting quickly argued, Mr. Su, I just wanted to try again.
I don't want you to do this unless you have no other choice. Then I'll give you a chance. Please persuade him one last time. Okay, thank you, Mr. Su, you are indeed my favorite man.
Chen Ting blew Su Koan a kiss, then walked towards Fong Hong with a charming step. Seeing this, the bald man slapped his thigh and greeted Chen Ting directly in his heart.
Damn it, that bitch is always causing trouble. If we just beat this guy up as soon as possible, wouldn't everything be solved?
The bald man suffered a setback at the hands of Fong Hong yesterday, so he was hoping that Lao Mo would teach him a lesson.
Chen Ting's appearance made Lao Mo slightly dissatisfied.
But Su Koan agreed, so he had to give up for the time being. Chen Ting looked straight at Fong Hong and said, handsome boy, name a price and I'll buy your cat for double the price.
You don't understand what people say?
Chen Ting took a breath and almost screamed.
So cold. Oh no. What if I like it more?
She forced herself not to be infatuated with him and tried to discuss it with Fong Hong.
3 times?
Seeing that Fong Hong didn't say anything, Chen Ting continued to raise the price.
5 times? 10 times? 20 times? Su Koan's face turned black. So my money is not money, right?
He also realized that Chen Ting might be interested in Fong Hong. Even if he was just playing around with Chen Ting, he couldn't accept it.
Su Koan said angrily, no need to talk, Lao Mo, just do it. Mr. Su is wise.
The bald man stepped forward first and pushed Chen Ting away. It's such a waste of time to talk about this for so long.
Mr. Su, give me some more time. I almost succeeded.
Su Koan pulled Chen Ting into his arms and said through gritted teeth, you think I'm a jerk, borrowing my money to flirt with handsome guys, right? Chen Ting was horrified and said, no, Master Su, even if I had 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to do that.
Then just shut your mouth.
Okay. Chen Ting knew that she was powerless and could only pray silently for Fong Hong in her heart. Lao Mo slowly clenched his fist and said, you should thank the young master's woman, otherwise you would be lying on the ground now. Su Koan's grip on Chen Ting suddenly increased, and the latter didn't dare to say a word in pain.
Lao Mo, I told you to just do it and stop talking nonsense with him, okay?
Clear. The words fell.
Lao Mo rushed towards Fong Hong with a punch like lightning. Su Kuan raised a confident smile. How shameless. Wait, I'll see you kneel down and beg me.
Su Kuan secretly made up his mind that when Fong Hung begged for mercy, he would definitely humiliate him severely to vent his anger.
The bald man didn't hide his hatred for Fong Hung at all, and shouted, "Come on, Lao Mo, let this kid know how powerful you are."
Chen Ting couldn't bear to look at it, as if she had already seen Fong Hang's end.
The grass not far away.
The girl held branches in her hands, disguising herself as a tree on the street. At this moment, a pair of smart eyes showed worry.
Can he really do it? He won't be beaten into a pig's head soon, right?
Long Yun Luo murmured to himself. However, the next moment, a scene appeared that no one had imagined.
Fong Hong moved as fast as an afterimage. He stepped back to avoid Lao Mo's fist, then punched Lao Mo on the chin with his backhand.
Lao Mo spun around like a tire for several times, and finally fell to the ground and lost consciousness. This scene shocked Long Yun Luo so much that the branch in his hand flew across the airport and fell to the ground.
He is so fierce? The three of them.
Chen Ting covered her mouth with a look of disbelief. The bald man was so scared that he stepped back and finally sat down on the sharp stone. He didn't care about the pain at this moment.
There was only one thought in my mind. Devil. This man is absolutely a devil. Lao Mo is very famous in the circle.
I don't know how many people who claim to be masters have to admit defeat when they see him.
As a result, such a powerful Lao Mo was knocked out by Fong Hung in one fell swoop. What else could this be but the devil?
Compared to others, Su Kuan was not as shocked, but he also felt it was unbelievable. Although Lao Mo's skills are not the best in the Su family, few people have been able to defeat him in a head-on fight over the years. Now that he was easily solved with one move, it was enough to show how powerful the opponent was.
Su Kuan couldn't help but wonder who Fong Hung was. He had to re-examine Fong Hung again. Who are you? Don't worry about who I am. I don't sell cats. And don't harass me anymore. Fong Hung said this, got into the Mercedes-Benz G and drove away. Su Kuan stood there in a daze, frowning. When did such a powerful existence appear in Los Angeles? The key is that he still can't figure out where the other party came from. Chen Ting didn't dare to speak along the way.
Until we returned to the Love Club.
She then asked cautiously, Master Su, can the cat issue be resolved? Chen Ting was obviously making irrelevant remarks. Su Kuan was so angry that he pushed her down and leaned over to strangle her neck. Cat. Are you still a cat? Ha? Why aren't you talking? No.
I don't dare anymore, Mr. Su, please forgive me. Chen Ting said breathlessly.
That's good to know. What's so special about a broken cat? If you mention it again, I'll kill you.
Su Kuan took out all his anger on Chen Ting. Although he felt a little aggrieved, he would never dare to act rashly again before he had investigated Fong Hang's identity clearly.
After all, the Su family is currently electing the next head of the family. Su Kuan knew that if he offended the wrong person at this moment, he would lose his chance of becoming the patriarch. Chapter 26 Sister-in-law Lang Yun Luo. It was still early when Fong Hong returned to Junyuan, and it was still some time before Lang Yu got off work. So he went to the basketball court and played for a while. Coincidentally, I met the little boy and his cheerleader grandfather again this time.
Today the old man worked as hard as ever, and the crutch in his hand almost poked a hole in the court floor.
After playing ball, Fong Hung drank half a bottle of water in one breath, looked at the little boy who was wiping his sweat, and said, "You played well." The little boy nodded heavily, very happy with Fong Hang's praise. Fong Hung was a little confused because he hadn't heard the little boy say a word since the last time they met. Xian Fuhua walked forward with his cane, stroked the little boy's face, and said, "My little grandson is mute." Fong Hung suddenly realized. He thought the little boy was introverted and didn't like to talk, but it turned out that he was a mute. The little boy looked a little lonely all of a sudden, and seemed to be concerned that he couldn't speak. "Thank you for playing with him." "You're welcome. I was just bored, so it was fun playing ball together." After chatting for a while, Fong Hung parted ways with the grandfather and grandson. Returned to the villa. Lung Yu just got out of the car. Seeing him sweating profusely, Lung Yu asked curiously, "What did you do?" "I played basketball with someone on the court for a while." "I see. Then go take a shower. We'll go out for dinner tonight. I'll take you to meet someone." Fang Heng's sweaty clothes were clinging to his muscles, and Lang Yu's eyes swept over him intentionally or unintentionally while he spoke. Who are you meeting? Fang Heng asked. You'll find out soon. Is this a deliberate revenge against me?
After all, Fang Heng deliberately kept Lang Yu in suspense last time and didn't tell him what he replied on the sticky note.
Yes, but not completely. All right. Not long after, Fang Heng came out of the shower and ran into Lang Yu coming down from the second floor.
Lang Yu tied her hair up high, changed into a long dress, and her every move showed her dignity and elegance. Seeing that she was wearing high heels, Fang Heng said, "How about I drive? You're a little tired after a day's work, so I'll drive when you get back."
No problem. After Fang Heng changed his clothes, the two officially set off. Xianju Lake Restaurant, located in the center of Luochang Lake.
Unlike the restaurant in the nearby food city, it is actually on the lake, and the meals are prepared on the shore and then delivered by boat. Therefore, Xianju Lake receives very few visitors every day, and the prices are relatively expensive. In the private room, Lang Yunluo was scrolling through her phone in boredom, muttering, "Why hasn't Sister Cho come yet?" She couldn't help but call, and suddenly a ring rang outside the door. The next moment, Lang Yu and Fang Heng pushed the door open and walked in.
Lang Yunluo puffed her lips and said dissatisfiedly, "Sister, you are finally here. The daylily is getting cold."
Lang Yu put the bag down on the dining table, and Fang Heng sat down one after the other.
"I usually wait for you, so what's wrong with asking you to wait for me today?" Lang Yu said lightly.
Fang Heng subconsciously looked at the girl in front of him. She is a little beauty, and her eyebrows are somewhat similar to Lang Yu. They even call each other sisters, which means that she should be my sister-in-law.
Lang Yu shouldn't have kept the secret. He was completely unprepared and would be doomed if he exposed his sister-in-law. The key is to look at her face.
The girl is quirky and obviously doesn't seem like someone who would be content with what she has. The voice sounded strangely familiar, but Fang Heng couldn't place where he had heard it before. Without thinking too much, he opened his phone and secretly sent a message to Lang Yu.
"You should have told me in advance." "It's okay, I've done my job well, you don't have to worry." After sending the message, Lang Yu glanced at Fang Heng. Lang Yunluo looked at the couple in front of him suspiciously. "What do you mean? You're always playing with your phone when we meet, and you're saying bad things about me behind my back, right?" Lang Yunluo said as she was about to snatch Fang Heng's phone to find out what was going on.
Fang Heng dodged it easily, and when he got close to her, the faint fragrance from the girl immediately reminded him of the past.
"It's you again," Fang Heng said in surprise. Lang Yunluo chuckled, "Finally you remembered me?" Seeing this, Lang Yu calmly drank his tea. Fang Heng said, "When you took off your mask, I almost didn't recognize you. Don't get me wrong, everything I did before was to test you. Congratulations on passing the test. I reluctantly accept you as my brother-in-law." Fang Heng finally understood why the girl had been so confused before. He couldn't help but ask Lang Yu, "Is your sister really an adult?" Lang Yu said, "I'm an adult now, and I'll be a freshman when school starts again." "That's really incredible. Yun Luo does look small."
When Miss Shan first saw her, her reaction was similar to yours.
Although the two were just chatting normally, Lang Yun Luo was still inexplicably hurt. "Please change the wording. I mean young, not little. I don't want to hear the word little again. Don't be so sensitive," Lang Yu said. Lang Yunluo gritted her teeth and said, "Stinky sister, you think you're big, right?
Just wait, I'll surpass you sooner or later. Then you may have another chance in your next life." Soon, the waiter brought the dishes one after another. The three of them began to eat. During the break, Fang Heng went to the bathroom to wash his face.
"In the box,"
Lang Yunluo said, "Sister, just because he saved you when you were little, you marry him so easily.
Won't you regret it later?" "No."
After spending some time together, Lang Yu felt quite comfortable with Fang Heng, and she did not regret her decision that day at all.
"That's true. No matter what, he's definitely better than the guy our dad forced you to marry. I heard he's a playboy with a constant stream of women around him. Don't talk about him while eating." "Okay."
Lang Yunluo knew that her sister and father had a bad relationship, so she tactfully kept her mouth shut.
The other side.
Fang Heng turned off the faucet and just turned around when he heard a surprised voice from the side.
"Fang Heng, why are you here?" Ren Nianxiao asked.
Xiao Run, do you know this person? Asked the pot-bellied man who was hugging Ren Nianxiao.
Mr. Wu, he's my best friend's boyfriend.
Okay, then you guys chat, I'll go to the box first. The man called Mr. Wu let go of Ren Nianxiao, glanced at Fong Hong and left.
Fong Hong, I heard everything from Lily. Are you really not planning to get back together?
Ren Nianxiao looked at Fong Hong as she spoke. Her eyes swept over the label on his clothes and she was stunned for a moment. It was exactly the same as what Lu Li said.
Yes. Fong Hong said indifferently. He didn't have a good impression of his best friend Lu Li.
The reason why Lu Li became unreasonable was partly due to Ren Nianxiao's instigation.
Moreover, Ren Nianxiao often moved around between men.
Even not long after Lu Li introduced the two of them to each other, Ren Nianxiao had confessed her love to him privately. From then on, Fong Hong no longer had any good feelings towards her.
Chapter 27 Brother-in-Law.
Ren Nianxiao said, Lily just found a male best friend.
Nothing happened, and they are not in contact now. As a grown man, why would you be so extreme? I won't buy it.
Tell Lu Li to give up as soon as possible. There's no way I'll get back together with her.
Fong Hong was about to leave after saying this.
Hey, wait. Ren Nianxiao stopped him.
What else? Are you really a rich young man? Fong Hong was wearing a suit of famous brands and appeared in Xianzhu Lake again, which was totally inconsistent with his previous identity.
Ren Nianxiao began to believe Lu Li's words.
Fong Hong was most likely a rich young master who deliberately concealed his identity. Fong Hong was a little amused, but before he could answer, Long Yun Luo appeared in front of them.
Brother-in-law, my sister and I have been waiting for you for a long time.
What are you doing here?
It's okay, let's go. Fong Hong and Lang Yun Luo returned to the box together, leaving Ren Nianxiao standing there in a daze.
Brother-in-law? Is Fong Hong married?
Moreover, the little girl who just called Fong Hong brother-in-law was not dressed like an ordinary person at all. Even the bracelet on her wrist might not be enough for her to afford with several years' salary. Ren Nianxiao was very surprised.
Who is Fong Hong? In the box.
Lang Yu saw Fong Hong and his sister come in.
Finally back.
Lang Yun Luo said, Sister, let me tell you a secret. Your man was just out there picking up girls.
Eat your food and stop talking nonsense.
Lang Yu picked up the food and stuffed it directly into Lang Yun Luo's mouth. Lang Yun Luo turned his head and spat it out, saying, Pa, this tastes a bit fishy and tastes terrible. Lang Yun Luo's embarrassing appearance made Lang Yu smile slightly. Fong Hong looked at Lang Yu, but suddenly said, Don't move.
What's wrong?
Lang Yu looked bewildered, and saw Fong Hong reach out and gently stroke the corner of her mouth. There was a grain of rice at the corner of my mouth, I've removed it.
Lang Yu's heartbeat seemed to speed up a bit. Lang Yun Luo on the opposite side was stunned. Sister, you think that what you just did wasn't enough, and you still want to force-feed me dog food, right?
Lang Yu tidied the hair by her ears with her hands and deliberately changed the subject.
Yun Luo, do you want me to take you home after dinner? No need. I've finally returned home, so I'm going to have a blast.
I've got some friends over tonight to go shopping and play games all night long.
Does your family agree? Hey, Mom agreed anyway.
Then you better be careful.
Don't worry, I've never flipped over. After dinner, several people left Xianzhu Lake and went ashore on a boat. The couple watched Lang Yun Luo get into the car.
Lang Yun Luo waved goodbye through the car window.
Goodbye, stinky sister and brother-in-law, don't let me catch you picking up girls next time.
After Lang Yun Luo left, Fong Hong slowly put down his hand. This little girl is really difficult to deal with.
You. Lang Yu looked as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Fong Hong said helplessly, You don't really believe what your sister said, do you? Of course not. I met someone I know and chatted briefly. Fong Hong explained. Oh. Aren't you curious about men and women? He asked again. Not curious. Lang Yu didn't look like he wasn't curious. Fong Hong smiled faintly and said, It's a woman, my ex-girlfriend's best friend, she came to persuade me to get back together. What exactly do you think? Lang Yu knew the reason why Fong Hong and Lu Li broke up.
Being forced to get married by her father at the time, she impulsively ran to the Civil Affairs Bureau and happened to witness the entire quarrel between the two.
What else could I be thinking?
We've already gotten married, so it's impossible for her and I to get back together.
There's a special relationship between us. You still have a chance to regret it. Never mind. I'm not that generous. Lang Yu suddenly fell silent. Fang Hang asked, "You married me because your family forced you to, right?" Although Lang Yu had not revealed it before, this was the only reason Fang Hong could think of. That is certainly part of the reason. Fang Hong was not surprised to see Lang Yu admit it. After all, it is unacceptable for the president of Lightyear to fall in love with him and propose to him just because he is handsome. Don't worry, since I've received the money, I will definitely do my best to fulfill my responsibilities. Well, you performed very well today. My sister has no doubts at all. Of course, I'm a professional. Fang Hong patted his chest. Have you done this before? Lang Yu asked. Well, not really. Then why do you say you are a professional? Because it shows that I am more reliable. The two came to the front of the car. Fang Hong was about to sit in the driver's seat. Lang Yu stopped him. Didn't we agree that I'll drive when we get back? I didn't drink, and you were wearing high heels. Maybe next time. It's okay, I brought some flat shoes. Seeing that Lang Yu was so well prepared, Fang Hong no longer insisted. The two got in the car. Fastened their seat belts. At this time, Lang Yu received a call from Lang Yun Luo. Didn't you just leave? Why are you calling again? Did you leave something behind? Lang Yun Luo wailed, No, sister, my plan to go out and play has been discovered, and now I'm forced to rush home. You're showing off. Didn't you just swear that you wouldn't fail? I don't know either. Wow, so unlucky. Although he couldn't see Lang Yun Luo's expression, Fang Hong had already imagined the funny scene. He couldn't help laughing out loud. On the other end of the phone, Lang Yun Luo naturally heard everything clearly and said, Sister, I heard someone laughing. Is your man gloating over your misfortune? You heard wrong. I couldn't have heard it wrong. Give him the phone. I want to talk to him. Fang Hong is not here. I'm hanging up now. I have something else to do. Without waiting for Lang Yun Luo to reply, Lang Yu hung up the phone. Lang Yu started the car, turned his head to look at Fang Hong, and said, If you laugh too loudly, she will easily notice. Then I'll laugh secretly next time. Yeah, that's usually how I am. Between words. The Mercedes-Benz G drove away from its original position. But Ren Nianxiao, who was far away, was shocked. Who is the woman next to Fang Hong? And what about the Mercedes-Benz G-Class? Despite being confused. But these scenes made Ren Nianxiao even more convinced that Fang Hong was a rich young man. Ren Nianxiao had just taken some photos and was about to go find Lu Li. At this time, the pot-bellied man hugged her, his mouth full of alcohol, and said, Xiaoren, come to my place tonight and I'll show you a big treasure. Ren Nianxiao felt a chill, but still smiled and said, Okay, Mr. Wu. Arrived at Mr. Wu's house. About 10 minutes later, Ren Nianxiao came out again, tidying up her clothes. You stinky man, why are you still looking at the big baby? The small one is almost as big as a toothpick. Ren Nianxiao cursed and stopped a car before heading off to look for Lu Li. Chapter 28 Then divorce her. Since being kicked out of the apartment by Fang Hong, Lu Li has been living with her best friend. Ren Nianxiao walked in and saw the garbage on the ground. She said speechlessly, Lily, isn't there a trash can next to it? Be careful next time, be careful next time. Lu Li said perfunctorily, rubbing the screen of her mobile phone quickly with her hands. Ren Nianxiao picked up the garbage helplessly. This kind of thing happened every day since Lu Li moved in. After a game is over. Seeing Ren Nianxiao changing clothes, Lu Li smelled her scent and said with a wicked smile, Nianxiao, are you going on a date with a handsome guy again? Don't mention it. Mr. Wu from our company is almost disgusting to me. Recalling her experience at Mr. Wu's house, Ren Nianxiao frowned, her face full of disgust. By the way, I just met Fang Hong. She added, and then told Lu Li everything she saw at Xianju Lake. Oh my god, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class? After exclaiming, Lu Li said again, Nianxiao, I didn't lie to you, Fang Hong is the rich young master. But he seems to be really married. Impossible. Lu Li said without thinking. She would rather believe that Qin Shi Huang was still alive than believe that Fang Hong would get married so soon. I happened to take a picture, you can take a look. Ren Nianxiao opened the photo album and handed the phone to Lu Li. When Lu Li saw it, she was stunned. The woman in the photo was exactly the same as the woman on the fake marriage certificate that Fong Hung showed her? Could it be that Fong Hung was not lying and he was really married? Luli was so upset that she deleted the photo directly. It's fake, it must be fake. Fong Hung and I broke up only a few days ago. There's no way he would marry someone so soon. Ren Yanxiao saw that Luli was unwilling to believe the truth. So he said, "You should ask Fong Hung in person tomorrow." "I'm going to find him tomorrow, but I still have to say that Fong Hung is definitely not married." Luli emphasized it repeatedly, seemingly speaking to Ren Yanxiao, but also like she was speaking to herself. Get off work the next day. Fong Hung and Lang Yu went out to buy cat food and toys for Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan was the little ragdoll cat that he picked up and gave to Lang Yu. After discussing it last night, the two of them unanimously decided to give the little guy this name. After buying things for Tang Yuan, pass by the women's section. Lang Yu stopped and said, "Go back to the car first, I'll be there later." Obviously, Lang Yu wanted to buy some underwear, so Fong Hung felt a little awkward staying next to her. So he carried his bags and left the mall first. Just put my stuff in the trunk. Suddenly someone came up and took his arm. You bought it so quickly? Fong Hung subconsciously thought it was the cold rain, but soon felt something was wrong. When I turned around, I found it was Lu Li. Fong Hung, I haven't seen you for a few days. Do you miss me? Lu Li said with a smile, her eyes sweeping over the Mercedes-Benz G-Class in front of her intentionally or unintentionally. Fong Hung suddenly felt uncomfortable and shook off Lu Li's hand. Don't touch me. Lu Li didn't care about Fong Hung's attitude at all, and looked at the Mercedes-Benz G with shining eyes. This should be 2 million. Seriously, you bought a new car without even telling me. Lu Li acted like a hostess, touching and looking around the car, and even wanted to sit in the driver's seat. Fong Hung pulled him aside and asked coldly, "Why are you looking for me again?" Lu Li smiled ingratiatingly and tried to step forward and hold Fong Hung's arm again, but this time he avoided her directly. It's been going on for so many days, and you still don't want to calm down? Don't be so sentimental. I'm not making trouble with you. Okay, don't be angry with me anymore. I promise I will be a good boy in the future. If you say face east, I will never face west. Do you think this is okay? Lu Li said coquettishly. Fong Hung chuckled, "You seem like a different person. You seem like a different person. I have already admitted my mistake to you, but why are you so heartless? What should I do to make you willing to get back together with me?" Lu Li couldn't help complaining. I've said it before, there's no way we can get back together. Give me a reason. I don't like you anymore, and I'm married now. Fong Hung said seriously. Don't lie to me. If you were really married, given your personality, you would at least have a photo of that woman in your car and on your phone's lock screen. It's just that we haven't had time to put it in the car yet. Fong Hung frowned. Where's the lock screen of your phone? Do you dare to show it to me? Fong Hung showed the ring on his ring finger. Is this convincing? Lu Li was slightly startled and said, "It's just a ring. What can it prove? I can go buy one and wear it on my ring finger and tell everyone I'm married. If you're deliberately pretending to be stupid, then there's nothing I can do. I'm not pretending to be stupid. It's just that you have too many flaws. You can fool others but not me." Lu Li's voice became louder and louder. Just when the two were arguing, a beautiful figure appeared in front of me. Lang Yu said calmly, "Fong Hung didn't lie to you. He and I are indeed married." The appearance of Lang Yu was like a bolt of lightning, striking the deepest part of Lu Li's heart. All her strength seemed to be drained away at once, and she forced a smile and said, "Fong Hung, where did you find these actors? They're quite efficient." Fong Hung ignored Lu Li and took Lang Yu's hand. "Have you finished shopping?" he asked gently. Then let's not waste time, we should go back." Fong Hung took the things in Lang Yu's hand. "Then I'll drive." "Good." The two of them walked around Lu Li and got into the car at the same time. Lu Li rushed to the car window, her eyes already red without her knowing. "Fong Hung, let me ask you a question. Where did you find these actors?" Lang Yu glanced at Lu Li, then turned to Fong Hung and said, "Forget it, I'll wait for you at the door." "You'd better talk to her clearly." Fong Hung unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. Seeing the cold rain stop not far away, he slowly turned around and looked directly at Lu Li. Lu Li said excitedly, "Why don't you answer me? Are you feeling guilty? How about I take you to the Civil Affairs Bureau and let the staff tell you in person whether I'm married or not? I don't. So what do you want? I don't want anything, I just want to get back together with you. I regret breaking up with you, okay? You're totally kidding. I can't do both like you. Then you divorce her and we can get back together. You don't seem to understand the situation yet. You insist on tearing apart the last bit of your dignity, right? Fine, then it's as you wish. Luli, listen to me, I don't love you anymore. Please get out of my life as soon as possible. Do you understand? I won't. Why? Why should I leave just because you tell me to? What's the point of our relationship then? She shouted, tears streaming down her face. Fang Hung finally couldn't help but roared, if you knew all this, why did you still flirt with that male best friend? Do you really think I'm your toy and that I won't get angry or hurt no matter what I do? Okay, I admit I was wrong, but I've changed and apologized to you. Can't you just give me another chance? No, in this world, not everything can be made up for by simply apologizing and admitting one's mistakes. Luli, remember, it's not that I don't want to give you a chance, but you destroyed our relationship with your own hands and completely blocked your own escape route. Chapter 29 I Hate You. In the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Lang Yu watched every move of the two people through the rearview mirror. The heated argument attracted many passers-by to watch and discuss. Seeing that he couldn't convince Lu Li, Fang Hong didn't want to waste any more time talking to her. Lu Li suddenly rushed over and grabbed him, saying, "You are not allowed to leave." Fang Hong shook Lu Li off and said, "I told you not to touch me." "I'm going to touch you." Lu Li came up and grabbed him again. Fang Hong pushed Lu Li away again. Lu Li continued to pull, but Fang Hong pushed her away again, and the two of them repeated this cycle. It was unknown how long this went on until Lu Li burst into tears, tears falling like beads from a broken string. "Fang Hong, please consider this as a plea from me. I become accustomed to your presence and can't live without you." Lu Li sobbed, feeling more humble than ever before. Fang Hong stood there for a while, took a deep breath, and finally ruthlessly shook off her hand. "It's meaningless to say this now." These words were like a sharp blade, completely cutting off Lu Li's thoughts. She collapsed on the ground and screamed at the top of her lungs at Fang Hong's back. "Why won't you give me another chance? How can you be so heartless? Fang Hong, I hate you." Fang Hong stopped and said with his back to her, "It doesn't matter what you want to do, just don't disturb my life again in the future." The words fell. In the afterglow of the sunset, amidst the gossip, he left alone. On the way back, there was silence in the car. Fang Hong was about to speak, but Lang Yu beat him to the punch and asked, "What do you want to eat tonight?" "It will be all right." Return to the villa. Lang Yu entered the kitchen and started tying her apron. Fang Hong wanted to help, but she pushed him out of the kitchen. Lang Yu said, "Go take a shower first and calm down. I will cook dinner tonight." Fang Hong forced a smile, "Thank you for your hard work. Go quickly." Fang Hong entered the bathroom and let the shower wash over his face. The relationship between him and Lu Li is not fake. What just happened undoubtedly made him feel depressed. It was unknown how long it took before Fang Hong came out of the bathroom. Looking at the table full of dishes, he couldn't help feeling a little surprised. "How did you manage to do so much so quickly?" Lang Yu said, "Some are cooked, and some are just delivered from takeout. I don't know what else you like to eat besides potatoes, so I can only make more to suit your taste." Fang Hong took a closer look and found that at least half of the dishes on the table were related to potatoes. When the two of them were chatting before, he revealed that he likes to eat potatoes. Fang Hong felt Lang Yu's intention. "Thanks." Lang Yu said helplessly, "Have you forgotten the agreement between us again?" Fang Hong slapped his mouth lightly and said, "It's my fault. I forgot again." The last dish happened to be chicken nuggets with potatoes. "As punishment, you will be the one personally supervising me and seeing if I have improved since last time." "Good." Fang Hong and Lang Yu entered the kitchen together and supervised her as instructed. The ingredients were all prepared, so it came out of the pot quickly. Fang Hong picked up the chopsticks, took a small sip, and then nodded with great satisfaction. "Well, compared to last time, there has been obvious improvement. I feel like it's almost as good as what I did. According to what you said before, I have done a lot of summaries. Even during the morning meeting today, I suddenly thought of the relevant ingredients and stopped to take notes. A group of company executives were in a meeting, and Lang Yu was giving a speech when he suddenly stopped to take notes. The crowd probably looked at each other in confusion, probably thinking that something big had gone wrong. Fong Hung imagined that scene and was speechless for a moment. After coming out of the kitchen with the dishes, the two sat opposite each other at the dinner table. Lang Yu held his chin with his hand, thought for a moment, and said, "Is there something missing?" Fong Hung took a look and saw that all the bowls, chopsticks, spoons and other items were available. "Is there anything missing?" "No, the most important thing is missing." While talking, Lang Yu stood up and walked towards a cabinet. "When I opened the cabinet door, I saw a wide variety of wines inside." Fong Hong was dazzled. He never thought that Lang Yu had collected so many fine wines. Lang Yu selected for a while and finally took out a bottle of red wine. She put the red wine on the table and said, "This is what's missing." As if they had telepathy, Fong Hong and Lang Yu came up with the same idea. "Although I don't like drinking much, I really want to have a little at this time. This looks like Lafite." "What year is it from?" "It's from 1982. Most of the 1982 Lafite on the market now are fake, but don't worry, this one is absolutely genuine." None of the wines at home were bought by Lang Yu. Most of them were gifts from business partners. She doesn't drink them normally, but over time, they accumulated to a whole cabinet. "It seems like I'm going to have a feast today, but it's a pity that I'm not very good at drinking," Fong Hong said. "Usually Sumu drinks for me at social events, and I'm not very good at it. But it's okay, I still learned a little bit. Just teach me." "Well, it's generally divided into 6 steps: settling the wine, pouring it, observing it, warming it, decanting it, and finally tasting it." Under Lang Yu's guidance, the two of them tasted the 1982 Lafite and ate the sumptuous dishes. Afterwards, they realized that they had eaten until very late and chatted about a lot of random things. When he woke up the next day, Fong Hong was in his room, but what was outrageous was that he was sleeping on the floor. Fong Hong had a splitting headache and stood up only to find that he was not the only one in the room. At this time, there were a person and a cat lying on the bed. The only cat at home is Tang Yuan. And people are naturally like cold rain. She was sleeping soundly, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and a few strands of hair sticking to her cheeks and corners of her mouth. Looking down, one can see the white and delicate collarbone, while the nightgown straps are playfully scattered on one side of the shoulder, revealing a hint of spring. Fong Hong was stunned by such a scene. He couldn't help but wonder whether he should cover Lang Yu with a blanket or help her pull up her nightgown straps. After hesitating for a while, Fong Hong bent down and chose the latter for some unknown reason. However, just as he grabbed the soft suspenders, Tang Yuan, who was lying in Lang Yu's arms, suddenly woke up. Then the little guy meowed. It was this sound that unfortunately woke up Lang Yu. She moved her eyelids and slowly opened her sleepy eyes. Then, the most embarrassing thing happened. Fong Hong was seen grabbing Lang Yu's nightgown straps with his hands, while Lang Yu, who was half asleep and half awake, was staring at him blankly. This scene lasted about half a minute. Afterwards, Fong Hong pretended to be calm and helped to lift it up. "Just in time for you to wake up. Your head must be hurting. I'll make some hangover soup." The words fell. Without waiting for Lang Yu to answer, Fong Hong left the room first. When she came to her senses, Lang Yu pursed her lips and subconsciously pressed the strap of her nightgown on one side of her shoulder with her delicate hand. She sat on the bed for a long time, not knowing what she was thinking, but her cheeks seemed to be a little hot. At the same time, in the kitchen, Fong Hong was absent-mindedly making hangover soup. Awkward. He shouldn't have meddled in other people's business. He should have just helped cover himself with a blanket. It's really hard to explain what happened just now. I was just being kind. Chapter 30. Is this still the president I am familiar with? Fong Hong prepared the hangover soup and brought it to the table. It happened that Lang Yu came out of his room holding Tang Yuan. Fong Hong was about to speak when he saw Lang Yu put down the dumplings and ran up to the second floor. After a long time, she came downstairs with light makeup on her face and changed into a clean and neat work suit. "The soup is still warm. You'll feel better after drinking it." Lang Yu avoided Fong Heng's gaze and said, "I have something urgent to do. I need to go to the company first." After she said this, she fled as if there was a flood or a beast behind her. Fong Hong stood there in a daze. Meow. A soft cat meow sounded beside him. Fong Hong looked down and saw Tang Yuan looking up at him innocently. Fong Hong squatted down and stroked its little head. Look, why did you bark just then?
As a punishment, you'll have one less cat food to eat today.
Sweet dumpling.
After packing the hangover soup, Fong Hung set off to go to the company. He drank a lot of wine last night and his head still hurts a bit.
Lun Yu is naturally in a similar condition. Lightyear Corporation. President's office.
Lun Yu sat at his desk, rubbing his temples with his hands.
Sumu said, "Boss, are you feeling unwell? I drank a little too much last night."
Sumu had almost never seen Leng Yu drink, and she was usually the one who kept the alcohol out of the way during social gatherings.
So I was very surprised to hear that. The president actually drank? And you drank a bit too much? What is going on here? Could it be that she was trapped in love and hurt by Fong Hong? Do you need my help to buy some medicine? No need.
Leng Yu shook her head, regretting not drinking the hangover soup made by Fong Hung.
Just then, Fong Hong pushed the door and walked into the office.
Sumu was just about to start scolding who was so bold as to barge into the CEO's office without even knocking. But as soon as he saw the person coming, he swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. She looked at Fong Hong and couldn't help frowning.
I agreed so readily before and promised not to let the president down.
As a result, after just a few days, the president was so sad that he drank to drown his sorrows.
Ha, man.
On Leng Yu's side, when he saw Fong Hung appear, he couldn't help but recall the scene in the morning.
She asked unnaturally, "Why are you here?" Fong Hung said, "You must have a headache now since you left in such a hurry, right?"
"I have something important to take care of, so." Sumu standing by was slightly startled. Ever since she came to the company, she saw Leng Yu sitting at the desk in a daze, not busy with work at all.
"I brought it to you, drink it quickly." Fong Hong put the takeaway box on the desk. Good.
He has come to the company and now she has no way to refuse. Leng Yu opened the takeaway box and drank the hangover soup with a spoon.
I heated it up before I brought it in. Drink slowly and be careful not to get burned.
Seeing Leng Yu, who was always decisive and resolute, being as timid as a little woman in front of Fong Hung, Sumu could hardly believe his eyes.
Is this still the president I am familiar with?
While being shocked, Sumu also realized that he had wronged Fong Hung. It seems that Leng Yu was not trapped in love, but drank for other reasons. Maybe, the couple was having a candlelight dinner and was so in love that they couldn't help but drink a few more glasses.
Sumu didn't want to stay here and continue to be a light bulb. So he said, "Boss, I'm going out first." "Sumu, wait a moment."
Leng Yu suddenly called her.
Just when Sumu was confused. Fong Hung said, "You should talk about work, then I will leave first." After Fong Hong left, Sumu asked, "President, what's wrong?" "Nothing." "I have nothing to do." Fong Hong went to the sales department.
When the staff saw him talking, their attitude became much more polite than before. One reason is that Fong Hong has now been transferred to work in the president's office.
Second, everyone knows that the Mercedes-Benz G-Class in the garage is his. Li Hua walked into the sales department. I wasn't surprised to hear everyone talking about Fong Hung. After all, this had been happening almost every day since the promotion banquet.
But when he opened the office door and saw Fong Hung sitting at his desk eating fruit, he was so scared that he almost dropped his briefcase on the ground.
Li Hua asked cautiously, "Secretary Fong, what brings you here?"
Fong Hung laughed and said, "Brotherly, it's okay for them to be polite to me, but why are you doing this to me?"
Li Hua was flattered and said, "Don't. Secretary Fong, please don't call me that. I don't deserve it. You can call me Xiao Li or anything else. I just became the sales manager and I haven't even started working there yet. If the president knew that Fong Hong called him like that, who knows what would happen." Li Hua couldn't bear it and was really scared.
Fong Hung said helplessly, "Forget it, I'll still call you Manager Li from now on."
"Okay, as long as you don't call me brother, anything else is fine. By the way, is this fruit to your liking? If not, I'll ask my wife to bring some fresh ones over. It tastes good. If it were in the past, I probably wouldn't have had this experience." Li Hua felt embarrassed. The past is the past, and the present is the present. If he had known that Fong Heng's wife was the CEO of Guangyan, he wouldn't have dared to make decisions. Not to mention eating some of his fruits, even if he was asked to stand on the table and dance, he would definitely not dare to complain. Although he knew the relationship between Fong Hong and Leng Yu, Li Hua did not reveal it to anyone.
He still believed, as before, that Fong Hong had been deliberately undercover in the sales department for the past 6 months, perhaps to observe the working conditions between departments.
That's why Wang Zhanghao's end was so miserable.
In order not to affect Li Hua's work, Fong Hong did not stay in the office for too long.
When coming out,
He ran into Xiao Kongpeng, who was walking out with a box in his arms. Because of what happened at the promotion banquet, Xiao Kongpeng became the laughingstock of the entire sales department. Every day when he came to work, he could hear people talking about him. Xiao Kongpeng regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He shouldn't have been so obsessed as to pretend that the Mercedes-Benz G was his. Finally unable to bear this invisible pressure, Xiao Kongpeng submitted his resignation and decided to leave Lightyear.
Now I meet Fong Hung again. Xiao Kongpeng was suddenly filled with hatred and glared at the other person fiercely.
If it weren't for Fong Hong, Chen Shui might have liked him. If it weren't for Fong Hong, he wouldn't have deliberately said that the Mercedes-Benz G-Class was his, and he wouldn't be facing his current situation. So it's all Fong Hong's fault. Fong Hong glanced at Xiao Kongpeng and saw him staring at him. He felt confused and didn't take it to heart.
Leave the sales department.
Fong Hong went downstairs to the supermarket to buy some things. When he turned back to wait for the elevator, he didn't realize that he was already being stared at by a pair of eyes.
Chapter 31 Framed.
Ran Nianxia works at a daily chemical products company called Mingliang.
Due to work requirements, I came to Guangyan today to make an appointment to discuss cooperation.
I finally persuaded the front desk to help me make a phone call. While waiting for news, she turned around and accidentally caught a glimpse of a familiar figure.
After a closer look, Ran Nianxiao discovered that it was Fong Hung. When I think of Lu Li's distraught look when she came back yesterday,
Ran Nianxiao was so angry with the other party that she couldn't stop fighting.
This damn scumbag!
So she immediately set out to catch up.
Ren Nianxiao observed the floor where the elevator stopped, and then took another elevator to the same floor. As soon as you get out of the elevator,
she was startled when she saw the security guard standing at the door.
The security guard looked her over and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Ran Nianxiao asked nervously, "I'm looking for Fong Hung. Is he on this floor?"
The two security guards turned around and talked for a while. Only then did he let down his guard. "Oh, you're looking for Secretary Fong.
Go in and walk to the right. He's in the secretary's office." "Thank you."
Ran Nianxiao followed what she was told and quickly found the secretary's office. She hesitated, then knocked on the door.
In the secretary's office, Fong Hong was eating leisurely.
I heard someone knocking on the door and couldn't help feeling a little confused.
Is it the cold rain coming?
He moved and opened the door.
I was a little surprised to see the person coming. Why is it you? Ran Nianxiao confirmed that Fong Hong was the only one in the office and took the opportunity to walk in. Fong Hong frowned. Ran Nianxiao, what are you doing here? Of course I came to you to reason with you, Fong Hung.
Thanks to you, our Lily cried her heart out last night and even threatened to commit suicide.
Ran Nianxiao deliberately exaggerated. Luli didn't attempt suicide last night.
Although I was very sad when I got back, I soon calmed down after her guidance. Even before going to bed, she was happily playing games with the handsome guy she introduced to her.
Fong Hong chuckled. He knew very well who Luli was.
It is simply a fantasy to say that she committed suicide because of love.
So what? What do you mean?
Lily is so sad because of you, but you are still so calm.
You really are a scumbag. Ran Nianxiao said contemptuously. Come on, everyone you look at looks like a scumbag. If you're not a scumbag, what else could you be? You probably started dating your current wife behind Lily's back before you even broke up with her, right? Fong Hong knew that reasoning with Ren Nianxiao was pointless. Just follow her and do the opposite.
Yes, you're right.
I'm a scumbag.
Luli was being affectionate with her male best friend, and when we first started dating, you, her best friend, confessed your love to me behind her back.
There was nothing wrong with that. You two are the real good girls. Fong Hong, what do you mean? You're just trying to find ways to scold me and Lily, right? Hey, don't talk nonsense, I'm clearly praising you. Is there anyone who praises others like you? Don't be impatient. Since you think what you did was fine, why can't you accept what I said?
Fong Hong deliberately said in a sarcastic tone.
Stop disgusting me.
I don't need your praise.
Look at you, you're anxious again. You. Ran Nianxiao was so angry at Fang Heng. You forced me to do this. The words fell. Ran Nianxiao ruffled her hair and unbuttoned her clothes. Fang Heng frowned and said, "What are you doing? Are you trying to act like a hooligan?" Ran Nianxiao smiled darkly. "It's you who's trying to bully me, Fang Heng. Just wait for your reputation to be ruined and everyone to point fingers at you."
Immediately afterwards, Ran Nianxia rushed towards Fang Heng and began to shout for help in an inconsistent manner.
"Help! I'm being molested. Can anyone save me?"
In this situation, Fang Heng was obviously the weaker party. He could only circle around the sofa, forced to avoid Ren Nianxiao. In the end, Ren Nianxiao just kept chasing him like a dogskin plaster.
Fang Heng was so angry that he kicked her. "Fuck you!" Ren Nianxiao fell to the ground, saying in disbelief, "How dare you hit me, Fang? I'm going to skin you alive."
As she spoke, she wanted to stand up and fight back. But when she heard the hurried footsteps coming from outside, Ren Nianxiao suddenly lay down again, and then deliberately ruffled her clothes a little more.
The next moment, Sumu pushed open the door, followed by 2 security guards.
When she saw Ren Nianxiao lying on the ground with disheveled clothes, her brows furrowed for a moment.
"Secretary Fang, what happened?" Fang Heng said, "I didn't do anything.
She was just acting for you guys."
Ren Nianxiao said with tears in her eyes, "Woo-woo.
Don't believe him, I've been molested, please save me." The 2 security guards looked at each other, obviously believing Ren Nianxiao's words.
After all, which girl would be willing to joke about her innocence?
Sumu couldn't tell the truth from the false for a moment, and looked at Fang Heng feeling torn.
At this time,
she received a phone call.
"President."
The person who called was Lung Yu.
"Bring everyone to my office," she said. "Clear." Sumu was surprised how Lung Yu knew about it so quickly.
But he still did as she said and prepared to take Fang Heng and Ren Nianxiao with him.
Ren Nianxiao pointed at Fang Heng and asked Sumu, "What's going on? Why don't you let the security guards take this guy under control? Come with me to see the president first."
"I'll make a decision after I understand the true situation."
Ren Nianxiao couldn't help but feel happy when she heard this. Meet President Lightyear? Wouldn't it be possible to exaggerate the situation?
Once the other party believes it, Fang Heng will be completely finished.
At the same time,
Ran Nianxiao was also a little curious about whether President Guangnian was a man or a woman. She had never paid attention to it before. If it were a man, maybe this would be an opportunity for him to marry into a wealthy family.
Arrived at the door of the president's office, Ran Nianxiao adjusted her mood. So looking forward to it. What will President Lightyear look like?
However, when she followed Sumu in and saw Lang Yu, Ran Nianxiao was completely stunned.
Isn't this the woman who was with Fang Heng at Xianju Lake that day? If he was not mistaken, the other party was Fang Heng's newly married wife. "Mr. Lang, everyone has been brought here," Sumu said. Lung Yu's face was frosty.
He first glanced at Fang Heng, and then focused all his attention on Ren Nianxiao.
"Tell me about what happened at that time." Only then did Ren Nianxiao recover from her shock. She deliberately said, "Mr. Lang. Mr. Lang, I know the relationship between you and Fang Heng. You wouldn't deliberately protect him regardless of the facts just because he is your husband, right? Don't worry, I won't cover up for anyone. You can speak boldly. If you say so, I'm relieved. This is what happened."
Just like that, Ren Nianxiao began to fabricate lies, trying to bring Fang Heng to ruin.
Chapter 32 Dare to frame my man? Seeing Ren Nianxiao crying and speaking exactly as if it were the truth, Fang Heng couldn't help but mock her.
"Ha, with your acting skills, it's a shame you didn't apply to the acting department in college."
Ren Nianxiao wiped away a tear and said, "What do you mean by acting?
What I said is clearly true."
Do you dare to deny that you hit me? Fang Heng is not stupid. Ren Nianxiao is trying to lead him into a trap. It was true that he kicked Ren Nianxiao.
But if he admitted it at this moment, Ren Nianxiao would immediately interrupt what he was about to say next and take the opportunity to pin the fabricated lie on Fang Heng. This makes it even more difficult for him to defend himself.
Fang Heng replied, "Don't confuse the two. You forced yourself on me and tried to accuse me of doing something unkind to you. I had no choice but to kick you." Ren Nianxiao suddenly sobbed even louder, "Would I risk my own innocence just to frame you? Isn't that what you are doing now? Fong Hong, you've really gone too far. Fong Hong was about to refute. Lang Yu said, wait a moment, let her speak first.
So, Ren Yanxiao started crying again about what Fong Hong did to her in the office, which actually didn't happen at all. Accompanied by Ren Yanxiao's words,
Lang Yu's complexion became worse and worse. Fong Hong was vaguely worried.
Firstly, he had no evidence to prove his innocence, and secondly, because of the misunderstanding in the morning, Lang Yu might really think that he had done something to Ren Yanxiao.
Ren Yanxiao didn't stop until she said she was tired. Lang Yu crossed his arms, rested his arms on the desk, and asked, anything else?
Ren Yanxiao was stunned for a moment. She has said so much, but it feels like the other party hasn't heard enough. If this were the woman in an ordinary couple, she would probably be furious by now.
Ren Yanxiao felt a little uneasy about Lang Yu's calmness. There's more, but I'm a little thirsty.
Ren Yanxiao was crying and saying that she was indeed a little thirsty.
Lang Yu said to Su Mu, who was standing beside him, Assistant Su, pour her a glass of water and put some of the flower tea that Manager Lang gave me earlier in it.
Hearing this, Su Mu was slightly startled, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face.
Lang Ruxue and Lang Yu have a bad relationship.
The flower tea she sent is fine but also has problems.
No problem means that the tea itself is normal and is a very rare specialty. The problem is that the tea is extremely bitter.
Su Mu was deeply impressed by this because she had tasted it and spat it out immediately. Obviously, Lang Yu discovered Ren Yanxiao's weakness and wanted to use it to retaliate against her to vent Fong Heng's anger.
After a while, Su Mu made the tea. She brought it to Ren Yanxiao and said, please enjoy. Ren Yanxiao couldn't slow down at all.
She had been honking for a long time and was almost dying of thirst. So the moment he took the water, he tilted his head back and drank most of it.
But soon, she realized something was wrong. Bitter. So bitter.
It's so bitter that it's hard to describe. Ren Yanxiao felt like vomiting on the spot.
What's wrong? Are you not used to drinking it? Lang Yu asked.
Su Mu cooperated with her and deliberately stood in front of Ren Yanxiao.
Ren Yanxiao wanted to vomit but didn't dare to. The person in front of her was the assistant of President Guangyan. If she vomited on him, the consequences would be unimaginable. She had no choice but to swallow it down and said with a dry laugh, it's okay, it's okay. Ren Yanxiao didn't think much about it, she just thought it was a peculiar taste of rich people. After all, in her opinion, coffee was quite bitter. Of course, this tea is thousands of times more bitter than coffee. Lang Yu looked at the half-empty water cup and said, then why don't you finish it? Do you still dislike the scented tea in it? No.
Ren Yanxiao had no choice but to drink the rest. Immediately, her expression began to distort, as if she had eaten the sourest lemon in the world. She endured the discomfort, returned the cup to Su Mu, and said, Boss Lang, I'll continue.
Wait a minute, I'm a little curious why you appeared in light years. Are you here to discuss business? Yes, I'm the secretary to the general manager of Mingliang Daily Chemicals Company. My name is Ren Yanxiao.
I came to your company today to discuss business, but I didn't expect something like this to happen. Lang Yu interrupted her and said, there's no need to talk about the rest.
What I'm going to talk about next is something related to your husband. That's not necessary. I've already collected enough evidence. Evidence? What evidence?
Ren Yanxiao was a little confused.
Of course it's evidence that you framed my husband.
Ren Yanxiao was horrified.
Discovered? It shouldn't be.
She performed so perfectly, there shouldn't be any flaws.
Ren Yanxiao continued stubbornly, it's unfair. Mr. Lang, I really didn't frame your husband. He did have bad intentions towards me. Look at my clothes and the wounds here from his kicks.
They all prove I'm not lying.
My husband is right. It's a waste of your talent that you didn't study acting.
Lang Yu said this and pressed the remote control in his hand. The surveillance footage was played on the monitor on the wall.
The scene in the picture was none other than Fong Heng's office.
From the moment Ren Yanxiao entered the door until Su Mu and the security guard arrived, the sounds and images were recorded clearly.
This scene shocked everyone present except Lang Yu. The most surprised person was Fong Heng. There are surveillance cameras in his office? Is this so outrageous?
Fortunately, I didn't do anything weird, otherwise I would have been broadcasting live in front of Lang Yu.
Lang Yu said, Ren Yanxiao is right, the evidence is all here, What else do you have to say now?
Ran Nianxiao took a step back and looked at Leng Yu with eyes filled with surprise and fear for a moment.
I
saw her hesitating for a long time.
Leng Yu added, it seems that you have nothing to say.
Then she put away the camera on the desk and handed it to Su Mu. Edit the surveillance footage and submit this to the Ministry of Justice, and directly prosecute Ms. Ren Nianxiao.
Okay.
Also, notify everyone to terminate any cooperation with Mingliang Daily Chemicals Company, blacklist the company, and sync this information with all business partners.
Clear.
Su Mu immediately started to handle the matter. When he passed by Ren Nianxiao, he glanced at her with contempt. Ren Nianxiao was completely dumbfounded. Not to mention how to deal with the upcoming lawsuit, she simply couldn't afford the possibility of her company being blacklisted by Guangnian. She fell to her knees with a plop and said tremblingly, I'm sorry, President Lang, I shouldn't have done this.
Please give me a chance, I know I was wrong. Leng Yu snorted coldly, do you think it's too late to admit your mistake now?
Dare to frame my man, this is the price you must pay.
At the same time, the office door opened from the outside.
Ma Shun, the head of the security department, led a group of security guards into the building.
Ran Nianxiao knew that she didn't have much time left.
If she didn't do something, it would be too late. Therefore, she placed all her hopes on Fang Heng.
Chapter 33 The CEO is his woman. Ran Nianxiao got up and rushed to Fang Heng.
Fang Heng, help me, if this continues, I might die.
Why should I help you? Fang Heng sneered.
If there is no evidence, even if he is innocent, he will definitely be criticized in the future. Ran Nianxiao is a vicious person. She doesn't feel guilty about his mistakes, but regrets that her plan was not careful enough and revealed a flaw.
I'm Lily's best friend.
For the sake of our relationship, please help me.
You're the only one who can save me. You can't harm me, but you want me to help you when something happens. What do you think of me? I'm sorry.
I was confused for a moment.
If you just give me a hand, you can ask me to do anything in the future. Come on, even if you tell this to a dog, I'm afraid the dog won't believe it.
Seeing Fang Heng's firm attitude, Ran Nianxiao was completely panicked.
Fang Heng, you can't do this. You really have to help me. Leng Yu said, take the person away. Got it. Ma Shan nodded in understanding.
A group of security guards immediately rushed over, grabbed Ran Nianxiao and dragged her out. Ran Nianxiao struggled and shouted at Fang Heng. Her hair was disheveled and her clothes were torn to shreds, she looked like a madwoman.
Ran Nianxiao was unwilling to give up this last remaining hope, but Fang Heng remained indifferent until the person was dragged out of the door. In the corridor,
Ma Shan walked in front, with a line of security guards behind him dragging the screaming Ran Nianxiao. One of the security guards was the doorman who had stopped Fang Heng before. He moved closer to Ma Shan and said, Manager Ma, it seems that Mr. Fang and the president have a very special relationship. As he said this, he secretly felt relieved.
Fortunately, I didn't make Fang Heng angry at the time, otherwise I would be in trouble.
Ma Shan said, shut up and don't talk nonsense here.
Yes. On the way to the elevator,
the two security guards stood up immediately when they saw Ma Shan.
Hello, Manager Ma.
Ma Shun stopped and pointed at their noses one by one, angrily scolding, how on earth are you two good-for-nothing supposed to be guarding people? The two were the security guards who had just heard the call for help and rushed to the secretary's office with Su Mu. When he saw Ren Nianxiao at this time, he immediately realized that he had caused a big disaster.
The woman revealed Secretary Fang's name, so we let her go. You guys don't have any brains, do you? Do you know that it's because of you that Mr. Fang was framed? In other words, this woman's claim of being molested is false? Nonsense. Do you think Mr. Fang would do such a thing?
The two security guards looked at each other and could only curse Ren Nianxiao's family in their hearts.
Everyone, get out. You and I will stay here. I'm warning you.
If something like this happens again, don't blame me, Ma Shun, for being ruthless.
No one dared to speak.
Unlike those small and broken companies, in such a huge company like Lightyear, Ma Shun is qualified to be the head of the security department, and his identity and background are self-evident. A pot-bellied man rushed to the Lightyear gate in a hurry.
The man's name is Wu Dazhuang, and he is the general manager of Mingliang Daily Chemical Products Company.
At this time, he saw his secretary Ren Nianxiao being thrown out.
He immediately rushed forward and slapped Ren Nianxiao.
This scene made Ma Shun and others stunned. Wu Dazhuang said angrily, "You bitch, I asked you to come to discuss business, but you blacklisted the company.
Do you want to kill me?"
He was well aware of Lightyear's power in Los Angeles. Once the company was blacklisted by it, it would be difficult to do anything in the future, and bankruptcy would be a matter of time. Ren Nianxiao covered her face and said aggrievedly, "Boss Wu, I don't want to do that either."
Wu Dazhuang slapped Ren Nianxiao hard again without saying anything. "You don't want to do it, but it's already happened. When we get back, I'll kill you."
Wu Dazhuang cursed and put Ren Nianxiao aside for the time being. Then, he walked up to Ma Shun, handed him a cigarette, and said with a smile, "Brother, can you give me a favor?
I want to go in and talk to your president."
Ma Shun was speechless. The two security guards on the side first knocked away the cigarette, and then each of them pushed Wu Dazhuang back. They were the two security guards who had just been scolded because of Ren Nianxiao.
Naturally, he took his anger out on Wu Dazhuang. "Who do you think you are to make our supervisor give you face? Do you know how big a mess your people have made?" Wu Dazhuang looked embarrassed.
He was a big shot in the company, but when he came here and was bullied by two young security guards, he didn't even dare to fart. Ma Shun finally said, "Pick up the cigarette."
"Good."
Wu Dazhuang thought Ma Shun was ordering him, so he hurriedly bent down to pick up the cigarette, but the two security guards got there first, which made him even more embarrassed.
"Remember, this isn't the past, so don't be so rude to others next time."
Ma Shun instructed the two security guards, then took the cigarette and handed it to Wu Dazhuang. He then said indifferently, "Your people have angered the president and Mr. Fong.
If I give you face, I will suffer with you."
Although Wu Dazhuang didn't know who the Mr. Fong that Ma Shun was talking about was.
But obviously, this is also an existence that he cannot afford to provoke.
He took a deep breath, knowing that there was no way to save the situation. So he nodded and bowed to Ma Shun, turned around and grabbed Ren Nianxiao's hair, and forcibly dragged her towards the car parked on the side of the road.
"Ah! Mr. Wu, don't do this, it hurts." "Fuck you, you feel the pain now, but why didn't you feel the pain when you were causing trouble?" Ren Nianxiao was speechless.
She had never expected that Fong Hong was not only a rich young man, but also so powerful.
Even President Guangyan was his woman.
The other side.
President's office. Fong Hong asked curiously, "When was the surveillance camera installed in my office?"
"It wasn't installed recently."
"If you mind, I'll have someone take it down right now."
"Forget it, keep it." If it had been before, Fong Hong would definitely have demolished it. But after what happened just now, he felt that it was a good idea to keep it, otherwise some things would be hard to explain. "Don't worry, I'm the only one authorized to view the surveillance in this area." Although this sentence is normal, Fong Hong still feels a little weird. But there was really nothing to worry about. He usually just touched the fish, and Long Yu could watch if he wanted to, so it didn't matter.
Fong Hong turned his attention to the scented tea on the desk. "By the way, what does this taste like?"
"I just saw Ren Nianxiao drink it, and she looked like she was in pain."
"It's actually okay. Maybe she's not used to it. Do you want to try it?" "Really? You're not kidding me, are you?"
He couldn't help but doubt the truthfulness of Long Yu's words.
"Think back, when have I ever lied to you?" Fong Hong thought about it carefully.
Lang Yu had indeed never lied to him once during this period.
"Okay, let me try what it tastes like." "Okay, I'll make it for you myself." Chapter 34 Bad Woman.
Lang Yu took a cup of water and put the scented tea in it. After soaking it, she handed it to Fong Hong.
"Give." Fong Hong took the cup and asked, "Are you really not kidding me? Don't you believe me?" "That's not the case. I just have a bad feeling. You'll know once you try it." "Okay." Fong Hong finally couldn't resist his curiosity and took a sip of the brewed flower tea.
As soon as I took a sip, a bitter taste spread.
He vomited it out immediately. "Oh shit. Fell into a trap. Why is it so bitter?"
Lang Yu suddenly laughed, and her smile was brighter than before.
"Fong Hong, you're so easy to fool." Fong Hong was speechless and even began to admire Ren Nianxiao. She actually gulped down such a bitter scented tea. No wonder her expression was so distorted before.
Fong Hong said, "Bad girl, I'm not being easily deceived.
This is because of my trust in you.
From this moment on, the bridge of trust between us has cracked."
Lang Yu gradually stopped smiling and said, "Then what should I do to get back to normal?" Unless you take a sip too. Okay, I'll drink it. Ah, you really want to drink?
Fang Hong was just talking, he didn't expect Lung Yu to really agree.
Of course, just consider it as my punishment. I shouldn't have teased you. It's okay if you don't drink. I'd better drink it.
As he spoke, Lung Yu took the cup of water from Fang Heng's hand and slowly brought it to his mouth. Her thin pink lips touched the rim of the cup, and Lung Yu tried to take a sip. But just one bite, her beautiful eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and she choked and started coughing, covering her chest.
It's really hard. Haven't you drunk it before? Why do you look a little surprised? Sumu tasted it for me before, and this is the first time I've experienced this flavor.
From this point of view, it can be regarded as harming others and yourself.
Yes, if I had known, I wouldn't have teased you. It made us suffer together. Ha ha. Looking at her slightly resentful expression, Fang Hong couldn't help laughing.
Lung Yu was slightly startled. This was the first time she had seen Fang Heng smile so happily after so many years.
After Fang Hong left the office,
Lung Yu was just about to pour the floral tea in the cup. However, when she saw the rim of the cup, she suddenly thought of something.
Fang Hong just took a sip from this cup.
And she then took a sip as well.
Isn't this an indirect kiss? As soon as Sumu entered the room, he saw Lung Yu looking dazed and asked, "President, what's wrong with you?" Lung Yu reacted as if he had been caught doing something bad. She said in a slightly flustered tone, "No. It's okay."
Sumu tactfully stopped asking questions, but his inner thoughts were already playing out like an Oscar. She was gone for so long.
What exactly did this newlywed couple do in the office? Could it be that? Oh my god, this is crazy.
Sumu thought about it and subconsciously closed his legs together, even his face turned red. Seeing this, Lung Yu, who had just adjusted his mood, was a little confused and asked, "Assistant Su, what's wrong with you?" I'm fine. Sumu shook his head. Question mark. It's almost time to get off work. Fang Hong drove his Mercedes-Benz G home early. Halfway through the journey, a car suddenly came out and forced him to stop. A man then got out of the car. The man was none other than Xiao Kangpeng, who had just resigned from Light Years. Xiao Kangpeng felt that it was completely hopeless to pursue Chen Shui. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, so he hired someone to block Fang Hong here.
Fang Hong was furious when he found out that the person who cut in line was Xiao Kangpeng. "Xiao Kangpeng, are you sick?"
Xiao Kangpeng said, "Fang Hong, I became sick because of you.
If it weren't for you, Chen Shui would be my girlfriend now." Fang Hong laughed out of anger and said, "You don't have the ability to pursue women, and you can blame me for it?"
If Chen Shui didn't have you in her heart, how could I have pursued her for so long without being able to catch up with her?
Look for the reasons within yourself.
If you understood this, maybe you would have been the one Chen Shui confessed her feelings to at the promotion banquet that day.
Fuck you, you're just making sarcastic remarks here. If I were as handsome as you and as rich as you, would I have to go through so much trouble? Fang Hong shrugged and said, "That's good. To put it bluntly, it's your own problem. If you don't want to improve yourself, what's the point of coming to trouble me? I'm happy to do that. Aren't you handsome? I'll beat you into a pig's head later and see if Chen Shui will still like you. Don't be such a clown. Go away. I don't have time for your nonsense." Fang Hong, at this point, do you still think I'm joking with you?
As he was speaking, a burly, dark-skinned man got out of the car. Xiao Kangpeng came up to him and said, "Brother He, this is the guy."
I'll leave the rest to you.
Sun He often fights in underground boxing and is well known in the underground of Los Angeles. Xiao Kangpeng was attracted by these points and believed that the other party could teach Fang Hong a lesson. "Don't worry, since the money is in place, I will naturally handle the matter clearly for you." Sun He stretched his muscles and glanced at Fang Hong, not taking him seriously at all. In his opinion, a guy like Fang Hong, with delicate skin and tender flesh, is no different from a woman except that he is taller.
Sun He said, "Boy, if you know what's best for you, just let me beat you up. This will be more efficient for everyone." "It's indeed very efficient, but why can't you just let me beat you up?" Fang Hong asked back.
Sun He was stunned for a moment, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes, and then it was full of ferocity. Okay. You're the first one who dares to be so arrogant in front of me.
It seems that just beating you up isn't enough. I should tie you up and let my brothers play with you. It just so happens that they like your style.
When Xiao Kangpeng heard this, he immediately applauded. Just beating Fong Hung into a pig's head is not enough to vent my anger. According to what Sun He said, Xiao Kangpeng felt that this move was ingenious just by imagining it.
Maybe from now on, Fong Hung will be completely useless.
Not to mention that Chen Shui doesn't like him. I guess other women are not interested in him either.
6. Brother hey, why didn't I think of that? After this is done, I'll give you another 100,000. It's a deal. That's a must. This is Fong Heng's side.
I suddenly felt a chill. What a weird thing, he is a pure straight man. These two people really disgusted him, so without waiting for Sun He to rush over, Fong Hung took the initiative.
So fast. Noticing Fong Heng's actions, Sun He immediately became alert and prepared to fight back.
However, as soon as he raised his arm, Fong Hung pushed him down.
No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lift it.
It was as if the thing pressing down on his arm wasn't Fong Heng's hand, but a mountain.
Chapter 35. Today is your end. With a snap, Sun He was slapped on the left cheek first.
It's fine if you're looking for trouble, but why are you so disgusting?
Fong Hung said coldly.
Sun He was about to speak when Fong Hung slapped him on the right cheek again.
You.
Sun He wanted to say something else, but there were two clapping sounds. This time he received a slap on each side of his face.
You what?
Xiao Kangpeng, standing aside, was stunned.
Damn, what is going on? He paid someone to beat up Fong Hung, not to be beaten up by Fong Hung. Brother hey, why don't you fight back? Xiao Kangpeng asked. Sun He couldn't even speak, let alone fight back.
Based on his many years of boxing experience, he knew that he had encountered a master and he was definitely no match for him on his own. The only correct choice is to take advantage of the opportunity to shake people. So Sun He just lay down.
Now Xiao Kangpeng was even more confused. Damn, why are you still lying on the ground? Did I spend so much money just to scam you? Wouldn't it be more cost-effective and professional to just find an elderly man?
Seeing that Sun He was pretending to be dead and not resisting, Fong Hung turned his attention to Xiao Kangpeng. Xiao Kangpeng realized the danger and immediately retreated slowly. But before he could take a few steps back, the car behind him blocked his retreat.
What, you want to run away?
Xiao Kangpeng waved his hands and laughed dryly. No, Fong Hong, let's talk it out.
Speak nicely to your uncle. Fong Hong punched Xiao Kangpeng directly in the face.
Xiao Kangpeng felt like his nose was about to break, and blood slowly flowed out of his nose.
Listen to my explanation, I really didn't mean it. He said anxiously. If you didn't mean it, then why did you find someone to block me? Fong Hong asked with interest. Xiao Kangpeng's brain was working rapidly. He said, I was just teasing you. You saw it too. The man I found doesn't know how to fight at all.
Fong Hong raised his leg and kicked Sun He, who was lying on the ground.
Hey, stop playing dead, this guy said you can't fight.
As soon as these words were spoken, Sun He seemed to have come back to life and stood up suddenly.
Who says they can't fight? Just because he can't beat Fong Hong doesn't mean he can't beat Xiao Kangpeng. Xiao Kangpeng was stunned and asked, Brother hey, didn't you faint? Fong Hong provoked, he said you can't fight, why don't you show him what you can do? Then I must prove my strength. Sun Hechong suddenly smiled at Xiao Kangpeng, revealing a row of big white teeth. Xiao Kangpeng's back was pressed against the car body, and he said anxiously, Hey, what do you want to do? I'm your employer, isn't this inappropriate? There's nothing inappropriate about this. It's a perfect opportunity to prove my strength to you. Don't be like this. It's okay, just bear with it. The words fell.
Sun He also punched Xiao Kangpeng directly in the face.
With a click.
This time the bridge of his nose was really broken, and the unstoppable nosebleed flowed like a waterfall.
TT.
Hiss. Xiao Kangpeng groaned in pain.
Fong Hong was amused. It was really interesting to watch dogs fight each other.
The people Xiao Kangpeng invited were even more ruthless than him.
Fong Hong, enjoying the fun, added, I feel like this isn't enough to fully demonstrate your strength. Enough. Xiao Kangpeng shouted. Using him to prove one's strength, how can one resist this? Stop talking nonsense. If this gentleman says it's not enough, then it's not enough.
Sun He said this and punched without hesitation.
With a bang.
The back of Xiao Kangping's head hit the car window, making a dull sound. He slowly collapsed to the ground, his consciousness becoming blurred.
Now you know how powerful I am, right?
Sun He Chong said to Xiao Kangping deliberately, blinking at the same time. Sun He did this to send a signal to Xiao Kangping, meaning that he had called for help, so brother, please be patient.
Xiao Kangping couldn't understand any of this and thought Sun He was provoking him. He was almost furious. He cursed angrily, "Fuck you. I'm going to give you a bad review and file a complaint against you." Fong Hung jokingly asked, "Why are there so many negative reviews? How do you accept orders? Is this the legendary Didi beating people?" Between words, a group of vehicles came speeding, led by a Land Rover, followed closely by a number of Wuling Hongwang vehicles. The tires rubbed against the ground, making a harsh sound. As one car after another stopped, Sun He's expression changed in an instant.
Now that everyone who asked for the lottery ticket is here, I can reveal my cards now.
I'm not going to pretend anymore.
Sun He pulled Xiao Kangping up with his hands and said, "Brother, you've worked hard."
I was just stalling for time. Xiao Kangping was a little confused, but he quickly reacted. Damn, you should have told me earlier.
I was so scared that I almost peed myself. Xiao Kangping's eyes were filled with tears. Seeing so many people coming, he suddenly felt safe.
If I told him, wouldn't he just run away? That's true.
Xiao Kangping understood that Sun He had no choice but to suffer, but as long as he could successfully take revenge on Fong Hong, it didn't matter.
He glared at Fong Hong and said, "You're completely finished now."
Fong Hong smiled slightly, not panicking at all. He had long seen through Sun He's little tricks, but he didn't expose them just because he wanted to watch for a while longer for fun.
At the same time, a group of people walked towards the three of them.
The leader was a bald man with a faint shoe print on his forehead. Sun He immediately greeted him with a smile and said, "Boss, you're here."
"Hey, what's wrong with your face?" "Don't mention it."
"I was helping Master Su and met a powerful guy."
"Ah, even you are no match for him?" "Not only me, even Lao Mo is no match for that guy. How is this possible?"
Sun He was extremely shocked.
Lao Mo was very skilled.
Many masters, both above and below ground, had been defeated by him.
Even Lao Mo is no match for that man, so who is the person the boss is talking about? The bald man said, "Nothing is impossible. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's deal with the person you want to deal with first. Over there."
Sun He pointed at Fong Hang's back.
The bald man couldn't help but frown. Why does this look familiar? Return to Fong Hung.
Boy, you are indeed good at fighting, but we are outnumbered.
Today is your end.
Sun He pointed at the bald man and others and showed off his power.
Xiao Kangping stepped forward to flatter him and asked, "Brother He, may I ask who this person next to you is?" "This is my boss." Xiao Kangping immediately flattered, "Hello, boss."
However, for some reason, he found that the bald man was in a daze, as if he had seen something strange, and did not react for a long time.
Chapter 36, Why don't you admit your mistake to Mr. Fong? Xiao Kangping didn't think too much about it. After all, the boss is the boss. What if he could understand his words and actions?
He just felt that Sun Heyao's man had arrived, and Fong Hong was completely finished.
There is such a huge group of people.
No matter how powerful Fong Hong is, he can't fight against so many of them alone.
Brother He, hurry up and do it.
I've been tolerating this guy for a long time. Xiao Kangping subconsciously touched the bridge of his nose, and immediately withdrew his hand in pain. Don't worry, my boss is here, and he will definitely get the job done for you, but more people will be mobilized, and you know about the money aspect.
Sun He hinted. I understand.
Don't worry, money is not a problem. Xiao Kangping has already lost his temper. If he doesn't have money, he can ask his old man for gold coins, but he will definitely deal with Fong Hong. Otherwise, he couldn't swallow this anger and felt that life was meaningless.
That's all right. Sun He was also humiliated just now.
Fong Hong slapped him many times, and he must slap him back. So he turned to look at Fong Hong and said, "Do you remember how many times you slapped me just now?" Fong Hong ignored Sun He and looked at the bald man. He didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that he met the bald man here again.
Are you trying to persuade me to sell the cat again? Fong Hong asked. Cat? What cat?
Sun He and Xiao Kangping were stunned. They couldn't understand what Fong Hong meant by suddenly saying this.
Xiao Kangping asked with a smile, Fong Hong, are you too scared and talking nonsense?
But just as he finished speaking, Xiao Kangping was slapped in the face and was knocked dizzy.
He covered his face, looked at the bald man blankly, and said, Boss, why are you hitting me?
I'm the one who hired Hage. Sun He continued, yes, boss, he is the one who hired me, and the guy opposite is the one we want to deal with.
With a snap, the bald man also slapped Sun He.
Now Sun He also covered his face with his hands, looking confused.
Boss, why did you hit me?
The bald man shouted angrily, shut up, you really want to kill me? Immediately afterwards, the bald man came up to Fong Hong and bowed.
Mr. Fong, you misunderstood. Today's visit is not about cats. Even Lao Mo was no match for Fong Hong, and the bald man didn't dare to provoke him. The key point is that Su Kuan also issued an order, asking him to behave himself and not cause trouble during this period of time when he is running for the position of head of the family. So when facing Fong Hong, whom even Su Kuan was a little afraid of, the bald man was naturally polite. Fong Hong said, since this has nothing to do with the cat, if your people want to attack me, how are you going to deal with it?
Seeing this, Sun He and Xiao Kangping were completely stunned. At that moment, Sun He understood that Fong Hong might be the mysterious master who defeated Lao Mo mentioned by the bald man.
Xiao Kangping was extremely shocked. What was going on? Wasn't this man Sun He's boss? Why was he being so humble when he saw Fong Hong?
At the same time, he had a bad feeling. The bald man said, Mr. Fong, leave it to me. I guarantee you a satisfactory result.
Then start your show. Fong Hong crossed his arms across his chest, ready to watch the show. Learn.
The bald man turned around and immediately raised his hand to angrily slap Sun He.
The sound was crackling, like firecrackers. How dare you provoke Mr. Fong?
Sun He felt very aggrieved, but he dared not say a word. After all, Fong Hong's identity is there.
He provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked today, and this is indeed the outcome he deserves.
After the bald man beat Sun He, he forcibly dragged him in front of Fong Hong.
Why don't you kneel down and admit your mistake to Mr. Fong?
Sun He knelt on the ground and said tremblingly, Mr. Fong, I'm sorry, I was blind. I hope you can forgive me and don't bother with this dog of mine.
Well, your attitude is quite sincere. So how do we solve the remaining problem? Fong Hong nodded and looked at Xiao Kangping.
Don't worry, Mr. Fong, I promise to make this kid realize his mistake.
He actually paid me to cause trouble for you. He's obviously tired of living.
Sun He stood up and wanted to redeem himself for his crime, and now Xiao Kangping seemed to have become a trophy. Seeing that the situation is not good, Xiao Kangping ran away without saying a word. He should never have thought of causing trouble for Fong Hong today. Not only did he not gain any advantage, but he also lost money and got beaten.
Come here, catch him.
A group of people rushed forward and captured Xiao Kangping.
Run? Do you think you can run away? Sun He said.
Xiao Kangping struggled and said, Brother He, you can't do this to me.
I paid you to do this. It's totally unreasonable. You still dare to say that? Do you know that I was almost screwed by you?
Sun He cursed and immediately ordered the people around him. You guys, loosen up his muscles first.
Yes. Xiao Kangping was pushed to the ground, and several people kicked him without any hesitation as if they were playing football.
He held his head and yelled, You're a bunch of sons of bitches, you have no credibility at all.
I spent money, and you actually turned around and beat me, your employer. Hey, you still dare to curse me, what if you guys haven't eaten yet? Work harder. Sun He didn't want to ruin his reputation, but Fong Hong's identity was not ordinary.
If he doesn't do this, he will be the one in trouble. Soon, Xiao Kangping was beaten to death, and kept mumbling words for mercy.
The bald man asked, Mr. Fong, what do you think of this? It's not enough. Fong Hong said. The bald man gasped, Isn't this enough? I remembered, do any of your men like men? Yes.
Mentioning this, the bald man felt a little embarrassed, and at the same time he couldn't understand how Fong Hong knew about it.
Then give them both.
The bald man was stunned for a moment and said, Everything is according to your instructions. Xiao Kangping, who was originally dying, suddenly began to struggle violently.
No, don't.
Sun He was naturally not in a much better situation, and he knelt down in front of Fong Hong again.
Mr. Fong, please let me go.
You were the one who came up with the idea first. Of course, you two should enjoy it together.
Don't.
Although the bald man felt sorry for it, he still ordered his men to control Sun He as well. Immediately, several strong men with mysterious smiles carried the two people to the car. Sun He and Xiao Kongping cried out to heaven and earth, but no one answered them. At this moment, they were regretting their decision to leave.
Fong Hung naturally didn't bother to appreciate what happened next. Bye. Congratulations, Mr. Fong.
As everyone waved and watched him go, Fong Hung boarded the Mercedes-Benz G and drove away in style. The bald man breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Damn it, I finally got rid of this ancestor."
A younger brother suddenly came up and suggested, "Boss, since Mr. Fong has been sent away, why don't we release Brother He?" The bald man jumped up and slapped him on the forehead, saying, "Do you know if he has a backup plan? If something goes wrong, can you bear the responsibility?"
The younger brother was speechless. Even the bald man had to grovel before Fong Hong, so what could a mere minion like him count for?
Chapter 37. A Little Hot. Jun Yuan.
Villa Courtyard.
The sun shines on the pool water and the cold rain is swimming in the pool.
Fong Hong got out of the car, sat down under the parasol, and admired the cold rain swimming in the water. Everything seemed normal, but as he watched, he suddenly felt uncomfortable.
The rolling water seemed to turn into waves in an instant.
The scene of my father being drowned by the sea once again appeared before my eyes like a nightmare.
Fong Hong? Why aren't you talking? Are you feeling unwell? Fong Hong came back to his senses.
He saw Lang Yu standing in front of him, looking at him with a worried look on his face.
Fong Hong controlled his trembling hands and said, "I was just lost in thought. Are you really okay?" "It's okay." Fong Hong shook his head.
Lang Yu's frown gradually relaxed. She sat down on the chair next to her, crossed her beautiful legs, picked up the cup and took a sip of water.
"You left so early, how come you came back later than me?"
"I ran into a former colleague from the sales department on the way. We chatted for a while, and then we compared notes with each other." Lang Yu didn't think much of it, thinking the two were just having a friendly exchange. She put down the water cup and said, "Yun Luo told me before that she saw someone giving you trouble."
"Is it because of the cat?"
Fong Hong pointed to his head and said, "There might be something wrong with that group of people. They insisted on buying our dumplings and were even willing to pay dozens of times the price."
"It's a bit strange indeed. But the matter has been resolved. They shouldn't bother me again in the future."
"It should have been resolved with fists and feet."
"Yun Luo also told me that you are quite skilled.
Even a black belt in Taekwondo like her was no match for you, and you even kicked her."
"Why does this sister-in-law always tell tales about everything?" Fong Hung said. Yun Luo showed mercy.
"I didn't know her true identity at the time, so I was a little too harsh."
"It's okay, I'll beat her up if I want."
"When she was little, I could still control her, but now I'm no match for her.
From now on, I'll rely on you to help me deal with her." At the same time, Long family. Inside a manor villa. Long Yun Luo, who was playing games, suddenly sneezed. A beautiful woman with lingering charm placed the fruit on the coffee table. "Yun Luo, do you have a cold?"
"No, I guess it was my stinky sister who said something bad about me."
"Girl, your sister should be off work now. She lives alone. Who can she say bad things about you to?" Yang Shulan asked tentatively. "She."
Seeing his father Leng Tianrui walk in with a stern face, Long Yun Luo didn't bother to say anything and hurriedly ran back to the room with his cell phone in his hands.
Yang Shulan looked at Leng Tianrui and said helplessly, "Can't you control your bad temper? Now the children treat you like a plague whenever they see you." The other side. Leng Yu stood up from the chair and asked, "Do you want to go in the water and swim with me for a while now? Didn't you say you would teach me how to swim on weekends?" "I won't teach you today. I'll just let you get familiar with the water first." Fong Hong looked at the water in the pool and subconsciously felt resistance.
"No, let's wait until the weekend."
"Good." Leng Yu did not force it. She turned around and walked to the edge of the swimming pool.
With her back to Fong Hong, she slowly bent down and prepared to dive into the water. The swimsuit fit her proud curves well, and the delicate posture made Fong Hong's heart skip a beat.
With a plop, Long Yu jumped into the water. Fong Hong drank several glasses of water in a row.
Leng Yu surfaced, took off his goggles, and asked, "Why did you suddenly drink so much water?"
"It's a bit hot."
"The temperature is quite high today."
Why don't you go in and turn on the air conditioning first?
Fong Hong was about to get up and go back to his room when he received a call from his uncle Fong Dehui.
Xiao Hong, are you free now? Fong Hong sensed something strange from Fong Dehui's tone. Uncle, if you have anything to say, just tell me directly.
Fong Dehui then slowly said, the thing is, Yulong made a mistake due to negligence at work, causing huge losses to the factory. Even if we sell the garage and house, we might not be able to pay the losses.
Uncle really has no choice.
After his father passed away, it was his uncle who raised Fong Hong until he grew up. Now that the other party is in trouble, it is inevitable that he will lend a helping hand.
So Fong Hong said, send me the address and I'll rush over right away. It has been sent. Don't be anxious. Drive slowly on the road. Fong Dehui reminded. New. Before ending the call, Fong Hong could vaguely hear the voices of Zhao Fong and Fong Yulong.
Seeing Fong Hong preparing to drive out, Long Yu surfaced again. Something happened at home and I need to go and take care of it.
You don't have to wait for me to come back for dinner. Fong Hong said.
Long Yu said, I'll wait for you.
If you can't solve it, remember to call me. Fong Hong was slightly startled.
This simple sentence from the woman gave him a great sense of security.
Good.
Immediately afterwards, Fong Hong stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the courtyard. At the gate of Kong Tai Garment Factory,
Fong Dehui and his family of 3 were waiting anxiously. Fong Yulong asked, Dad, can Fong Hong really help me? Fong Dehui smoked in silence.
Xiao Hong works at light years and comes into contact with many important people every day.
Maybe he can really help us.
Zhao Fong said.
Mom, do you believe what I said? Now that things have come to this, what can we do?
It's all your fault, you bastard son. If this matter can't be resolved, your father and I won't live anymore. Zhao Fong said while crying.
Fong Dehui finally said, if you want to die, die alone, don't drag me with you.
Zhao Fong was stunned for a moment and then cried even louder. Crying was not enough, she also sat on the ground and started throwing a tantrum.
Do you think I really want to die? I'm saying this so that Yulong will remember this lesson. Neither you nor your son ever gives me peace of mind. I'm so unlucky to marry into the Fong family.
Fong Dehui didn't know how many years he had heard these words, and his ears were almost calloused. He simply ignored Zhao Fong and squatted aside to continue smoking. Not far away, the guard in the message room couldn't stand it anymore and closed the window while cursing. At this time, seeing the factory director Han Kangtai and a beautiful woman walking towards here together, he hurriedly opened the remote-control iron gate. The high heels made a tapping sound as they stepped on the ground. A beautiful woman in a tight skirt walked in front, her face full of displeasure. The elderly Han Kangtai followed closely behind, smiling and trying to please the other party, his facial muscles almost stiff.
Boss Sean, I blame you for hiring the wrong people.
Please give our factory one last chance. Wang Meishan stopped and said coldly, Director Han, this is our first collaboration, and your people can make such a low-level mistake. I don't feel valued at all.
How can I trust you with the rest of the orders? Boss Sean, you misunderstood. Our entire factory really values this cooperation. I don't feel that at all.
If your factory really values this cooperation, such a low-level mistake would never have happened.
Chapter 38. Now there's something interesting.
Wang Meishan owns the largest clothing company in Los Angeles and already has many clothing processing factories under her. This time, due to the large amount of business, we are thinking of cooperating with other clothing factories.
For the major garment factories in Los Angeles, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Once they can climb onto the high branch of Meishan Company, they will be able to soar to success. Many clothing factories racked their brains and brought out their best skills just to win the favor of Meishan Company. Han Kangtai finally broke through the siege and won this cooperation. He was fantasizing about the prosperous future of his clothing factory.
Then came the bad news. Fong Yulong, the team leader in charge of the assembly line, was negligent, resulting in the first batch of clothing failing to meet the specified requirements. After receiving the batch of clothing, Wang Meishan was furious. She came to the door and said she wanted to terminate the cooperation and made a huge claim. At this time, facing the aggressive Wang Meishan, Han Kangtai was speechless. He was worrying about how to calm Wang Meishan's anger. Turn around and take a look. The culprit who caused this incident was discovered. Mr. Sean, please wait a moment. After Han Kangtai finished speaking, he immediately set off to walk towards Fong Yulong.
waited in front of the three people. Fong Yulong recognized Han Kangtai at a glance, but before he could say anything, he was grabbed by the ear.
Seeing an old man suddenly grabbing his son's ears, Fong Dehui and Zhao Fong reacted and immediately became unhappy. Stop, who are you? Why are you pulling my son's ears? If you don't let go, I will be rude to you.
Han Kangtai said angrily, I am the director of this factory.
Your son has caused such a big disaster, and I can't deal with him? Hearing this, the couple suddenly didn't dare to say a word. My son did cause trouble. Even if Han Kangtai beat Fong Yulong in front of them, let alone pulling their ears, they would not dare to say anything.
Mom and Dad, don't worry about me.
This is all my own fault. Fong Yulong said.
No matter what, Fong Yulong is their own flesh and blood. It would be a lie to say that they didn't feel sorry for him when they saw him being treated like this. But now that things have come to this, Fong Dehui and Zhao Fong can only reluctantly give up.
Shut up and come with me to apologize to President Shan first.
In this way, Fong Yulong was pulled by Han Kangtai's ears all the way until he stood in front of Wang Meishan.
Director Han, what do you mean?
Han Kangtai let go of Fong Yulong, changed his previous expression, and smiled ingratiatingly again. Boss Shan, this is Fong Yulong, the team leader in charge of the assembly line at that time.
Then, Han Kangtai scolded Fong Yulong again, why don't you apologize to President Shan quickly? Facing the imposing aura of Wang Meishan, Fong Yulong trembled.
Boss Shan, this is all my personal negligence.
I'm really sorry. I'll leave it to you to deal with. Han Kangtai said, what's the point of just talking about it if you don't put it into action? Fong Yulong understood and immediately bent down and bowed deeply to Wang Meishan. Han Kangtai followed suit and bowed as well.
He thought this would calm Wang Meishan down. Unexpectedly, Wang Meishan became even angrier, her face looking frosty.
Director Han, do you think this will work? Han Kangtai pleaded bitterly, Boss Shan, for this cooperation, our entire factory has been working so hard that we can't eat or drink. Please give us a chance to make amends.
Wang Meishan snorted coldly, with me, there's only ever one chance.
It's you who don't know how to cherish it. Ms. Shan. Director Han, there's no need to say any more. If you continue to pester me, I won't be polite.
Hearing Wang Meishan say this, Han Kangtai shuddered with fear and swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth.
Meishan Company has great influence in Los Angeles and has many business partners.
If he really angered the other party and united them to target him, it would be a question whether Kangtai Garment Factory could continue to operate in the future. Just like that, the two of them could only watch Wang Meishan walk away.
Han Kangtai's chest ached with anger.
Fong Yulong hurriedly supported him and said, Director, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. There's no point in saying this now. If you had been more careful then, you wouldn't have ended up like this.
I've wasted my trust in you. Han Kangtai interrupted what Fong Yulong was about to say. Don't explain.
If President Shan really pursues this matter, you will be responsible for compensating for all the losses incurred.
Fong Yulong was shocked.
As expected, what was supposed to happen finally happened.
Director Han, you know my family's financial situation.
I can't afford the compensation even if I sell myself.
This is something you should consider.
If you don't want to pay compensation, then you should find a way to salvage this cooperation.
Fong Dehui and Zhao Fong are here.
Just now, the couple watched from afar and realized that Wang Meishan should be the big boss their son was talking about. At this time, Wang Meishan passed by.
Zhao Fong said, beautiful CEO, can you give my son another chance? Wang Meishan ignored her and walked straight out.
Zhao Fong was extremely embarrassed, but did not dare to express any dissatisfaction. Wang Meishan walked to the front of her car and found a Mercedes-Benz G-Class coming towards her.
The G-Class stopped in front of me and the window slowly rolled down.
Wang Meishan was surprised to find that it was Fong Hung sitting in the driver's seat.
She couldn't help but feel happy. Hey, handsome boy? Boss Shan, what a coincidence, are you here for business? Don't mention it.
It was a terrible thing. My company cooperated with this clothing factory, and it went wrong the first time.
Wang Meishan asked again, what about you, handsome boy? Why are you not at home with Mr. Ling? Why are you here?
Fong Hung got out of the car and closed the door behind him.
I'm here to take care of something. What are you trying to solve? Tell me, maybe I can help you. Fong Hung was about to speak.
At this time, Fong Yulong and Han Kangtai came up jogging. When he arrived in front of Wang Meishan, Fang Yulong knelt down directly. "Boss Shan, I'm kneeling down in front of you, begging you to give our factory another chance." Han Kongtai burst into tears and pretended to kneel down, saying, "Boss Shan, I guarantee with my life that I will never make the same mistake again. I've already said it just now, don't blame me for being angry."
Wang Meishan said. Fang Dehui and Zhao Fang arrived late.
Seeing their son kneeling on the ground, the couple's hearts were bleeding, but they could do nothing. When he saw Fang Hong next to Wang Meishan, Fang Dehui smiled bitterly and said, "Xiao Hong, you're here." Zhao Fang placed all her hopes on Fang Hong.
"At this point, we can only try our best to save the situation. Xiao Hong, it's a good thing you're here. Please help persuade this beautiful CEO, otherwise our family will be finished." Fang Hong and Wang Meishan looked at each other and were both stunned for a moment.
Zhao Fang then said to Wang Meishan, "Beautiful CEO, my nephew is the president of Guangyan or something.
I hope you can give him some face."
Han Kongtai, who was standing by, was shocked.
"What? President of Lightyear Corporation? There's hope. This is definitely going to be interesting." Chapter 39. Mr. Fang, please stop being modest.
Wang Meishan never expected that Fang Hong knew the family of three in front of her, and the matter he came to solve happened to be related to her. She felt a little embarrassed for a moment and said to Fang Yulong, who was kneeling on the ground, "You stand up and talk first." "No, Mr. Shan, if you don't agree to me, I won't get up."
Fang Hong said, "You'd better get up and talk. It's not appropriate to talk like this."
Wang Meishan agreed, "Yes, Xiaoshui, Mr. Fang is right, we can sit down and talk slowly."
Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned.
Wang Meishan's call of Mr. Fang and her sudden change of attitude were enough to show that things had taken a turn for the better.
Zhao Fang grabbed Fang Dehui's hand and said excitedly, "Husband, there is hope.
Now our family is saved."
Fang Dehui nodded, also feeling excited. He didn't expect that Fang Heng's identity would actually come in handy.
Han Kongtai was shocked and subconsciously looked at Fang Hong.
He didn't expect that the rumored president of Lightyear would be so young. Fang Hong asked, "Boss Shan, is there any room for negotiation on this matter? If there is any loss, I can compensate you." Those people couldn't help but hold their breath, waiting for Wang Meishan's next answer. Wang Meishan smiled and said, "If it were someone else, I would definitely not give in. But since you asked me, I have to give you some face." "Thank you." The family of three breathed a sigh of relief.
Han Kongtai, who was already old, was so happy that he did a somersault.
This scene stunned everyone.
Wang Meishan said, "Director Han, you're still as sharp as ever."
I don't deserve it, President Shan, can we continue our cooperation?" "Well, you should thank Mr. Fang.
If it weren't for him, I would never give your factory a second chance."
"Thank you, President Shan, and thank you, President Fang."
Han Kongtai bowed repeatedly to Wang Meishan and Fang Hong. Fang Yulong followed closely behind, and at this moment he was full of gratitude towards Fang Hong. At the same time, he finally let go and accepted the fact that he was not as good as Fang Hong.
Fang Hong felt helpless. Why is Mr. Fang here too? He is just a small secretary in the president's office. Fang Hong did not correct Han Kongtai's address, but turned to talk to Wang Meishan about the issue of compensation. Wang Meishan hung up the phone. "No need for compensation, let's just forget about it. Bring President Lang with you when you have time so we can get together again. Nana is urging me to go home again." "Good." Several people were shocked again.
Fang Heng's appearance not only calmed Wang Meishan's anger, but also eliminated the need for compensation. After Wang Meishan left, Han Kongtai immediately shook his hand. "Mr. Fang, although I've already expressed my gratitude, I still want to say thank you. If it weren't for you, our factory and Mr. Shan's cooperation would definitely be over, and we would have to pay a large sum of money."
"No need to call me Mr. Fang, I don't have that high status." "Oh, Mr. Fang, please don't be so modest."
In Han Kongtai's opinion, even if Fang Hong is not the president of Lightyear, he is definitely not an ordinary person since Wang Meishan can give him face.
No matter what, Fang Hong is the benefactor of Kongtai Garment Factory.
From now on, Han Kongtai will not only worship him, but also tell his deeds to everyone in the factory.
On the way back, Fang Hong was driving in the driver's seat, and the family of three was sitting in the back seat. "Xiao Hong, thank you. I'm ashamed to say that I haven't been able to help you in any way over the years. Now I have to trouble you for help," Fang Dehui said. Fang Hong glanced at the rearview mirror and said, "Uncle, don't say that.
You took care of me until I grew up, which is the greatest favor to me.
Zhao Fang said, this isn't a favor. It's what we should do. Xiao Hong, it was your aunt who was unreasonable before. From now on, I will treat you as my own son. You can come back anytime you want.
Fang Yulong said, cousin, I've been wrong all these years, always trying to beat you, but now I'm completely convinced.
You're truly better than me in every way. Fang Hong just smiled.
When he saw the scabbed nail marks on Fang Dehui's face and the bruised and swollen scars on the mother and son's faces, he finally asked about the doubts in his heart.
What's with the wounds on your faces? I accidentally fell.
The three of them looked at each other, all with embarrassed expressions. The reason for all this was the Mercedes-Benz G-Class that the few people were riding in.
After Fang Hong left that day, Zhao Fang insisted that it was Fang Dehui who paid for the car for Fang Hong, and Fang Yulong also agreed with this view.
The drunk Fang Dehui naturally did not tolerate them, and a fight led to the current situation. After calming down, they all thought it through and agreed that this Mercedes-Benz G-Class should belong to the company. After all, Fang Hong had just graduated and it was unlikely that he could come up with so much money to buy a car at once. The car soon arrived at the residential complex where several people lived. Zhao Fang reached out and touched to the side, feeling as if something was poking her. He touched it and found a green car license.
Hey, who's this? Out of curiosity, Zhao Fang opened the driver's license.
When she saw the registration information above, she was stunned for a moment, so much so that she didn't react until Fang Hong drove away.
Fang Yulong waved in front of her and asked, Mom, what's wrong with you?
Zhao Fang grabbed her son's hand and said tremblingly, Yulong, let me tell you, that car just now.
Fang Dehui frowned and asked, what's wrong with the car?
That car belongs to Fang Hong.
Is the car really Xiao Hong's? Fang Dehui asked in surprise. Mom, are you mistaken? Isn't that the G-Class the company gave Fang Hong?
That's just our guess.
I just saw the vehicle registration, and it's Xiao Hong's name that's registered on it. Mom, are you dazzled? You damn kid, isn't my eyesight much better than yours?
At this moment, the father and son were dumbfounded and finally believed this fact.
At the same time, Fang Yulong received a call from Hong Kong Tai. Hello, Director Han, what's going on?
Fang Yulong felt a little uneasy, worried that something might have gone wrong again.
It's okay, Yulong, you should be home now, right? Fang Yulong was flattered by Hong Kong Tai's concern. Yes, just got home.
Hong Kong Tai said with a smile, well, come to my office tomorrow when you go to work, and we'll have a good chat. I won't disturb your rest now.
Okay. After the call ends, Fang Yulong told his parents what Hong Kong Tai had just said. Zhao Fang said happily, Yulong, you have to behave better in the future, okay?
With Director Han's attitude, I'm afraid it won't be long before you get another promotion.
Fang Dehui said unhappily, it's all thanks to Xiao Hong. That's right.
After all, our Xiao Hong has made it big. Fortunately, I had good vision back then and married her into your Fang family. Zhao Fang said with emotion. The father and son looked at each other, both speechless.
Yulong, do you know who was saying marrying into your Fang family is truly unlucky? Dad, I don't know.
Zhao Fang pushed them aside, angrily saying, that's enough.
Let's get up early tomorrow and go to the market. We must make sure we don't run out of Xiao Hong's favorite ingredients. Chapter 40. Don't be nervous, I'm here. This back and forth took quite a while. Fang Hong returned to Junyuan.
I saw Lung Yu lying on the sofa and fell asleep.
The food on the table was already cold. Hearing Fang Heng's voice, Lang Yu gradually woke up.
She rubbed her sleepy eyes and said, you're back. Lang Yu's cute and adorable look after waking up, and her lazy and soft voice, were like a feather gently touching Fang Heng's heart.
He said, well, I'm back. It's so late. Why don't you eat and go to bed first? I said I'd wait for you to come back.
Fang Hong reached out and stroked her head for some unknown reason.
Well, you're such a good kid who keeps his promise. In an instant, Lang Yu no longer felt sleepy at all.
Since she grew up, no one has dared to touch her head except her mother Yang Shulan. Lang Yu looked at Fang Hong with eyes gradually filled with disbelief. But Fang Hong acted as if nothing had happened.
He patted her gently and said, you must be hungry. I'll go heat up the food.
Then, under Lang Yu's fixed gaze, he brought plate after plate of food into the kitchen. Until the kitchen door is closed.
Fang Hong then patted his chest and leaned against the wall, gasping for air. Obviously, his calm appearance just now was all fake. In fact, he regretted it the moment his hand touched Leng Yu's head. But under the circumstances at that time, he had no way out. Fortunately, Leng Yu was just surprised and didn't get angry or anything. If I had filmed the scene just now and sent it to the work group, I'm afraid the entire company will be shocked. After all, the always high-handed CEO Guangyan was being patted on the head like a child by him. This was almost the same as a wonder of the world. In the living room, Leng Yu put one hand on his head and stared at the closed kitchen door. It wasn't until Tang Yuan jumped into his arms that he put away his messy thoughts. Her expression showed a hint of resentment, and she murmured to herself, "What does Fang Heng think of me?" After heating the food, Fang Heng and Leng Yu sat opposite each other and started eating with trepidation. Compared to usual meals, there was almost no communication during this meal, only the sound of dishes and chopsticks colliding. Fang Heng thought everything was fine, but before he entered the room, Leng Yu suddenly called him. "What's wrong?" Fang Heng turned around and asked. Leng Yu said seemingly unintentionally, "There are still 2 days until the weekend, don't forget the agreement between us." "Yeah, I remember that. I bought a swimsuit and everything." The agreement naturally refers to learning to swim. However, the two of them had already had this conversation before Fang Heng left. Now that Leng Yu specifically mentioned it again, he inexplicably felt a little uneasy. Time flies and it's 2 days later. Early morning. Fang Heng was still asleep when he felt someone pushing him. He thought he was dreaming, but when he woke up, he found Leng Yu standing in front of the bed. Fang Heng suddenly woke up and asked, "What happened?" "It's time to get up and fulfill the agreement." Fang Heng was just about to say that the water was still cold so early. But when he thought about the heating device in the swimming pool, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Leng Yu glanced across the quilt, pointed at a different spot, and asked curiously, "Are you hiding something?" Fang Heng sat up instantly and said awkwardly, "No. That's... Never mind. I'm going to change into my swimsuit first." "Hurry up." "Okay." After Leng Yu left the room, Fang Heng sighed, lifted the quilt and took a look at the hidden things. I don't know whether I should say Leng Yu was too naive. Fortunately, she didn't continue to ask. After a long time, Fang Hengsai changed into his swimsuit and came to the swimming pool. Leng Yu swam to the shore and said, "You didn't fall asleep again after I left, did you?" Fang Heng scratched the back of his head and said, "I felt a little sleepy, so I closed my eyes for a while." The actual reason was that Fang Heng had been hiding something for a long time. "I knew it." Leng Yu said this as she sat down on the shore, her calves and feet still soaking in the water. She turned her head to look at Fang Heng and said, "You go in the water first." Fang Heng looked at the clear, shaking water, and the feeling of discomfort suddenly surged into his heart again. But since he had promised Leng Yu and decided to step out of the shadow of the past, this was the first step he had to overcome. Fang Heng first tested the water temperature. Sure enough, the heating device made a difference. He no longer felt the biting cold he had felt when swimming in the early morning before. He held onto the ladder beside him and immersed his feet in the pool first, then his calves, thighs, and stomach. As he entered the swimming pool, Fang Heng's heartbeat quickened and his body became more tense. When the water in the pool reached his chest, he felt an inexplicable feeling of suffocation. Until this moment, a jade hand was suddenly placed on his head, and as if by magic, his breathing gradually calmed down. "Don't be nervous, your sister is here," Leng Yu said. This was because Fang Heng touched her head that night, and she took the opportunity to retaliate. Little did he know that this actually made Fang Heng, who was afraid of water, feel a little relieved. Fang Heng said helplessly, "I knew you wouldn't let this go." "Who asked you to touch my head?" "I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine." "Okay, you can touch me, but it's wrong to call yourself your sister. According to the marriage certificate, I'm a few months older than you." Leng Yu did not argue with Fang Heng anymore, but snorted softly. It was the first time that Fang Heng saw Leng Yu like this, and he was touched by her cute contrast. At this time, Leng Yu let go of his hand and said, "You get familiar with the water first and try to see if you can regain your previous feeling. I'll go get some water and come back." "Good." After Leng Yu left, that uncomfortable feeling filled my body again. When Fang Heng's head was submerged in the water and he was trying to swim forward using his hands and feet, the buzzing sound of water that poured into his ears instantly awakened his memories. "Dad." "Fang Heng, swim to the shore quickly and leave Dad alone." The boy's cries and the man gradually being submerged by the seawater seemed to turn into invisible seaweed that tightly wrapped around Fong Hung, making him frozen in the swimming pool and unable to move. Fong Hong, what's wrong with you? Seeing this scene, Lan Yu's face changed suddenly and he immediately jumped into the water to rescue. However, the moment she touched Fong Hung, he hugged her tightly like an octopus. After great effort, Lan Yu finally surfaced and brought Fong Hong to a shallow water area where he could land. Seeing that Fong Hong was reluctant to let go, Lan Yu was frightened and embarrassed, and had no choice but to push his heavy body. Fong Hong, you let me go. Dad. Fong Hong whispered softly, making Lan Yu feel like he was struck by lightning. Feeling the hot tears flowing from her chest, she gradually stopped pushing. At this moment, she seemed to understand something. Lan Yu's eyes were filled with heartache. After hesitating for a moment, she took the initiative to hug Fong Hong. Chapter 41 This Big Fool. After an unknown amount of time, Fong Hong gradually calmed down and took the initiative to let go of Lan Yu. Sensing Fong Hang's change, Lan Yu also let go of Fong Hang's hand and asked gently, "Are you feeling better?" Fong Hong nodded a little embarrassedly and said, "Yeah, it's okay now." The two of them sat down on the edge of the pool. During this time, Lan Yu's eyes were always following Fong Hong. She finally said, "Uncle, he is." Fong Hong said calmly, "More than 10 years ago, he and I went swimming in the sea. Suddenly, the tide came in and he was washed away. I haven't heard from him since." At first, Fong Hong was unwilling to believe that his father was dead. After all, he was such a good swimmer and he would definitely survive the waves. However, several years passed and his father never came back, forcing him to accept this reality. After hearing this, Lan Yu suddenly fell silent. She finally understood why Fong Hong was resistant to swimming. After encountering such a thing, swimming again now would be like opening my own scars. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have suggested that you swim," she said slowly, her eyes full of guilt. Fong Hong smiled and said, "It's okay. I've decided to move on from this shadow. After all, he would definitely be unhappy if I kept living in the past. Well, do you want to keep trying? Okay, I'll just trouble you to give me some more guidance." In this way, Fong Hong bravely went into the water again. Despite the discomfort, I feel inexplicably at ease every time I touch the cold rain. After repeating this process, Fong Hong finally overcame his fear of water. He regained the feeling of the past and swam happily in the swimming pool with Lan Yu. Because they were so engrossed in the swimming and hadn't eaten anything when they got up, they stopped only when they were almost exhausted. After a long time, the two lay on the shore, both breathing heavily. Lan Yu used her hands to block the scorching sun, and the sunlight passed through her fingers and fell on her beautiful face. She said happily, "I haven't had such a happy time swimming for a long time." Fong Hong looked at her sideways, his gaze moving, unconsciously attracted by the ups and downs. Thinking back to the soft touch of Lan Yu in my arms just now, it seemed as if the air around me had instantly become several degrees warmer. Lan Yu also glanced at him, their eyes met, and he asked, "What about you?" Fong Hong avoided her gaze, feeling a little guilty. "I'm very happy too, but I feel a little hot right now." "It's a bit hot indeed. Let's go under the parasol first." Fong Hong stood up first, and Lan Yu supported herself on the ground with her jade hands, looking a little reluctant. So he helped Ling Yu and they both sat down under the parasols. Next time I should replenish my energy beforehand, otherwise I'll have too much fun and won't have any energy left by the end. Ling Yu said this as he picked up the water glass. "Yes." After drinking the water, she wiped the corner of her mouth and put the cup on the table. "You must be thirsty too." "Oops, I forgot to prepare a few more cups." "It's okay, I'll use yours just as well." "Why?" Before Lan Yu could stop him, Fong Hong had already poured the water and was drinking it with his head tilted back. This scene seemed to recreate the scene from a few days ago, and the two of them kissed indirectly again. Lan Yu swallowed back what she wanted to say, staring at Fong Hang's Adam's apple, and then couldn't help but look somewhere else. Seeing Fong Hong put down the cup, she hurriedly looked away. Fong Hong didn't notice anything unusual, but asked curiously, "You seem to have known that I could swim before?" Lan Yu pretended to be calm and said, "I guess, and most boys should be able to swim." Fong Hong said, "Not necessarily. When I was a child, I rescued many people who fell into the water, and many of them were men." "Have you ever saved a girl?" Lan Yu asked anxiously, then held his breath unconsciously, waiting for Fong Hang's answer. Fong Hong thought about it carefully. "It seems like it happened a few times, but one time left a particularly deep impression on me. My dad and I rescued someone together in a deep mountain lake at a scenic spot. Long Yu's heartbeat quickened, and she asked, I'm quite curious, can you tell me more about it? Fang Heng tried his best to recall the details and said, well, those two girls were probably classmates. My dad and I each saved one. Then what?
Nothing much happened afterwards. The girl I rescued was a bit silly. After we got ashore, she kept clinging to me and tore up all my new clothes.
Long Yu's expression suddenly changed. Fang Heng was puzzled, what's wrong with you? No.
It's okay, you rest first, I'm going back to my room to change clothes.
Oh.
Fang Heng felt that something was wrong with Long Yu, but he couldn't tell what was wrong at the moment.
Room on the second floor. Long Yu looked through the window at Fang Heng, who was still under the parasol.
She bit her red lips with her pearly teeth and pinched the cat doll unconsciously with her hands, scaring Tang Yuan, who had just entered the room, so much that he immediately retreated.
This Fang Heng, not only can't he remember me, but he actually dares to call me stupid? You're the fool.
I saw Fang Heng seem to be looking at me. Long Yu instinctively squatted down and said, this big idiot.
This is Fang Heng's side.
I don't know if it was my illusion, but I seemed to see Long Yu peeking at him through the window just now. At this time, he sneezed several times in succession.
Fang Heng rubbed his nose. Damn, do I have a cold, or is someone saying bad things about me behind my back? Inside an apartment. I heard a knock on the door. Here I come. Luli responded and opened the door.
Seeing that it was Ren Nianxiao, she was startled at first, then scratched her head embarrassedly. Because Ren Nianxiao hasn't been back recently and Luli hasn't cleaned the room, the garbage has piled up like a mountain. Ren Nianxiao had disheveled hair and bruises at the corners of her mouth, and she didn't care about hygiene at this moment. She rushed into the room, grabbed some bread and milk and started showing off, completely disregarding her image. Luli sat down next to her and saw that Ren Nianxiao was choking, so she patted the back of her hand to help.
Nianxiao, eat slowly. Where have you been these days? Why can't I get through on the phone? Luli asked with concern.
After Ren Nianxiao had eaten and drunk her fill, she told the whole story with lingering fear. Ever since she was taken away from Guangyan by Wu Dazhuan that day, she has suffered inhuman torture. Ren Nianxiao caused Mingliang Daily Chemical Products Company to be blacklisted by Guangyan, so Wu Dazhuan naturally vented all his anger on her. Ren Nianxiao found the right moment today, launched a sneak attack and knocked Wu Dazhuan unconscious, and finally escaped with great difficulty. However, Ren Nianxiao naturally ignored the parts that were disadvantageous to her, such as falsely accusing Fang Heng. Luli felt so distressed after hearing this that she hugged her bestie and said, your Mr. Wu was such a genius.
Ah, Nianxiao, I feel so sorry for you. Come and hug me. Ren Nianxiao pushed Luli away and said, don't hug me anymore. He knows my address. We need to pack up and run away. Luli said, don't panic, my ex-boyfriend is back. Ren Nianxiao was stunned for a moment, ex-boyfriend? Is it Fang Heng? Chapter 42 He is a bad guy. Oh, wrong. It's my ex-boyfriend, Bai Hongyi.
Luli corrected herself. Before Fang Heng, she had dated several men.
The young master from that rich family? Ren Nianxiao asked in surprise.
She remembered hearing Luli say before that when she was a student, Luli had dated a rich young man and had been living a life like a wealthy wife with him. But later, because the other party went abroad to study, the two had to separate.
Yes, Bai Hongyi is back from studying abroad.
He's been chatting with me recently.
His family background isn't necessarily worse than Fang Heng's.
Ren Nianxiao said, oh, Lily, I forgot to tell you that Fang Heng is not necessarily a rich young master.
Luli was slightly startled. Ah?
Why do you say that? Ren Nianxiao shared her findings from Guangyan and then analyzed, Fang Heng's wife is the president of Guangyan. He might have married into the family, which is why he suddenly became so rich. Hearing this, Luli suddenly understood, and all the unreasonable things made sense. She slapped her thigh and gritted her teeth. I told you, the more I think about it, the more wrong it seems.
Damn it, it was all in vain that I begged Fang Heng to get back together.
I regret it so much now that I really want to slap myself. Ren Nianxiao soothed her, forget it, Lily, the past is the past.
Now try to see if you can get back together with Bai Hongyi.
Okay, after I get back together with Bai Hongyi, I will definitely make Fang Heng look bad. Luli still hates Fang Heng to this day. In her opinion, she just found a male best friend, but Fang Heng made such a fuss about it. If she didn't retaliate against him, she really couldn't swallow the anger in her heart.
Ran Nianxiao sneered and said, but Fang Hong must be having a hard time right now.
I've seen those short plays and novels about son-in-law, and it seems like he gets slapped or stepped on the head all the time.
I've seen it too. Why would I need to imagine it?
A man like Fang Hong, who has nothing good to offer except for his good looks, would definitely not be respected if he married into the family. Yes, I guess that Mr. Lang only gives him face in public, but I don't know how he tramples on his dignity in private. Maybe it's because I live in a doghouse and have to share a bowl with the dog when eating. The two of them imagined Fang Hongxing's life being worse than death, and then they both held their stomachs and laughed out loud.
At the same time,
the courtyard of Junyuan Villa.
Fang Hong was still doing his backstroke in the swimming pool.
After finally walking out of the shadows, he and Lang Yu were now addicted to the feeling of floating in the water. Below is the swaying pool water, above is the blue sky, and on both sides are birdsong, flowers, and villas.
Such a life is really wonderful.
Lang Yu, who had changed into home clothes, came to the shore holding Tang Yuan and said helplessly, no matter how much you swim, you can't skip eating.
The food is ready, come up quickly. Fang Hong came ashore and chuckled, I'm a little high. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Don't swim for too long, or you'll feel unwell. Okay. Fang Hong walked up the stairs.
Lang Yu put down the dumplings, picked up the towel next to him, and helped him wipe his body.
Fang Hong was slightly startled, I can actually do it myself. Lang Yu said, don't get me wrong, I'm just hungry and want to eat quickly. Okay. Not long after,
Fang Hong went back to his room to change his clothes, and they both sat at the dining table.
Why are there so many dishes? We won't be able to finish them. Last time, Fang Hong almost ate to death in order to finish the dishes made by Lang Yu.
Lang Yu picked up the chopsticks and said, you didn't tell me what you like to eat, so I can only make more like last time.
Don't bother.
I like all the dishes you cook. Lang Yu's hand, which was holding the food, suddenly trembled, and he said, are you trying to imitate my speech?
How could that be? I'm serious.
Fang Hong has never been picky about food since he was a child.
He basically eats everything.
Besides, given Lang Yu's identity, she is already very satisfied to be able to cook for him. However, the food cooked by Lang Yu is indeed getting more and more delicious. Being able to become the president of Lightyear, it turns out that his learning ability is extraordinary. Lang Yu lowered his head silently. She didn't know why, but Fang Heng's words and actions could always easily provoke her emotions. Like right now, her heartbeat quickened.
It's really baffling. Seeing her suddenly lower her head and remain silent, Fang Hong asked, what's wrong? Do you not believe me?
Lang Yu raised his head, his eyes dodging, and said, no, eat quickly, I have to go out in the afternoon.
Talking about business on weekends?
No, Yun Luo and I made an appointment to go shopping together.
Oh, do you want me to take you there?
Fang Hong said as he put a piece of potato into her bowl.
Lang Yu was stunned for a moment, bit his chopsticks, and said, it's all right.
After saying that, she stood up hesitantly, picked up a piece of potato and put it in Fang Heng's bowl.
What are you doing? Fang Hong was a little confused.
Lang Yu explained, you picked up some food for me, so I'll pick up some food for you too, it's just a matter of reciprocity.
Fang Hong smiled and said, this dish is right in front of me. I'm just worried that you can't reach it. Lang Yu's cheeks suddenly felt hot and her ears turned slightly red. I'm afraid you can't reach it.
Fang Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I already picked up some food for you, how come you can't reach it?
Lang Yu suddenly put down his chopsticks, stood up and said, I don't want to eat anymore. Ha! That's how much you've eaten. You'll be hungry when you go shopping later. It's okay, I'm full. Are you going to look for Yun Luo now? Let me take you there. Fang Hong said as he put down his chopsticks.
No need to send me, I'll drive there myself.
Half an hour later. Walnut Western Restaurant. Lang Yun Luo looked at Lang Yu, whose cheeks were puffed up, and said speechlessly, sister, when you messaged me, didn't you say you were eating at home? Why are you wolfing down your food now? Lang Yu said, I can't stay at home anymore. This sentence suddenly aroused Lang Yun Luo's curiosity. What's the matter? Did your brother-in-law do anything to you? She asked. He's just a bad guy. Lang Yun Luo smirked, tell me in detail, how bad is it?
Lang Yu suddenly changed the subject and said, today I specifically mentioned our childhood.
Not only did he not remember me,
he also said that I was stupid and tore his clothes or something. Oh, what did I think it was?
Lang Yunluo was obviously disappointed that she didn't hear what she wanted to hear. She then continued, brother-in-law is not wrong. You are stupid to begin with. Lang Yunluo, do you deserve a beating again?
Lang Yunluo didn't take it seriously and said, sister, you still think it's just a childhood.
I'm a black belt in Taekwondo now. Dealing with you is as easy as crushing an ant. Don't be complacent, I have Fong Hung. I can't beat you, but he will help me. Lang Yunluo immediately became intimidated when she heard this. After all, they had fought before, and she was indeed no match for Fong Hang. And it seemed that the brother-in-law had not yet used his full strength at that time. Sister, this is boring.
People still have to rely on themselves.
I won't, man, what's the problem? Chapter 43 You Can't Lose Me. Lu Li and Ren Nianxiao are here.
Ren Nianxiao had just finished eating and drinking, washed up and changed her clothes when there was a sudden knock on the door.
This was followed by Wu Dazhuang's angry voice. Ren Nianxiao, you stinky bitch, how dare you hit me? Get out here now.
Ren Nianxiao shuddered with fear. The torture she had endured these days came to her mind vividly.
She hurriedly hid behind Lu Li, bewildered, and said, Lily, what should I do? Wu Dazhuang is really here. Don't panic, let me handle this birth. After Lu Li calmed Ren Nianxiao down, she walked forward slowly and said, listen up, everyone outside. I'll protect Nianxiao. If you know what's best for you, get out of here right away. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble. As soon as the words fell, there was a loud bang. It was as if the whole building shook. Bitch, I don't care who you are. You won't open the door, right? Once I get in, neither you nor Ren Nianxiao will be able to escape. Wu Dazhuang continued to kick the door hard while cursing. Lu Li was also a little panicked now. After all, she was just like Ren Nianxiao, a weak woman who was powerless. Lily, quickly ask your ex-boyfriend for help. Oh, yes, I'll send him a message right away. After Ren Nianxiao reminded her, Lu Li immediately sent a message to Bai Hongyi. Wu. Hongyi, come and save me. If you had been late, I might have died. Lu Li filmed another video and sent it over as well. Not long after, the other party replied with a voice message. Don't be afraid, Lily, I'm coming to save you. After hearing the voice message, the two girls instantly felt hopeful and hugged each other excitedly. Bai Hongyi will be here soon. We are saved. Aha! Now Lu Li was no longer nervous when facing Wu Dazhuang. She put her hands on her hips and shouted through the door, listen up, you stinky man outside, my boyfriend will be here soon, get ready to die. The result is the next moment. Followed by another loud bang. Wu Dazhuang actually kicked the door open and rushed in. For a moment, both women were dumbfounded. Wu Dazhuang's eyes were blazing with anger as he said, what did you just say? I'm waiting to die? I think it's you two who are waiting to die. Lu Li and Ren Nianxiao were so scared that they ran away with their heads in their hands. In the end, Wu Dazhuang blocked them in the bathroom. Lu Li bravely said, if you leave now, it's not too late. Do you know who my boyfriend is? When he comes, it will be useless for you to beg for mercy. I don't care who he is. I'm not afraid even if the King of Heaven comes. Wu Dazhuang cursed and slapped Lu Li without saying a word. Lu Li was knocked to the ground and immediately covered her face and started crying. Ouch, it hurts, brother, I'm wrong, please don't hit me. Now you know how to beg for mercy. Weren't you very arrogant just now? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been so arrogant. Do you think apologizing now will be of any use? Wu Dazhuang said as he slapped her again. Ren Nianxiao wanted to run away, but was caught by Wu Dazhuang on the spot and was slapped several times in a row. You stinky bitch, you evildoer, run. Can you run one more time for me to see? Mr. Wu, please spare me, I know I was wrong. The two women were beaten dizzy by Wu Dazhuang. A man with white highlights on his bangs and wearing a white suit finally arrived. In the evening, Fong Hong received the message and location sent by Long Yu. Fong Hong, if you are free now, could you please bring my briefcase over for me? Yes, it will be here soon. Even on weekends, Long Yu still needs to deal with business emergencies. After Fong Hong replied to the message, he went upstairs without any hesitation. This was the first time he entered Long Yu's room. The overall pure white color scheme makes it look bright and transparent, and the room is tidy and spotless.
Fang Hong found the briefcase and before leaving the room, he did not forget to rub Tang Yuan's head. Just like that, with Tang Yuan looking puzzled, Fang Hong closed the door, went downstairs, and then drove quickly to his destination. Commercial Street. Looking at the Mercedes-Benz G-Class coming in hastily, Lung Yunluo raised her eyebrows slightly. "Sister, your man is here." Lung Yu took the initiative to greet him and took the briefcase from Fang Hong through the car window.
"I'm going back to the company to sort things out. Could you please take Yunluo with you?"
"Okay, you." Before Fang Hong could finish his words, Lung Yu turned around and got into the Audi S8, disappearing in a flash. He had no choice but to send a voice message to Lung Yu on his mobile phone. "Slow down, don't be so anxious, be careful on the road."
"Put down your phone."
Lung Yunluo has already arrived in front of the car. The girl had her hands behind her back, her head tilted, and looked mischievous.
"Brother-in-law, my sister has entrusted me to you, you can't lose me." Fang Hong felt a headache. Although Lung Yunluo looked cute, she was obviously a little troublemaker. "If you run away on your own, will it be blamed on me?"
"Of course."
"Then you'd better come up quickly." Fang Hong unlocked the car door.
Lung Yunluo sat in the passenger seat and grinned at him.
"This is my first time riding in your car." Fang Hong started the car and asked, "Why don't you drive yourself today?"
"Driving is so tiring, and when I meet idiots who can't drive, I just want to yell at them."
"Every time I yell, my throat is about to smoke." Fang Hong couldn't help but say, "Could it be that your problem is your own?" "I'm so cute, how could it be my problem?"
Lung Yunluo said as he fastened his seatbelt.
"Forget it, where are you going?" "Let me locate the address. I'll adjust the navigation, and you just drive."
Lung Yunluo fiddled with it for a while and said, "Oh yeah, it's done."
"Let's go, Pikachu." Fang Hong looked at the distance.
Fortunately, it was only a few kilometers, so he could get there by enduring it.
Along the way,
Lung Yunluo seemed to have ADHD, looking here and there. "Brother-in-law, look, there's a beautiful woman."
"Brother-in-law, look, there's Ultraman." "Wow." "Brother-in-law, look, my sister is over there." "I really didn't lie to you this time." "Ha, you've been fooled this time." Finally arrived at the address on the navigation. Fang Hong opened the car door and urged, "All right, get out of the car quickly. I have something else to do." "No, I'm just here to buy something. This isn't my real destination." Fang Hong almost couldn't help but blurt out a motto.
Lung Yunluo clasped his hands together and said, "Wait a moment, I'll be back after buying something."
"Besides, you promised my sister that you wouldn't abandon me, right? Auntie, please go and come back quickly."
Lung Yunluo gave an okay gesture and then went to various stalls to buy things excitedly. When she came back, Fang Heng's body was almost covered with spider webs.
Fang Hong helped put the bags into the car.
Just as he was about to complain, Lung Yunluo suddenly took out a snack and put it in his hand with a smile.
"You're quite sensible. Don't get me wrong, I just asked you to hold it for me." Fang Hong almost went crazy. Lung Yunluo chuckled and said, "I won't tease you anymore. This is a gift for you." "I tell you, I'm not someone you can easily bully," Fang Hong said. "Oh, I see." Lung Yunluo didn't care and was just about to enjoy the food. Unexpectedly, all the snacks in his hands were snatched away in a blink of an eye, and then Fang Hong tasted them all in turn. "It tastes good. Thank you for buying so much just for me," Fang Hong said while eating. Lung Yunluo couldn't laugh anymore. Chapter 44. I have broken up with this person. Lung Yunluo was stunned, then pouted.
She looked so aggrieved, as if she would cry if touched again.
Fang Hong continued eating as he pleased, saying, "It's so delicious."
"You're so kind to me, your brother-in-law."
"Would you like a skewer?"
Lung Yunluo's eyes were really red with anger this time.
Fang Hong pretended to be confused. "Hey, why are you crying again? Is it because of the smell?" "Fine, I won't give it to you."
"You big bastard, I will definitely tell my sister about this,"
Lung Yunluo said angrily.
At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind the two of them.
Yo, isn't this Fang Hong?"
Fang Hong looked and saw that the person coming was Lu Li, accompanied by a man in a white suit. As soon as he saw Lu Li, he lost all appetite and naturally ignored her. Lu Li moved her gaze to Lung Yunluo, looked at her carefully, and smiled meaningfully.
"TSK, who is this? Could it be that he found a new lover behind your wife's back?" Why did he make her cry?
Lang Yunluo was furious, and upon seeing this, he yelled at Lu Li, "I'm your father." Her current appearance, coupled with her childish voice, made Fong Hong laugh.
However, Lu Li and Bai Hongyi naturally didn't find it funny.
Bai Hongyi said dissatisfiedly, "Whose little girl is this?
She has no manners at all."
Little did he know that a certain word in this sentence just touched Lang Yunluo's sore spot. Lang Yunluo said angrily, "You are small, your whole family is small."
You.
Bai Hongyi felt incredible. As the young master of the Bai family, this was the first time someone dared to be so arrogant in front of him since he returned to China.
Fong Hong noticed the injuries on Lu Li's body and asked, "What happened to you? Did your new boyfriend hit you?"
The injuries on Lu Li's body were not caused by Bai Hongyi, but because Bai Hongyi was too late to rescue her, he was beaten by Wu Dazhuang, who broke into the house. Of course, Lu Li was beaten together with her good friend Ren Yanxiao.
When Bai Hongyi arrived, the two women were almost knocked unconscious by Wu Dazhuang.
Guilt in the agreement they made before going abroad caused Bai Hongyi to quickly rekindle his old feelings for Lu Li. The reason she appeared here was because Lu Li pestered Bai Hongyi to buy expensive clothes.
Unexpectedly, I ran into Fong Hong and Lang Yunluo. Lu Li said unhappily, "What does this have to do with you? It seems like this is a tacit agreement."
I have to say, you have something when it comes to relationships. You were crying and begging me to get back together just a few days ago, but in the blink of an eye, you've fallen in love with someone else.
Stop being so sarcastic. If you don't agree to get back together with me, what's wrong with me being with someone else? Besides, Hongyi is my ex-boyfriend.
When I was dating him, you had nothing to do with me.
This is incredible, it seems like this is my ex-husband. No, it should be my ex-boyfriend.
Bai Hongyi felt a little embarrassed.
Lily, didn't you just say that you've been waiting for me for so many years, and you haven't been in a relationship since you broke up with me?
Lu Li then realized that she was exposed and began to explain in a panic.
Hongyi, listen to me. You've always been the only one in my heart. It's that guy who keeps pestering me. As a girl, you know me, I'm worried that he'll get angry and hurt me.
She started crying as she spoke, and I've been waiting for you for so many years, and you haven't sent any news.
I thought you'd forgotten me, so. I'm sorry.
You can hit me or scold me, but Lu Li, swear to heaven that you're the only one I love from the beginning to the end.
Lu Li finally pointed at Fong Hong and added, "Of course I've broken up with this guy.
He was the one who abandoned me first." Fong Hong clapped his hands and said, "Lu Li, you and Ren Yanxiao are indeed best friends. It's such a shame that you didn't study acting in college and enter the entertainment industry together."
Lu Li was furious. "Fong Hong, don't go too far. Don't be impatient. The more impatient you are, the more it shows that you are guilty. I just praised your acting skills, why are you letting them down right away?"
Lu Li knew that the more she talked, the more disadvantageous it would be for herself, so she focused all her attention on fooling Bai Hongyi. "Hongyi, ignore him, let's go.
He just wants to take this opportunity to destroy our relationship."
"Lily, there's no need to explain so much.
I'm willing to believe you.
This scumbag must have been dating that little girl next door, so he cruelly abandoned you." Bai Hongyi grabbed Lu Li's hand, looking affectionate again.
"It's okay. Now that I'm back, I'll protect you from now on. I'll never let you get hurt again."
At this moment, he only had Lu Li in his eyes and didn't notice that a certain girl had clenched her fists.
Fong Hong couldn't help but praise him. "I admire you, my friend, you are the best." A hint of anger appeared in Bai Hongyi's eyes. "Stop sowing discord.
Since you dare to hurt Lily's feelings, Bai Hongyi, will never let you go so easily today."
You mean you want to fight me? Why, are you scared? I have nothing to be afraid of.
On the contrary, if you can't beat me, be careful that Mei Yang will dislike you. Lu Li hated Fong Hong so much that she wished Bai Hongyi could help her vent her anger.
What's more, Wu Dazhuang was treated like a ball by Bai Hongyi just now, so how could Fong Hong be Bai Hongyi's opponent?
So Lu Li directly challenged him, "Stop talking nonsense, Fong Hong.
I think you're just scared. You're really not a man. You can only bully a weak woman like me."
Lang Yunluo suddenly took the lead and stood in front of Fong Hong.
"Let me come first. You keep touching my reverse scales again and again. Do you two really think I am easy to bully? It's just that you're a little girl. What's wrong with that?"
Lu Li felt puzzled, not realizing that she had stepped into a minefield again.
Court death.
Lang Yunluo was furious and rushed to Lu Li, punching her in the chest. Luli didn't take it seriously at all. She was just a little girl. Hitting someone was probably no different from tickling. Even if she really got punched, how much would it hurt? The next moment, she felt such severe pain that it seemed as if her sternum was about to break. In just half a day, Luli had been beaten twice. In comparison, Lin Yunlu was beating her more than Wu Dazhuang's. Luli suddenly stopped being arrogant and quickly hid behind Bai Hongi, covering her chest. Baby, she hit me so hard that it hurt so much. You must help me fight back. Luli pointed at Lin Yunluo. Bai Hongi was very angry. Luli was beaten by a man not long ago. He had just said that he would not let Luli suffer any harm again, but now he was beaten by a little girl. The other party was not hitting Luli, but was clearly slapping Bai Hongi in the face in disguise. Dare to hit my woman, I think you are seeking death. Bai Hongi shouted angrily and immediately punched and kicked Lin Yunluo. Chapter 45, A man who is not ruthless will not have a stable position. In order to protect himself, Bai Hongi learned Taekwondo when he was studying abroad. He is a red black belt master, second only to the highest rank, black belt. Bai Hongi did not take Lin Yunluo seriously, thinking that after a few moves, the opponent would fall to the ground. Unexpectedly, after a fight, Lin Yunluo was not only fine, but he became increasingly unable to withstand it. Being beaten back step by a little girl undoubtedly made Bai Hongi feel angry and embarrassed, and at the same time revealed more flaws. Lin Yunluo seized the opportunity and kicked him in the knee. Bai Hongi knelt on one knee on the spot, as if he was saluting Fong Hung opposite him. Lin Yunluo's every move was so familiar that Bai Hongi understood that she had also learned Taekwondo, and was a black belt who was better than himself. If I continue to fight, I will only suffer losses, so I might as well just admit defeat. Seeing that Bai Hongi no longer resisted, Lin Yunluo pretended to deal with Luli. Luli was surprised that Bai Hongi couldn't even beat a little girl. But he still quickly gave in and said, Sister, I was wrong. When Lin Yunluo heard Luli change her tone and call her big sister, her mood improved a little. Be careful next time, okay? If you dare to shout again, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Lin Yunluo waved her pink fist. Okay, big sister, I'll remember it. Luli couldn't help feeling depressed. Women, including herself, usually scream loudly when they are disgusted. Why is it that the guy in front of her is the opposite? Lin Yunluo snorted lightly, clapped his hands and stepped aside. Seeing that Bai Hongi was still kneeling, Fong Hung couldn't help but tease him. Stand up, my dear. It's not even Chinese New Year yet. You won't get any lucky money even if you kneel down. He stood up and said unhappily, What's your name? I lost to this little. Whom? The girl's eyes suddenly became sharp. Bai Hongi immediately changed his tone, I lost to this elder sister, not to you. What are you so proud of? That's right, Fong Hung, hiding behind a woman is nothing. If you have the guts, go fight Hongi one-on-one. Luli realized that Lin Yunluo also learned Taekwondo, so Bai Hongi was no match for her. But she knew everything about Fong Hung. Fong Hung had never taken a martial arts class before, and would definitely be killed instantly by Bai Hongi. So she whispered again, Hongi, Fong Hung is a weakling. You must help me teach him a lesson. Don't worry, I will definitely help you vent your anger. Bai Hongi believed Luli's words. Since Fong Hung is not a martial artist, the advantage naturally comes to him. Bai Hongi couldn't wait to deal with Fong Hung. If you are a man, don't be timid. Come on, I'll let you punch me first. He deliberately provoked. Fong Hong was amused. Even a tiger would call him big brother after one punch from him. Bai Hongi was really getting carried away. Think carefully, you can't even beat her. Doing this is just asking for trouble. If you're scared, just tell me. I won't make things difficult for you. Then it's as you wish. Just stand still and don't move. Come on, if I make a sound, you win. Bai Hongi said with his chest puffed out. Lin Yunluo knew Fong Hang's strength very well and shook his head. Well, I'll just have to hope for the best. Bai Hongi thought Lin Yunluo was talking to Fong Hong, so he became even more unscrupulous. Don't show mercy, otherwise you will be the one in trouble after this punch. I will not show mercy, he said contemptuously. Okay, shut your stinky mouth. Bai Hongi closed his mouth and was already imagining how he would humiliate Fong Hong after taking this punch. However, Fong Hong raised his hand and punched as fast as the wind. Before they could see clearly, his fist had already hit Bai Hongi's chest. First there was a crack sound, as if a bone was breaking, followed by a clang.
That's pretty impressive. He didn't say a word. Fong Hong said.
Bai Hongyi was indeed silent, as his eyes went dark and he fell to the ground. Lang Yunluo held his forehead with his hand. It was indeed the expected result.
This guy is such a fool. He even asks me to give him a punch.
I have never seen such a cheap request.
Lu Li was stunned.
She squatted down and shook the unconscious Bai Hongyi, but the other party did not respond at all. She looked up and looked at Fong Hong in disbelief.
That's not right. This is totally wrong.
Fong Hong couldn't hold on to me for long before, so how come he has become so powerful now that he can even knock me unconscious in one go?
Could it be that he was pretending on purpose? On the way back, Lang Yunluo ate happily. Her lips looked like they were coated with lip balm.
Seeing Fong Hong's gaze, she hurriedly hid the snacks in her arms, with a look of vigilance on her face.
Still want to steal my food?
Fong Hong said with a smile, if you don't let others call you young, why do you still call yourself that?
Because this big sister sounds weird. Besides, I'm happy with it, so why, what do you care?
She said, showing her little fangs and looking fierce.
That's quite a double standard.
Lang Yunluo hummed softly, her little feet swaying under the seat, and she lowered her head to start looking for something to eat.
You were too ruthless just now.
You knocked him unconscious with just one punch. If a man is not ruthless, his position will not be stable.
Fong Hong said casually.
Lang Yunluo was slightly startled, then patted the car seat and laughed.
Oh my god, that's such a weird thing to say. It feels both earthy and cool. Between words, Fong Hong sent Lang Yunluo to her real destination.
She opened the door and got out of the car, imitating Fong Hong's punching action just now.
Brother-in-law, you were really quick just now. Can you teach me how to do it later? No time. Stingy. Oh, by the way, I have a suggestion for you, it's related to my sister. What suggestions?
Just don't be so fast in front of her. Lang Yunluo smiled mysteriously and ran away.
Question mark. Fong Hong was confused. When he realized it later, he saw Lang Yunluo had already run far away and turned back to make a face at him. This naughty girl must be taught a lesson by Lang Yu later. Fong Hong returned to Junyuan. A few days later,
the system prompt sound finally rang in my mind again. Congratulations to the host for accumulating 100% soft rice value.
Will the host hold a lottery? Fong Hong naturally chose yes.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the miraculous healer skill. The soft rice value has been cleared.
You can continue to draw by reaccumulating it. Miracle doctor skills?
In other words, you can see a doctor by yourself in the future without having to worry about getting sick suddenly.
Fong Hong was quite satisfied. With this skill, he could enjoy a better life more unscrupulously.
If Lang Yu gets sick someday, I can also help her check her body so she doesn't have to go to the hospital again.
Chapter 46 I Will Protect You.
It was still early and Fong Hong had nothing to do, so he went to play ball as usual.
He met the grandfather and grandson again on the basketball court.
But this time, the little boy was not in high spirits, and the old man who was on the cheerleading team was not as enthusiastic as before.
After the game was over, the little boy was still shooting the ball while Fong Hong came to the old man. Fong Hong wiped his sweat and asked, "What happened to you two today?" Mr. Qian sighed deeply and looked at his grandson with a guilty look. Xiaobao heard people talking about him being mute at school today. Alas, it's all my fault as a grandfather. I can't find someone to cure him. Qian Xiaobao was born with a muteness. Since he was born, Chen Fuhao has hired many famous doctors to treat him. However, over the years, he has traveled all over the country and abroad, but no one can cure him. As his grandson grew older, he became more introverted, which made Qian Fuhao feel sad. Fong Hong thought of the miraculous medical skills he had just acquired and decided to help the grandfather and grandson. "Old man, if you don't mind, I might be able to cure your grandson." "Really?"
Chen Fuhao raised his graying eyebrows and immediately became very alert.
"Well, I'll try my best."
Upon hearing this, Qian Fuhao immediately called Qian Xiaobao to his side. After Fong Hong examined the patient, he quickly diagnosed the problem based on the medical knowledge that came to his mind. He smiled and said, "There is a way, but it requires silver needles and something else, and I don't have those things on hand right now." "It's okay, I have some at home." Qian Fuhao grabbed Fong Heng's hand and immediately took him home. Although Fong Heng seemed unreliable, Qian Fuhao still chose to believe him. First of all, there is really no other way. Secondly, after spending some time together, Qian Fuhao did not reveal his true identity, and he also felt that Fong Heng did not seem to have any other intentions towards him. In this way, under the guidance of Qian Fuhao, Fong Heng entered an area of Junyuan that he had never been to before.
What comes into view is a golden and magnificent villa. The overall decoration style is just short of having the words "I'm rich" written on it.
There were many servants in the villa courtyard, and they all bowed and greeted the three people who entered. Mr. Qian invited Fong Heng to sit on the sofa, personally served him tea and water, and finally asked several servants to bring a medical kit. The huge medical box was opened, and it contained all kinds of medical equipment.
Fong Heng found what he needed inside and then asked Qian Xiaobao to lie flat on the bed.
The servants watched this scene and understood each other tacitly. Over the years, famous doctors have tried countless methods, but no one has been able to successfully make the young master speak. The man in front of him was so young, and his strength was probably not as good as those famous doctors, so it was obvious that the result would be the same.
Fong Heng first tried to comfort Qian Xiaobao. "Don't be afraid, it will be fine in a moment."
Qian Xiaobao looked at the silver needle in his hand that was glowing with cold light and couldn't help feeling a little nervous, but as Fong Heng continued to apply the acupuncture, he soon lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he felt an extremely itchy throat. Qian Xiaobao spat out a mouthful of black blood, and at the same time, he was surprised to find that he could make a sound. He was very excited, holding his throat, and said to Qian Fuhao with difficulty, "Grandpa, Grandpa." The long-awaited grandpa made Qian Fuhao slowly open his cloudy eyes and tremble all over. He excitedly threw away his crutches, hugged Qian Xiaobao, and burst into tears. "Xiaobao, my Xiaobao, Grandpa can finally hear your voice." The servants were dumbfounded and felt unprecedented shock. The young master was born with a muteness, and even the medical master Li Sherdong was helpless.
Now, he was cured in the blink of an eye by this man in front of him? This is really incredible. Who is this person?
Qian Fuhao calmed down, walked up to Fong Heng, and suddenly bent his knees to express his gratitude.
This scared the servants. Fong Heng quickly helped Qian Fuhao up. "No, old man, I can't bear it."
Qian Fuhao also realized that this was not very reasonable.
"Little miracle doctor, excuse me, what's your name?" "My last name is Fong, Fong Heng." "Mr. Fong, consider it as a favor that I, Qian Fu, owe you.
If you encounter any difficulties in the future, just ask me and I will do my best to help you."
"Okay, as long as you don't kneel down, everything will be fine."
Fong Heng didn't know who Qian Fuhao was, nor did he think about getting any benefits from him. He just acquired the skills of a miracle doctor and wanted to test them out.
"Judging from the results, this skill is indeed useful, and I made a lot of money this time."
Seeing that the time was almost up, Fong Heng stood up and prepared to leave. "Okay, old man, my wife will probably be back soon, so I won't stay here with you any longer."
"Okay, Mr. Fong, I'll take you there."
After arriving at the stadium,
"Old man, it's enough to send it here.
Take care."
Qian Fuhao held Qian Xiaobao's hand and stood there watching Fong Heng Yuan leave.
He didn't expect that the young man he met on the court would actually be a hidden genius doctor.
Fong Heng happened to encounter Lun Yu while driving back.
Lun Yu looked at the grandfather and grandson not far away, and then turned his gaze to Fong Heng.
"Do you know each other?" "Oh, you mean the grandfather and grandson? We met while playing basketball. Mr. Qian is the richest man in Los Angeles." Fong Heng asked in surprise, "The richest man in Los Angeles?"
Lun Yu nodded, "Yes, try not to conflict with him, otherwise it will be a bit tricky."
"It's okay, I have no conflicts with him." Fong Heng didn't expect that the old man would be the richest man in Los Angeles.
No wonder he could sense the aura of a superior from him from time to time.
"That's good. But it's okay even if there's a conflict. I will definitely protect you,"
Lun Yu said with a firm look in his eyes. The two returned to the villa. They went into the swimming pool together again and swam.
After swimming tired, stay in the shallow end and start chatting.
Lun Yu fiddled with the water with her hands and said, "Come to think of it, Yun Luo complained to me again, saying that you stole her food."
"I ate a lot in one go. I'm a little full." "Did you really steal her food?"
Lun Yu was a little surprised.
She thought Lun Yun Luo was playing tricks like before, but she didn't expect it to be true this time. "Yeah, it was her fault for deliberately teasing me."
Fang Hong explained the whole story, and Lang Yu covered her mouth and laughed.
Well done.
Next time Yun Luo bullies you, just give her a hand.
Okay. After resting, the two prepared to go ashore.
Lang Yu lifted her beautiful legs, stepped on the stairs with her jade feet, and walked up slowly. The water droplets slowly slid down along the graceful curve, as if they did not fall into the swimming pool, but fell drop by drop into Fang Heng's heart. After Lang Yu came ashore, he saw that Fang Hong not only did not follow him, but instead returned to the deep water.
He asked in confusion, "Why don't you come up?
I want to swim 2 more laps.
I really can't do anything with you.
I'll leave first." After Lang Yu left, Fang Hong dived into the water again.
Even so, the scenes just now still linger in my mind. Damn it, it's so damn terrible. Chapter 47 Lost Clothes.
On his way back to his room, Fang Hong encountered the cold rain coming down from the second floor. Lang Yu changed into his usual home clothes and seemed to have encountered something. However, when Fang Hong asked, Lang Yu hesitated and did not answer, then turned around and quickly went upstairs.
When it was time to eat, Lang Yu still looked absent-minded.
Fang Hong said, "If you have anything to say, just say it directly."
Lang Yu put down his chopsticks and hesitated to speak.
It's not that she didn't want to say it, it's just that this matter was too embarrassing.
Because I'm missing a piece of underwear.
Lang Yu searched the room thoroughly but couldn't find it. Although she was unwilling to believe that it was Fang Hong who took it, there were only 2 of them in the villa, and the key point was that Fang Hong had just entered her room today.
Go ahead, it's just the 2 of us, there's nothing to be embarrassed about.
Seeing that she was hesitating, Fang Hong tried to persuade her again, then picked up the bowl and drank some soup. Lang Yu finally made up his mind and said, "Then I'll tell you straight."
Well, just say it. Finally, Lang Yu asked a little embarrassedly, "Did you touch my underwear?"
Hearing this, Fang Hong almost choked to death on the soup he had just drunk.
He put down the spoon and said, "Why would I touch your underwear?"
Lang Yu pursed her lips and said, "But when I left home this morning, I clearly put a piece of underwear on the bed.
When I came back, it was gone. I searched for it for a long time but couldn't find it."
Fang Hong tried hard to recall the scenes that happened when he entered Lang Yu's room. He vaguely remembered that when he first entered the room, he saw nothing on the bed except a doll and a quilt.
I really didn't move.
And when I went to your room to help you get your briefcase, I remember there was no underwear on the bed.
That's strange. Is there a thief in the house?
That's unlikely. If there really was a thief, they wouldn't just steal a piece of clothing.
That's even stranger. Feeling Lang Yu's gaze, Fang Hong always felt a little weird. Indeed, there were only 2 of them at home.
It's normal for Lang Yu to subconsciously suspect him when he lost something. If his own things were lost, he would definitely think that Lang Yu took them. So in order to prove his innocence, Fang Hong accompanied Lang Yu to the second floor.
Can you tell me roughly what color that dress is? Lang Yu said unnaturally, "Pink, pink." Okay, I'll help you find it.
Fang Hong carefully searched Lang Yu's room. The amazing thing was that he searched all around but couldn't find it, he even lifted up the bed.
Fang Hong was a little depressed because he couldn't find it. Things definitely don't disappear inexplicably. So where did it go? Otherwise, forget it. No, this is about my innocence after all. Don't look for it anymore. I don't believe you took it. I have to find it.
However, Fang Hong searched through all the boxes and drawers for a long time, but Lang Yu's clothes were nowhere to be found. Until then, he accidentally caught a glimpse of Tang Yuan coming in through the crack in the door.
Lang Yu, do you think it's possible that this guy stole it? Fang Hong pointed at Tang Yuan. Lang Yu shook his head, it's unlikely, Tang Yuan is just a cat. This is possible because Tang Yuan is a cat. After all, in the eyes of a cat, clothes are just clothes. Maybe the cat thinks they are fun and then takes them away.
With the mentality of "I would rather kill someone by mistake than let him go," Fang Hong immediately began to interrogate Tang Yuan.
Confess and be lenient, resist and be strict. Tell the truth, where did you hide the clothes?
The glutinous rice balls seemed to understand what people were saying.
They turned around and ran, even drifting like a racing car when turning. Something is wrong. This is wrong. Fang Hong immediately set out to chase after him. Finally, Tang Yuan was successfully caught in the cat's nest. I also found Lang Yu's lost pink underwear in its scratching basin. Lang Yu looked helpless, hugged Tang Yuan, and scolded, "You stinky Tang Yuan, are you starting to learn bad things?"
Tang Yuan seemed to know that he had done something wrong. He lay obediently in her arms, stealing glances at Fong Hong from time to time, looking aggrieved. At this point, the criminal Tang Yuan was arrested on the spot and the incident came to an end.
Then the two of them went back downstairs and could finally eat in peace. Fong Hong, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you. Nothing. There are only two of us at home. It's understandable that you suspect me. If my clothes were lost, I would definitely think it was you who took them. What can I do with your clothes? The more we talked that day, something seemed to be going wrong. Fong Hong quickly changed the subject and said, ahem. Let's eat first, the food is almost cold.
Lang Yu bit his chopsticks, and in a slightly awkward atmosphere, the two of them finished their dinner.
Before going upstairs,
Lang Yu suddenly remembered something. By the way, Fong Hong, Grandpa's birthday is coming soon.
You may want to go back to the family with me to celebrate his birthday. No problem. At the same time, the other side. A magnificent villa in Junyuan. Chen Dashan led the medical master Li Sherdong in.
Seeing Xian Fuao's smiling face, Chen Dashan was slightly stunned. He hadn't seen his father so happy for a long time.
Dad, I invited Dr. Li to come.
Li Sherdong first complimented Xian Fuao, and then directly stated his purpose. Mr. Qian, my team has made a breakthrough recently. Mr. Qian and I have discussed this and have decided to bring your grandson back to our hospital.
Perhaps we can cure his muteness. Dr. Li, that's not necessary. Shen Fuhao waved his hand and laughed. Hearing this, Li Sherdong was slightly startled and asked, Mr. Chen, what do you mean by this?
Li Sherdong was particularly puzzled.
Mr. Qian has been working hard for many years to cure his grandson's congenital muteness. Now that there is hope in this regard, why would you suddenly give up?
Chen Dashan said with a distressed heart, Dad, don't give up on yourself.
Xiaobao still has a chance of being cured. Let's just listen to Dr. Li. Xian Fuao said, it's not that I don't want to listen, but Xiaobao's muteness has been cured.
As soon as these words were spoken,
Chen Dashan and Li Sherdong were both extremely shocked. What? Dad, you didn't lie to me, did you? Why would I lie to you?
Xian Fuao shouted to Qian Xiaobao in the room.
Xiaobao, your dad is back, come out and see him.
After a while, Qian Xiaobao came out and said in a not-so-standard voice, Dad.
Dad.
When Chen Dashan heard his son's voice, he stood there in a daze, his eyes suddenly blurred with tears. He immediately rushed forward and hugged Qian Xiaobao. My dear son, after all these years, I can finally hear you call me daddy. Li Sherdong still hasn't accepted this reality.
He asked tremblingly, Mr. Qian, may I ask who cured your grandson's illness?
It was cured by a young man in his 20s. Li Sherdong said firmly, impossible, how can a young man in his 20s have such medical skills?
Mr. Qian, please stop making fun of me. Dr. Li, I really didn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, you can watch the surveillance video.
Chen Fuao retrieved the surveillance footage of Fong Hong treating Qian Xiaobao. When I saw the man giving acupuncture smoothly, Li Sherdong was so surprised that his jaw almost dislocated.
Chapter 48. He is Mr. Leng's husband. Li Sherdong is well known in the medical community.
With just a pair of sharp eyes, he can easily see through the approximate medical skills of others. Li Sherdong admitted that he could not match Fong Heng's skillful acupuncture techniques, and the acupuncture points used by the other party were also beyond his understanding. Li Sherdong had only experienced this feeling of confusion from his deceased mentor. This also shows one thing, that is, Fong Heng's medical skills are very likely better than his. But Fong Hong was too young, which made it even more difficult for him to accept this reality.
Mr. Qian, please forgive me for being so presumptuous, but could you please allow me to check if your grandson is truly fully recovered? That's right. Just to be on the safe side, you should check it out.
Chen Fuhao did not refuse Li Sherdong's request. Li Sherdong immediately asked his apprentices to bring professional instruments, and then conducted a comprehensive examination of Qian Xiaobao's vocal cords and other parts.
When the inspection results come out,
Li Sherdong and his apprentices were all shocked.
Because not only did Qian Xiaobao's vocal cords have no problems, but he also recovered to the same condition as an ordinary person. This is almost impossible and can even be called a medical miracle.
Li Sherdong wiped his sweat and said excitedly, it's amazing, it's really amazing, this person's medical skills are definitely better than mine.
The disciples looked at each other and praised Fong Heng's medical skills.
Chen Dashan, who was watching from the side, was stunned.
He could not believe that in Los Angeles, there was someone whose medical skills were better than those of the medical master Li Sherdong.
He immediately looked at the surveillance camera, without blinking, and memorized Fong Heng's appearance.
This is the great benefactor of their Qian family. Sunday. Fong Hong went to the mall alone. Grandpa Long Yu's birthday is coming soon.
Since they are married, Long Yu's grandfather is naturally his grandfather as well.
It's really hard to believe that he didn't prepare any gifts or anything. However, before buying a gift for Mr. Lang, Fong Hong decided to give Long Yu a gift first. After all, Lang Yu has spent a lot of money on him since they got married. Everything he has now is thanks to Lang Yu.
Lang Yu is his nominal wife, so it is only natural for him to be nice to her. If one only knows how to ask for things without giving back, such a marriage is doomed to not last long.
After some thought,
in the end, Fong Hong decided to give Lang Yu a watch.
So he walked into a high-end watch store.
When the sexy salesgirl saw him, she immediately came up to him warmly.
"Handsome, what style of watch do you need?"
Lang Yu is the president of Guangyan, and an ordinary watch is definitely not suitable for her status.
Fong Hong planned to give her something more expensive. "What are the more expensive watches in your store?"
When the shopping guide heard Fong Hong say this, he immediately became very alert. Judging from Fong Heng's appearance and clothing, he doesn't look like an ordinary person. It turned out that my guess was correct.
It turned out to be a big customer.
"Sir, please follow me.
The luxury watch section is over here."
The shopping guide led the way personally, looking back every few steps, with a smile always on his face.
"Enter the luxury watches section."
Fong Hong saw someone who looked familiar.
It seemed that she was the female manager of DL Jewelry Store when he accompanied Lang Yu to buy a diamond ring. "Please wait a moment, sir. I'll go get the manager to serve you personally."
"Okay, I'll just take a look."
Yang Huimei was stunned when she saw Fong Hong.
The salesperson walked up to her and whispered, "Manager Yang, that gentleman wants to buy a famous watch."
Yang Huimei lowered her voice and replied, "This is the Mr. Fong I told you about before."
The shopping guide's eyes widened, and she exclaimed with her hands covering her mouth, "Oh my god, he is President Lang's husband."
"Yes, you didn't neglect him from the moment you walked in, did you?" No.
The shopping guide stuttered as she spoke. She had no idea that the man in front of her was actually the husband of the president of Lightyear Company.
"That's good. Leave the rest to me. Go make some tea." "Understood."
Fong Hong took a look around and saw that the counters were filled with famous watches starting from hundreds of thousands of yuan, each of which was worth a lot of money. At this time, Yang Huimei walked forward with a smile and bowed slightly.
"Mr. Fong, what a coincidence, we meet again." "What a coincidence, you switched to this store," Fong Hong said.
"No, this store is also owned by DL.
I come over to check it out occasionally." "I see. Which watch do you like? Would you like me to explain it to you?" "I want to see this." Fong Hong pointed to a carousel watch. "Mr. Fong has good taste. Are you buying this watch as a gift for Mr. Lang?" "Yes, this is it. Please help me wrap it up." "Okay." The shopping guide came over with tea.
When I saw that Fong Hong chose a carousel watch worth 1 million,
she immediately gasped. As expected of CEO Guangyan's husband, he's so generous.
I wish I could marry a man like him. At this time, two beautiful women walked into the store. One of the women was Qin Shui, who had failed to confess her love to Fong Hang at a promotion banquet not long ago. Accompanying Chen Shui was her best friend Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing saw Fong Hang at a glance, pushed Chen Shui, and said excitedly, "Shui, look, there is a handsome guy over there, he is so handsome that he is killing me."
"What a fuss. Everyone you see is a handsome guy." Chen Shui didn't care.
Since she met Fong Hong, she had never seen a man more handsome than him. Chen Shui was not in the mood to look at the so-called handsome guy mentioned by her best friend. However, when Chen Shui caught a glimpse of the other person out of the corner of her eye, she was stunned.
It turned out to be Fong Hong. No wonder my bestie was so excited.
Su Qingqing said, "Oh, woman, you are crazy, you didn't want to believe me just now."
Chen Shui said sadly, "He's the Fong Hong I mentioned before."
"Ah?
He's the male colleague whose confession you failed to make?" Su Qingqing had heard Chen Shui introduce Fong Hong before, saying that he was much more handsome than any male star.
Su Qingqing originally refused to believe it, but now that she has seen the real face, she is completely unable to refute it. Because Fang Hang is really handsome, so handsome that it's almost beyond words.
Chen Shui nodded, yes. He seems to be buying a watch. Let's go over and say hello to him. This isn't a good idea. Chen Shui hesitated. Chen Shui didn't want to disturb Fang Heng, but under Su Qingqing's encouragement, the two of them finally came to Fang Heng. Fang Heng, what a coincidence. Chen Shui waved her hand. Hi, handsome guy. Su Qingqing also greeted him. Well, hello. Fang Heng was cold and perfunctory.
If it were an ordinary man, Su Qingqing would have cursed him in her heart long ago. But because it was Fang Heng, Su Qingqing not only did not have any resentment, but instead screamed wildly in her heart.
So handsome. So cool. I really want to conquer him. Chapter 49 Cold Rain Kiss. Fang Heng didn't say anything else.
Chen Shui didn't know what topic to start with, and the atmosphere became a little awkward for a moment.
Su Qingqing was so disappointed that she lowered her voice and said, "Speak up, can you be a little more promising?" Chen Shui was about to speak. Square. Unexpectedly, Yang Huimei's appearance interrupted her.
Mr. Fang, the carousel watch you purchased has been packed, and the invoice and complimentary gifts are also inside.
Thanks for your hard work. I don't deserve it. This is what I should do. Welcome to visit next time.
Yang Huimei handed the items to the salesperson and said, "Please take these to Mr. Fang's car."
Okay, manager.
The shopping guide took it carefully and followed Fang Heng silently. Passing by the two women, Fang Heng said out of courtesy, "I'll go first."
Good. Chen Shui stared at Fang Heng's departing back. Su Qingqing's attention shifted to the watch Fang Heng bought. She turned to Yang Huimei and asked, "Hello, I'd like to ask how much did that handsome guy buy his watch? It is said that carousels are very valuable." Su Qingqing was very curious about how much Fang Heng spent on it. About 1 million. Hearing this, Chen Shui's attention was also drawn to it.
The two women looked at each other and were stunned for a moment.
How much? 1 million? Su Qingqing couldn't believe her ears. Yang Huimei nodded and smiled. Yes, do you two want the same style? No, we're just taking a look.
Su Qingqing hurriedly pulled Chen Shui away.
How could they afford these famous watches that cost millions? Fang Heng got into a Mercedes-Benz G and left. Su Qingqing immediately stopped a taxi. Master, please follow the big G in front. Chen Shui complained, "Qingqing, what are you doing?" Su Qingqing tapped Chen Shui's head vigorously. What else can I do?
Of course I'm helping you, a little idiot, chase men.
The two women followed Fang Heng all the way. Finally we came to an antique shop.
I saw Fang Heng negotiating with the store owner.
He actually spent another million to buy a porcelain antique. Su Qingqing was stunned and whispered, "Shui, this Fang Heng is really too rich. He spent 2 million in just a short time.
I don't know how long I have to work to earn this much money."
Chen Shui had never thought that Fang Heng would be so rich.
It was not until she discovered at the promotion banquet that the Mercedes-Benz G-Class belonged to Fang Heng that Chen Shui completely changed her perception of him.
In Chen Shui's opinion, Fang Heng must have been deliberately keeping a low profile and not wanting to attract attention.
On the other hand, Xiao Kongpeng, who pursued her, was trying to be rich and even said that the Mercedes-Benz G-Class was his.
He was just a clown. If you marry him, you'll be rich straight away. Why would you bother working? Chen Shui said shyly, "Don't talk nonsense, he and I haven't even started dating yet." Hey, the person has left, hurry up and chase him.
The two women chased him outside the mall.
Su Qingqing pushed Chen Shui. "Shui, go ahead and take this opportunity to confess your feelings again." Chen Shui hesitated. I feel like there's no hope. I give you my all. How can you know the result if you don't try again? If you don't go, then I will. How can you compete with me for a man? Chen Shui was a little anxious.
If you don't want to be snatched away by me, then go and confess your feelings. Under Su Qingqing's pressure, Chen Shui plucked up the courage and prepared to reveal her feelings to Fang Heng again. However, after taking just 2 steps, she froze in place.
An Audi S8 stopped in sight.
Fang Heng was talking and laughing with Long Yu, who got off the car.
Chen Shui was shocked.
Of course, what shocked her the most were the shining wedding rings on their ring fingers. At this moment, Chen Shui realized that Fang Han was really married, and his partner was Lang Yu.
Who is that woman? Su Qingqing asked with a frown.
In terms of appearance alone, she has never been convinced by anyone, but at this moment, a sense of inferiority suddenly arose in her heart.
Our company's president. Ah? The rumored decisive and beautiful CEO? Su Qingqing was confused.
This woman was obviously someone who could not be offended.
Qingqing, let's go.
Chen Shui forced herself to smile, feeling tortured if she stayed for even a second longer. She considers herself a beauty because she attracts the attention of men wherever she goes.
But the appearance of Lang Yu made her feel deeply frustrated.
Lang Yu was so beautiful that she couldn't help but feel jealous. As the president of Lightyear, Lang Yu has a noble status, and most importantly, she is already married to Fang Han.
Now I have no chance at all.
The other side.
Fang Hong didn't expect to encounter cold rain when he went out to buy things.
The two took this opportunity to go shopping and eat something together.
It was late at night when I got home. Lang Yu went into the bathroom first. Fang Hong secretly took the carousel watch he bought out of the car.
Then he rummaged through the suitcase and found something special inside.
Lang Yu took a shower and changed into pajamas.
She saw Fang Hong sitting on the sofa watching TV, so she walked over and sat down with Tang Yuan in her arms. Lang Yu took out a few wine-filled candies from his pocket and handed them to Fang Hong.
Yun Luo gave them to me. I just ate a few and they taste pretty good. Do you want to try some? Fang Hong tasted one.
It was sweet, but the wine flavor seemed to be slightly stronger than that of ordinary wine-filled candies.
It just so happens that I have a gift for you too.
What gift?
You'll know if you open it and take a look. Fang Hong deliberately kept the secret and even replaced the original packaging. You also said that I am a bad woman and you are also a bad man. You just like to keep us in suspense. Fang Hong smiled. Between conversations, Lang Yu opened the package. Caruso's watch? Do you like it? Fang Hong asked. Because I always got scolded when I gave Luli gifts before. This is a familiar scene.
Now he felt nervous unconsciously. Lang Yu was very surprised. I like it, but this style should be very expensive.
It will cost you a lot of money.
When he heard Lang Yu say this, his heart settled down. As long as you like it, come, I'll help you put it on. Fang Hong grabbed Lang Yuro's boneless jade hand, and then slowly put the watch on her fair wrist.
It looks good.
Lang Yu couldn't help but sigh as he turned his wrist. She often received expensive gifts, but she had never been as happy as she was at that moment.
Wait, there's something else. Fang Hong took out another necklace from his pocket. This is so beautiful, did you buy it too?
He shook his head. No, this is given to me by my father.
He said that when I get married, I should give it to my other half. Are you going to give it to me?
Of course, we're all married.
Fang Hong leaned closer to Lang Yu, preparing to put the necklace on her fair neck.
The two were so close that Lang Yu could even see her own reflection through Fang Heng's eyes. Lang Yu couldn't help but feel a little nervous, and his breathing became a little rapid. The man's breath tickled her face, but it also teased her quietly like a feather.
Somehow, Lang Yu suddenly felt an impulse.
As time passed, this urge grew stronger and stronger, causing her to slowly move closer to Fang Heng.
However, Lang Yu did not get what she wanted.
Instead, she hit Fang Heng's nose because of her lack of experience.
What's wrong with you? Fang Hong was a little depressed.
He had just helped Lang Yu put on the necklace when he was bumped by her for no apparent reason. Lang Yu covered his nose with his hands, his chest pounding as if a deer had run into him. In order to hide her embarrassment, she picked up Tang Yuan and wanted to leave silently.
Why aren't you talking? Don't you like it? Faced with Fang Heng's continuous questioning, Lang Yu had already walked to the stairs.
She suddenly stopped and struggled with herself in her heart.
Finally, Lang Yu put down the dumplings, turned back and walked quickly towards Fang Heng.
Seeing her aggressive look, Fang Heng was pushed down by Lang Yu before he could say anything, with his back pressed against the sofa. Then, Lang Yu sat on his legs, leaned over and kissed him directly.
Chapter 50. Do you like me? Fang Heng's mind went blank, his eyes widened, and he was completely stunned.
When I reacted, I saw Lang Yu had retreated a few meters away, her eyes were evasive, and her cheeks were faintly flushed.
Good night. The words fell. She picked up Tang Yuan and ran away.
Because she was too anxious, she almost fell while climbing the stairs. Fong Hong stood up in shock and said, "Slow down."
No. It's okay.
The cold rain quickly disappeared, but it left behind the rice dumplings and a pair of cat slippers.
Fong Hong walked over and picked up the cat slippers.
Tang Yuan raised his head and meowed at him.
Don't panic, I'll take you up. Fong Hong picked up Tang Yuan and walked upstairs. Room on the second floor.
Lang Yu leaned against the door panel, his heart beating violently, as if a deer had rushed into his chest. She covered her burning cheeks with her hands, thinking about what she had just done, and wished she could dig a hole in the floor and crawl into it.
Knock, knock.
The sudden knock on the door scared Lang Yu so much that he shivered. She quickly held the door with both hands, fearing that Fong Han would push it open and come in the next moment.
It's me. Outside the door. Fong Hong held the cat slippers in one hand and the glutinous rice balls in the other.
Soon, the sound of cold rain was heard from inside the house.
I've fallen asleep. Fong Hong didn't even know how to complain.
I put the dumplings and slippers at the door.
He stood up straight again and said,
"Oh, I'll bring them in when I wake up."
Okay.
Lang Yu pressed against the door panel until he heard the footsteps disappear, then he quickly opened the door and brought in the cat and slippers. She locked the door, dropped the dumplings, threw herself on the bed and covered herself with the quilt. I don't know how long it took. Lang Yu slowly lifted the quilt, lay on the bed sideways, and looked at the glutinous rice balls that suddenly appeared.
Tang Yuan, what should I do?
I feel like I won't have the courage to walk out of this door tomorrow.
Isn't it possible that I'm possessed by a ghost?
Why would I suddenly do that to him?
It's all Yun Luo's fault.
There must be something wrong with the alcohol-filled candy Yun Luo gave me. Lang Yu didn't stop talking to himself until Tang Yuan fell into a deep sleep. She subconsciously touched her lips, and her heartbeat, which had finally calmed down, suddenly quickened a few paces.
Downstairs room. Fong Hong tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep.
Lang Yu's shy look lingers in my mind.
He still couldn't figure out Lang Yu's intention of suddenly kissing him. Playing a trick on me. Like me.
To prepare for unexpected situations through advanced drills?
Fong Hong thought about it for a long time and first ruled out the possibility that Lang Yu liked him.
After all, the two of them had only known each other for a short time, and Lang Yu was only with him to cope with her family's pressure to get married.
But no matter what, he is looking forward to seeing Lang Yu tomorrow. Fong Hong didn't know what time he went to bed.
It was already past 10 o'clock when he woke up the next day. He glanced at the garage and sure enough, the Audi S8 was gone. When I arrived at the dining table, it was empty. This was the first time that Lang Yu didn't leave him breakfast or sticky notes after getting up late.
Fong Hong was even a little uncomfortable for a while. He packed everything and drove to work. Arrived at the company. Fong Hong met Chen Shui in the elevator.
As soon as Chen Shui saw him, she felt unnatural.
"Hello, Secretary Fong." Fong Hong nodded.
Chen Shui's attitude suddenly changed, probably because she knew about his relationship with Lang Yu. When they reached the designated floor, Fong Hong got off the elevator first, and Chen Shui's expression suddenly became lonely. She recalled the scene she witnessed yesterday, where Fong Hong and Lang Yu were talking and laughing, and she felt more and more uncomfortable.
Before I knew it, the elevator had returned to the first floor. Two staff members walked in and saw Chen Shui standing motionless, and they couldn't help but look at her strangely. Chen Shui calmed herself down and pressed the button for the floor she wanted to go to. Since Fong Hong has married a woman who was better than him in every aspect, then it's time to let go. Chen Shui believes that Fong Hong and Lang Yu must have a happy life. It is enough to see the one you love happy. President's office.
Fong Hong pushed the door open and did not see Lang Yu as he had hoped, but instead saw Su Mu.
"Assistant Su, where is President Lang?"
Su Mu was busy and exhausted.
"Boss Lang said she would come later." She took the time to put down her pen and looked directly at Fong Hong. "This is the first time I've seen the president late for work since I started working here. Does Secretary Fong have any clues?" Fong Hong didn't know how to answer.
Lang Yu's lateness was probably related to what happened last night.
He couldn't tell Su Mu about their private affairs. "I'll give you a call and ask." At the same time, a coffee shop. Lang Yun Luo was surprised when he entered the private room.
She checked her phone carefully to make sure it was Monday.
"Sister, today is a working day, why are you not working and coming here to have fun?
Lang Yunluo felt that the sun was rising from the west.
My sister is a typical workaholic. Lang Yu put down his coffee cup and said, can't I be lazy once in a while?
Lang Yunluo moved closer to Lang Yu, rubbing his chin and looking at her.
Something's wrong, very wrong. You're definitely not my sister. Hey, demon, show yourself quickly, or I, old son, will be rude. Ouch, it hurts.
Lang Yunluo was still being naughty, but Lang Yu grabbed his cheek with his backhand, and he could not speak clearly.
Stinky sister, let go. If you don't let go, I'll let you taste the power of a Taekwondo black belt. If you dare to touch me, I will let Fong Hung beat you up. Just saying. Lang Yu received a call. See caller ID.
She immediately let go of her sister.
Lang Yunluo rubbed his cheek and said, sister, who's calling? Why don't you answer? It's Fong Hung. Please answer the phone for me and tell them I'm not here. Ha! Lang Yunluo was puzzled, but did as he was told. After the call is connected.
She said, hey, brother-in-law, my sister said she's not here.
Chapter 51. I feel like you are more like a cat, you look cool but very cute. Seeing Lang Yu gesticulating anxiously, Lang Yunluo realized the problem only later.
She quickly added, no, my sister didn't say she wasn't here. Anyway, she's not with me right now.
Brother-in-law, you must believe me. It was quiet over there. Even through the phone, Lang Yunluo could feel Fong Heng's silence. A moment later, he then said, okay, I understand. Yeah, then I'll hang up first. When my sister comes back, I'll ask her to call you back. Bye, brother-in-law.
Without waiting for Fong Hung to reply, Lang Yunluo hung up the phone, then took credit for it to Lang Yu with a grin.
Sister, am I very smart?
Lang Yu rolled his eyes at his sister and snatched the phone away.
You almost made me laugh.
Lang Yunluo servilely helped her massage her shoulders and back.
Oh, it's okay. What happened between you and your brother-in-law? Why are you suddenly avoiding him? Don't ask so many questions, little kid.
You called me little again, you stinky sister. Lang Yunluo stopped trying to please him and sat down aside, but he couldn't hold back his curiosity and continued asking questions.
What's wrong with you guys? Could it be that your brother-in-law has a mistress behind your back? Or has it been that you, Zhou have suddenly contracted an incurable disease and don't have much time left? Lang Yunluo thought of the melodramatic novel he had read recently, and suddenly his imagination ran wild. Lang Yu said unhappily, are you cursing me? Oh dear sister, if you don't tell me, I can only guess.
Lang Yunluo suddenly started to act coquettishly.
It's nothing, actually. Even after a night,
Lang Yu thought about what he had done and still wanted to find a hole to hide in. Lang Yunluo stared at her sister and soon caught an expression on her face that she had never seen before. She seemed to have discovered a new world. She was obviously a beautiful girl, but she smiled like a creepy old man. Sister, there must be some unspeakable secret between you and your brother-in-law.
No.
If what happened last night happened to an ordinary couple, it wouldn't be considered a secret. But Lang Yu and Fong Hung are not an ordinary couple, so the situation becomes more subtle.
You're still saying no, you're shy. Don't talk nonsense. How am I shy? Lang Yunluo smiled without saying anything, his expression was intriguing. Lang Yu became a little anxious.
She decided to go all out and pretended to deal with the former. Lang Yunluo ran away, and she stood up and chased after him. This scene stunned the store manager who came to flatter.
Fong Hong returned to his office. After a while, I received a call from Lang Yu. Hello, I heard Yunluo say that you called me just now. Her voice became lower and lower.
Well, I didn't see you at the company, and I was a little worried, so I thought I'd give you a call.
I'm fine, I'll be back soon. It was approaching noon. After the call ends, Fong Hong went downstairs to the cafeteria and packed some food.
He turned back and saw that the elevator door had just closed, so he immediately rushed forward and frantically pressed the open button. All the employees were shocked and discussed in whispers. The elevator door slowly opened. There was only one person inside, Lang Yu, who had just returned.
Fong Hong walked in, then turned around and asked them, aren't you going up?
The employees looked at each other and took a step back at the same time.
When the elevator door closed, the scene became lively. This guy is so brave. I think he probably didn't recognize who that person was. You dare to ride in the same elevator with the president? You're a werewolf. In the elevator. It feels like they are almost treating you as a witch. Fong Hong joked. Lung Yu was helpless and asked softly, "Do you think I look like a witch?" Fong Hong shook his head. "No, I feel like you are more like a cat." Cat? A hint of doubt appeared on her pretty face. Yes, he looks cool on the surface, but he's actually very cute behind the scenes. Lung Yu suddenly didn't know how to respond, and her fingers unconsciously twirled around the ends of her hair. The elevator door slowly opened. Lung Yu lowered her jade hands, and her expression became as cold and elegant as usual. Outside the elevator, Long Rushue frowned. I don't know if it was her illusion. Just now, I seemed to see the usually arrogant Lung Yu acting like a shy girl in puberty. Are you going to come up or not? Lung Yu asked coldly. Lang Rushue entered the elevator. Then his eyes fell on Fong Hong. Lung Yu, Grandpa's birthday is in a few days. I'm sure you will bring this person with you to attend, right? I don't need you to teach me how to do it. As expected of President Lang, you are as arrogant as ever. I wonder if you dare to make a bet with me. For Lang Rushue, the cold rain was like a mountain that could not be crossed. Whenever the two met, she would always be overwhelmed by hatred. Lang Rushue was deliberately provoking her at this time, naturally because she had some ulterior motives in her mind. Lang Rushue, why are you still as childish as you were when you were little after all these years? Lan Yu's words were straightforward, but they also deeply hurt Lang Rushue's self-esteem. If you're scared, forget it. Are you still using the provocation method? So, are you going to gamble or not? Lang Rushue was furious. She felt like she was naked in front of Lang Yu and her every move would be seen through on the spot. What do you want to bet on? Lung Yu, if my guess is correct, you are dating secretly, right? I bet you dare not bring him to your grandfather's birthday party. Lang Rushue pointed at Fong Hong. Lung Yu laughed, and Fong Hong also smiled and shook his head. What are you laughing at? It's nothing, I'm just laughing at your stupidity. Lung Yu said. I'm stupid, but do you dare to accept it? If I lose, I'll bark like a dog in front of all the guests. But if you lose, you must kneel down and admit that I, Lang Rushue, am better than you. Lang Rushue glared at Lung Yu. It was because of the other person's existence that she had never been taken seriously since she was a child. Lang Rushue wanted to tear Lang Yu's self-esteem apart so much that she even dreamed of Lang Yu being humble in front of her. Forget it, Manager Lang. What you did in the game is like deliberately giving away heads. It's quite boring. Fong Hong said. Ignore her, let's go. Between words. The elevator just arrived at the designated floor. Fong Hong and Lung Yu walked out together. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Lang Rushue's anger gradually dissipated. In her opinion, Lung Yu was giving in. Lang Rushue often flirts with handsome guys in private, but as the daughter of the Long family and of noble birth, this relationship cannot last long and is destined not to be made public. Lang Rushue was certain that Lung Yu, like herself, was just playing with Fong Hong's feelings and simply enjoying her beauty. After all, Fong Hong has outstanding looks and is a rare handsome man. However, Lung Yu absolutely did not dare to bring the person back, and it was even more impossible for him to make their relationship public in front of everyone in the Lung family. Thinking she had finally caught Lung Yu's weakness, Lang Rushue decided to take advantage of this opportunity to pursue her victory and humiliate him to vent her years of hatred. Chapter 52 Taking Photos with Lung Yu. Fong Hong and Lung Yu returned to the office. The two of them opened the takeaway boxes and prepared to eat. At this time, Lang Rushue pushed the door and walked in. She said with a smug look on her face, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Lung Yu, I never thought that one day you would give in front of me, Lang Rushue. It's inexplicable. How did I admit defeat? You don't dare to bet with me, so what are you doing if this isn't a sign of weakness? Lung Yu was speechless. Lang Rushue had always been unreasonable. It turned out that her thinking process was different from that of normal people. It's just endless. Fine, I accept your bet. Lang Rushue was stunned for a moment. She originally wanted to mock Lung Yu and take the opportunity to vent her anger. As a result, Lung Yu suddenly accepted the bet, which was like punching cotton, and he had no power at all. You? Lang Rushue was a little overwhelmed. Please get out immediately. Lang Yu didn't say anything more to her.
He decisively called Su Mu and asked him to forcibly invite Ling Rushua out. As the office door closed,
Su Mu said, Manager Lang, if you have nothing to do, you can play games in the office. Please don't come and cause trouble for the president.
Ling Rushua's mood had just improved for a short while, but in just a short moment, she was so angry that she wanted to jump up and curse. But she had no choice but to leave in anger.
Lang Rushua is looking forward to the day when the bet comes true.
She just didn't believe that Lang Yu would really dare to bring Fong Hung back to the Lang family and announce their relationship.
In the office. This Lang Rushua is really infuriating. Fong Hung felt that Lang Rushua was quite weird, like a clown.
He picked up some food for Lang Yu and comforted her, don't be angry, eat first. Lang Yu gradually calmed his mood. When she saw the food in the bowl, her tone unconsciously became gentle, I could clearly reach it this time, why did you still pick up food for me?
There's no other reason, I just want to pick up some food for you.
After receiving the reply, Lang Yu hesitated for a moment, and then picked up a lot of dishes for Fong Hung.
What are you doing? There's no other reason, I just want to give you. Fong Hung smiled and said, why do we feel like children?
Lang Yu bit her chopsticks and agreed with Fong Hung's statement. Just now she said that Lang Rushua always liked to play childish games, but now there is no difference between herself and Fong Hung.
I ate half of the meal.
Lang Yu put down his chopsticks, opened the drawer, took out a card and handed it to Fong Hung.
Ha! Fong Hung was puzzled.
Take it. There's $1 million in here.
Spend it.
After Lang Yu calmed down last night, she guessed that Fong Hung must have spent all his savings to give her a carousel watch worth $1 million. Some people even imagined that Fong Hung and Shan Fuhao knew each other, and it was very likely that he was coaching the other's grandson to play basketball to make money. Lang Yu didn't want to see Fong Hung suffer so much because of her. Fong Hung didn't know that Lang Yu had thought so much, and took the bank card naturally. Although it cannot trigger the rebate from the king of soft rice, it can increase the soft rice value. He is also looking forward to drawing more powerful skills in the future. That night, Fong Hung took a shower and came out to admire the moon. He stretched and just saw the cold rain in the courtyard. The moonlight shines on Lang Yu's beautiful face. She holds the sleeping Tang Yuan in her arms. The swing sways gently, and her hair and skirt sway with it.
Fong Hung remembered what Lu Li had said before.
He felt that he should take some photos with Lang Yu so that they would be closer to being a real couple.
Fong Hung walked forward slowly.
Hearing the sound, Lang Yu touched the ground with his toes and stabilized the swing.
Want to play?
It has been so many years since Fong Hung last played on the swing that he doesn't even have any recollection of it.
Lang Yu's suggestion inadvertently awakened his childishness. I'll try.
Lang Yu stood up holding Tang Yuan, and Fong Hung sat down on the swing immediately afterwards. This swing is very big, different from the net-woven ones he had when he was a child, but it quickly made Fong Hung feel familiar.
It's quite fun.
Lang Yu stood quietly by the side, a smile unconsciously rising on the corner of her mouth, and she began to gradually become dazed as she looked at Fong Hung. It was not until he heard the other person's voice that Lang Yu came back to his senses and seemed a little flustered for a moment.
What are you thinking about so intently? Nothing. Fong Hung took out his phone from his pocket and said, let's take a picture together. Photograph? Well, it's like this. After hearing Fong Hung's explanation, Lang Yu felt that it was indeed time to take a photo. So what pose do you think we should strike?
Fong Hung thought for a moment, stood up from the swing, motioned Lang Yu to sit down, then walked around behind her and put his chin close to her shoulder.
How about this? Looking at the pictures in the camera, Lang Yu shook his head, obviously not satisfied. They're not close enough.
They don't feel like a couple, but more like siblings. There's no reason for them to look like siblings. If they have to look like siblings, they should look like brother and sister. Lang Yu patted the side and said, how about this, you sit on the swing too?
Fong Hung walked back and sat down next to the cold rain. Then what?
Lang Yu hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head, passed through Fong Hung's arm, leaned into his arms, and slowly pressed her face against his chest.
Let's leave it like this.
As she spoke, her hands unconsciously clenched the corners of her clothes.
Fong Hung was stunned for a moment.
This was indeed much better than before, just like a couple in love. He made a slight improvement, grabbed Tang Yuan, and held Lang Yu together.
I'm going to take a photo. Lang Yu's cheeks felt slightly hot, and she couldn't help but blame Fong Hung in her heart.
It's all his fault, because his chest is so hot.
Fong Hung adjusted the angle and took a number of photos in a row. In the end, the two of them happened to pick the same one.
The more Fong Hong looked at it, the more satisfied he felt. Lang Yu's hands clenching the corners of her clothes and that hint of shyness were expressed just right, which directly sublimated the mood of the photo.
Lang Yu's attention was focused elsewhere.
She felt that Fong Hong had a special smell that was pleasant but could not be described in words, and she felt very comfortable leaning in his arms, and had an inexplicable sense of security. Lang Yu slowly closed his eyes, unable to help but indulge in it.
Lang Yu, I sent you the photo. Lang Yu did not respond. Fong Hong looked down and realized that she was asleep.
While struggling over whether to wake up Lang Yu, Fong Hong took the opportunity to secretly observe her closely. I saw the cold rain breathing evenly, quietly, and with a hint of obedience. Fong Hong wanted to touch her head, but gave up for fear of waking Lang Yu.
My eyes unconsciously fell to the collar.
Just like when he taught Lang Yu how to cook before, the familiar scene appeared again. Fong Hong silently shifted his gaze and looked up at the night sky above.
I have to say, the scenery tonight is pretty good. Apart from the twinkling stars, the brightest thing is the big, round moon. Chapter 53 I will always be with you. However, I didn't enjoy it for long.
There were fewer and fewer stars in the night sky, and the moon was gradually swallowed by dark clouds.
It's obviously going to rain soon.
A moment later, bean-sized raindrops fell and landed directly on Fong Heng's face.
Fuck.
He blurted out some mumbling, had no choice but to pick up Lang Yu and hurried to the villa. Lang Yu naturally woke up because of this, but she was still a little dazed as she was half asleep and half awake.
That time and that moment is just like this moment.
The Fong Hong in front of him seemed to have become the boy he used to be.
She said with a hint of guilt, Fong Hong, thank you. Fortunately, Fong Hong acted quickly enough and the two of them did not get wet much. He put down Lang Yu and said, there's nothing to thank me for. Have you forgotten our agreement again?
Lang Yu certainly did not forget the agreement, and her thank you was to make up for the regret of that year. Because she was so frightened when she was drowning, she only realized she had forgotten to thank Fong Hong after he was rescued to the shore. That's why I have always remembered Fong Hong all these years. Lang Yu remembered clearly that when he heard his name later in the company, his heart skipped a beat at that moment. But after these days, Fong Hong still didn't recognize her, which made Lang Yu feel helpless.
Is it that Fong Hong is forgetful, or is it that she has changed so much?
The sound of rain grew louder and louder, punctuated by thunder.
Lang Yu said softly, well, I'm a little drowsy. You slept soundly just now. Are you too tired recently? Actually, I've been a little tired.
Fong Hong could understand that Lightyear was such a big company, and Lang Yu, as the president, worked hard every day and even had to work overtime on weekends, so it was inevitable that he would be tired. You can tell me later and I will find a way to help you relieve your fatigue. Fong Hong has mastered the skills of a miracle doctor, which is a piece of cake for him.
Actually, I think that method just now is very good. Just now, you mean sleeping together?
Fong Hong realized that his wording was wrong and quickly changed his words. You sleep and I stay by your side?
Yes. Then you can do this anytime you're tired. I'll always be with you. Real?
Lang Yu almost blurted out the answer, then stammered and tried to explain.
It's true. Fong Hong nodded.
Only then did she act less awkward, but she bit her lip and didn't know what to say in response, so the only sound around her was the sound of the rain.
Gradually, Lang Yu realized that something was wrong.
She lowered her head and looked around, but found that the dumplings were not around.
Fong Hong, have you seen the glutinous rice balls? He was so busy hugging Lang Yu to avoid the rain that he didn't pay any attention to where Tang Yuan went. Maybe it was afraid of the thunder and hid upstairs? I'll go look for it. I'll go with you.
The two did not find Tang Yuan upstairs, and finally found the little guy in the garage not far from the swing. As soon as Tang Yuan saw them, he immediately meowed non-stop, obviously complaining.
Fong Hong and Lang Yu felt a little embarrassed.
This situation was like a parent returning home but leaving their child outside.
Tang Yuan was soaked by the rain.
After bringing it back to the villa, the two of them gave it a bath together and chatted at the same time.
Fong Hong, tomorrow is Grandpa's birthday. We have to get up early to buy gifts. I've prepared for this.
Lang Yu was a little surprised by this.
Then it looks like we can all sleep in a little longer. Yes.
Lang Yu has always liked the feeling of falling asleep in the room listening to the sound of rain hitting the glass.
For her, this would bring an inexplicable sense of comfort. But tonight, she was not satisfied, probably because that embrace was much more comfortable than this. The next day was Mr. Lang's birthday.
Fong Hong and Lang Yu woke up, made full preparations, and then set off to the Lang family. Lang Yu changed into a formal dress and tied her hair up high, looking noble and cool.
Fong Hong was wearing a black tuxedo and had his hair blown out in an unusual style. The journey took about an hour. The destination is a very large estate.
The endless wall is enough to illustrate the Long family's strong strength.
The two got out of the car in the banquet hall parking lot, and Lang Yunluo, who had been waiting in advance, quickly came up to them. Lang Yunluo was obviously surprised to see Fong Hong. "Brother-in-law, you look so handsome today." Fong Hong replied with a smile, "Don't I look handsome normally?"
So handsome, so handsome, so handsome that the whole universe is shining for you."
Fong Hong was speechless.
His sister-in-law was still as naughty as ever. Lang Yunluo stepped forward and took Lang Yu's arm, then kept winking at him.
"Sister, come with me first."
Lang Yu said, "Fong Hong, you go to the banquet hall first, I will be back soon."
"Okay, see you later then." After the sisters left, Fong Hong walked towards the banquet hall.
At this time, a convertible supercar slowly stopped.
A man with a middle-parted hair and a pink suit got out of the car.
The man is the second young master of the Su family. Upon hearing that it is Mr. Lang's birthday, he comes to congratulate him on behalf of the Su family.
Su Koan got out of the car and saw a familiar figure. He looked carefully and was surprised to find that it was Fong Hong. The scene of Fong Hong beating Lao Mo is still vivid in my mind.
During this period, Su Koan also figured out that Chen Ting was just a plaything of his. It is obviously not worth it to offend a mysterious master whose origin is unknown for a toy that can be discarded at any time.
Su Koan knows very well that more friends are worse than more enemies.
Besides, he and Fong Hong didn't have any deep hatred, it was just a small conflict because of a cat. Compared to the conflicts and disputes I encountered before, this is almost nothing. So he took the initiative to walk towards Fong Hong and greeted him with a smile. "Hi, Mr. Fong, what a coincidence." For a moment, Fong Hong couldn't remember who the man with the middle-parted hair in front of him was.
"Who are you?" "My name is Su Koan." "Do you remember the cat incident?" "I remember now, it's you. You've chased me all the way here. Aren't you ready to give up?" Su Koan came up and put his arm around Fong Hong's shoulders, saying, "You misunderstood, Mr. Fong. I'm here today just to represent my family and congratulate Mr. Lang on his birthday." Fong Hong then let down his guard and pushed Su Koan's hand away. "We don't seem to be familiar with each other." "What do you mean?"
Su Koan felt a little embarrassed and said, "It was my fault before.
I want to apologize to you.
I hope Mr. Fong can put aside the past grudge and be friends with me." As he was speaking, Su Koan received a call and a middle-aged man's voice came from the other end.
"Okay, Uncle Lang, I'll be there soon. I met a friend here."
Su Koan hung up the phone in a hurry and chased after Fong Hong.
The Su family will soon officially hold an election for the next head of the family.
As the second young master of the Su family, Su Koan does not have an advantage compared to his eldest brother. Only by making powerful friends and strengthening one's own power can one get one step closer to the position of head of the family. Fong Hong, this mysterious master whose origins were unknown, naturally became the target of his efforts to win over.
Chapter 54 I Don't Want to See You Hurt. Su Koan quickly caught up with Fong Hong, but he was rejected. "Sorry, Mr. Fong, I just received a call." Fong Hong said indifferently. "Mr. Fong is a skilled warrior, and must be from a noble family. I'm just an ordinary office worker." Su Koan didn't believe it.
In his opinion, Fong Hong was just deliberately keeping a low profile. Because looking across the entire Los Angeles, there are only a handful of people who can defeat Lao Mo in one move.
Mr. Fong is really funny. Are you here alone today?" "I came here with my wife." Su Koan was slightly surprised and continued to compliment Fong Hong. The other side. Lang Yunluo pulled Lang Yu into the room. "Sister, are you crazy? Did you really bring your brother-in-law here? Today is Mr. Lang's birthday."
In addition to the elders of the Lang family, some important figures in Los Angeles are also here. Lang Yunluo didn't expect that her sister was so courageous that she actually dragged Fong Hong to come and celebrate her birthday.
"Fong Hong and I are married, so it's only natural for us to celebrate Grandpa's birthday together." "That's what I said, but, I don't know what to say. What should I do with my dad later? Lang Yunluo couldn't even imagine what was going to happen next. It's okay, it won't affect you. Lang Yunluo sighed again, although I am usually heartless, I don't want to see you get hurt. Lang Yu stroked her head and said with a wry smile, little girl, you have grown up. Lang Yunluo pushed Lang Yu's hand away. You've messed up my hair. And don't call me little, you stinky sister. The two women were talking when a voice came from the side. The person who came was Lang Rushue. Lang Rushue, wearing a cheongsam and holding a folding fan in her hand, began to speak in a sarcastic tone. Hey, isn't this Lang Yu? Why are you alone here? Lang Yunluo immediately retorted angrily, Lang Rushue, are you blind? What do you mean my sister is the only one here, and I'm not a human being? Lang Rushue's expression changed slightly. Lang Yu would only take action when he was really angry. But Lang Yunluo is different. He will start fighting if he disagrees with something. When they had a conflict as children, this little girl beat her without restraint and left her in pain for several weeks. She was a little afraid of Lang Yunluo. I'm sorry, Sister Yunluo, I made a slip of the tongue. Lang Yunluo snorted lightly and said, that's more than enough. Be more careful next time. Lang Rushue could only curse in her heart. Stinky girl. Why are you so arrogant? Then she looked at Lang Yu and said, Lang Yu, you haven't answered my question yet. Why didn't you bring your good secretary? Did you forget our bet? Lang Yu said calmly, of course I haven't forgotten. But you, don't deny your loss later. Don't worry, Lang Rushue, will never go back on my word. I will never act like a rogue. Then we'll wait and see. Okay, let's wait and see. Looking at Lang Yu's departing back. Lang Rushue shook her head, a confident smile on her lips. In her opinion, Lang Yu was just being stubborn. On this special day, she was certain that Lang Yu would not dare to bring Fong Hung here. Therefore, she will definitely win the bet between the two. She couldn't help but start imagining Lang Yu kneeling in front of her, her pitiful appearance with her eyes red from shame and anger. As she thought about it, Lang Rushue became complacent and laughed out loud, causing the passing guests to look at her strangely and avoid her. The two sisters are here. Lang Yunluo asked curiously, Sister, what bet did you make with Lang Rushue? Lang Yu told his sister about the bet. After hearing this, Lang Yunluo immediately said, this Lang Rushue is just like my teammate in the game. She's just giving herself away. How can there be someone as stupid as her? She just wanted to beat me so badly. I think she has a hole in her head. She's been like this since she was little. When she lost to you, she came to trouble me, but I beat her up so badly that she went home crying and complained. Between conversations, a middle-aged couple came up to the two sisters. Xiao Yu, you're back. The person who spoke was Lang's mother Yang Shulan. Next to Yang Shulan was Lang's father Lang Tianrui, who looked dignified. Lang Yunluo hurriedly greeted them one by one, Dad, Mom. Lang Yu called out Mom to Yang Shulan lightly, but when it was Lang Tianrui's turn, she remained silent with a cold face. Lang Tianrui said unhappily, you're becoming more and more rude. You don't even want to call me Dad when you see me? Lang Yu said nothing and just kept silent. Lang Yunluo, who was standing by, was already starting to get nervous. As soon as her sister and father met, she felt the temperature around them drop by several degrees. The key is yet to come. My father didn't know that my sister was married, and he even brought her to celebrate Grandpa's birthday. Yang Shulan advised, okay, Tianrui, you know Xiaoyu's temper. She's been like this since she was little. You guys had a fight before and haven't reconciled yet. It's normal for her to be reluctant to give in. This is uncultured. If this gets out, people will think I, Lang Tianrui, am a bad parent. Lang Yu suddenly sneered. Lang Tianrui continued, the young master of the Su family I mentioned earlier is here to celebrate your birthday today. This is a good opportunity for you to get to know each other and find an auspicious date to get engaged as soon as possible. Lang Yu's face was as cold as frost. If you want a marriage so badly, you can marry that young master of the Su family yourself. Yu Ling Tianrui was furious. Lang Yunluo was so shocked that he almost laughed out loud. My sister is so awesome. Even if she had 10 times the courage of a bear or a leopard, she would never dare to contradict her father like this. Lang Yunluo held back her laughter and secretly gave Lang Yu a thumbs up. Even with Yang Shulan's help and pleading, Lang Tianrui still frowned and was ready to scold Lang Yu.
It was not until she saw Su Koen walking towards her in a pink suit that she forced herself to suppress her anger.
Su Koen was feeling a little depressed.
Because he had just spent a lot of energy trying to please Fong Hang but got no results, he regretted having a conflict with the other party before.
Mr. Su, you're here.
Seeing Ling Tianrui and Yang Shulan greeting him with smiles, he immediately smiled and greeted them.
Hello, Uncle Lang, hello, Aunt Yang. After some greetings, Su Koen focused his attention on the pair of sisters not far away.
He was suddenly stunned. Su Koen had seen Lang Yu's photos before and felt that she was so beautiful that it seemed unreal.
Now that I have seen it with my own eyes, I find that I am even more beautiful than in the photos. The key is that Ling Yu is also very tall.
She seems to be taller than him when wearing high heels. She is exactly the long-legged and mature beauty that Su Koen is most obsessed with. As for Lang Yun Luo next to him, although her face was also pretty, Su Koen really had no interest in this kind of airport girl.
Chapter 55. Let us talk about it at night when it's just the two of us.
The three of them came to the two sisters together.
Ling Tianrui introduced, Mr. Su, this is my eldest daughter, Lang Yu. Su Koen pretended to be a gentleman and said, hello, Miss Lang.
I am Su Koen, the second young master of the Su family.
Xiao Yu, this is Mr. Su. Didn't you see him greet you? Why are you still standing there?
Ling Tianrui frowned and scolded again. Lang Yu not only ignored Su Koen, but also Ling Tianrui, turned around and walked directly towards the banquet hall. This scene stunned several people, it was completely beyond their expectations.
In order to hide his embarrassment, Su Koen turned around and greeted Lang Yun Luo. Hello, I'm Su Koen.
I'm sorry, I'm mute, aba.
I can't hear what you are saying.
Lang Yun Luo didn't dare to be as domineering as her sister, so she just fooled around for a while before turning around and running away.
Su Koen was completely confused. Seeing this, Ling Tianrui finally couldn't help but lose his temper and yelled at the two women.
Stop right there, both of you. Lang Yu ignored it and did not stop for a moment. Lang Yun Luo hesitated and looked back, but then sped up to chase Ling Yu in front.
These two wings have become hard. If they continue like this, I don't think I can control them. Ling Tianrui covered his chest angrily. Yang Shulan was busy trying to smooth things over. Mr. Su, I'm sorry.
Xiao Yu had a fight with his father recently and is in a bad mood.
He treats everyone like this.
Under normal circumstances, Su Koen would definitely be unhappy if he were treated like this.
But Lang Yu's beauty gave him enough patience. It's okay, Aunt Yang, I don't mind. Su Koen's competitive spirit was aroused.
The type of person he likes to conquer the most is this kind of aloof and arrogant lady. Those cool and aloof queens I met before were all pretending because they knew his status and position and were just playing hard to get in order to get close to him and achieve their goals.
So Su Koen soon got tired of it.
He could feel that Lang Yu was not pretending at all, and was the real aloof and cool queen he had always dreamed of.
Su Koen felt more excited than ever before.
Anyway, Lang Yu is not married, and Ling Tianrui is interested in marriage, so it is only a matter of time before they get together.
Once married, Su Koen is willing to settle down for her and even give up the entire forest. Lang Yun Luo is here.
She finally caught up with Lang Yu and panted, Sister, you are too domineering, but you are right, you must not be with that damn Su Xiao, he is just a playboy. Although this was the first time she met Su Koen, Lang Yun Luo had already heard of his bad reputation. It is said that Su Koen is extremely licentious, and the women he has slept with can form a long line. He also forced his ex-girlfriend to have an abortion. Oh, I would never be with this kind of rotten guy even if I die. It was because Ling Tianrui forced Lang Yu into a marriage that Lang Yu rushed to the Civil Affairs Bureau in anger, and then happened to meet Fong Hong, who had broken up with Lu Li.
The more I think about it, the more speechless I feel. My dad is such a fool. How could he do this just for the sake of a family marriage? I guess I can't escape this fate either. Sigh. Is profit really that important?
Don't worry, I will protect you and will never let that person get what he wants.
Wow. Sister, you are still the best.
Lang Yun Luo was deeply moved.
Then be a good boy in front of me from now on. Hey, I'll try my best.
The two women entered the banquet hall and took some effort to find Fong Hong in the corner of the last row.
Wow, brother-in-law, you are playing hide and seek. My sister and I have been looking for you for a long time. Lang Yun Luo lowered his voice unconsciously. It's quieter here. Fang Hong helped Ling Yu adjust the height of his seat and asked, "Where have you been? Why did you take so long to come back?" "My sister and I."
Lang Yun Luo glanced at Lang Yu, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself.
Lang Yu said, "It's just a little worry. Let's talk about it tonight when we're alone." "Good." Lang Yun Luo pouted and said jealously, "What's wrong? Can't I say it while I'm here? Don't you know everything? I want to hear it again."
Lang Yu gave her a cold look. As the guests entered, the banquet hall became more and more lively. Well-known hosts livened up the atmosphere on the stage, and even popular stars were invited to perform.
After the warm-up,
the banquet hall suddenly went dark and the people on the stage hurriedly left. The curtain slowly opened, and under the spotlight, an old man in a wheelchair was pushed to the center of the stage by Lang Tianrui.
The old man waved his hand gently, looking intimidating without being angry.
After Lang Tianrui stepped aside, old man Lang glanced at everyone. "Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedule to attend this old man's birthday party."
Then, led by the host, compliments were heard from the audience. Lang Rushua even stood up and shouted, "Grandpa, you are the most handsome today."
Old Master Lang chuckled. Lang Tianrui took the list, leaned over to him and whispered, "Dad, the gift list has been compiled."
"Do we need to announce it?"
Old man Lang nodded, and after getting the affirmation, Lang Tianrui immediately gave the host a look. "Thank you, Mr. Gao from Qiangxing Company, for the golden toad.
It's worth."
The host immediately began to broadcast according to the procedure.
The people who were called stood up and greeted everyone. When it was Su Kuan's turn, Lang Tianrui began to introduce him personally. "You may not know this, but this Mr. Su Kuan is the second young master of the Su family." When everyone heard that it was someone from the Su family, they couldn't help but get excited. The Su family is also a big family in Luochang, and its strength is even stronger than that of the Lang family. The Su family is currently holding an election for the head of the family, and Su Kuan in front of us is very likely to be the future head of the Su family. Many people began to show their goodwill to Su Kuan, trying to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After all, if he is on good terms with Su Kuan, once he really becomes the head of the Su family, he will also be able to soar to fame. If the Su family chooses him as the head of the family, they will be doomed sooner or later. In the corner of the banquet hall, Lang Yun Luo sneered. Then she suddenly remembered that today was not the first time she met Su Kuan. "When I was secretly following Fang Hong, I saw the two of them having a conflict." "Hey, brother-in-law, why did Su Kuan have a conflict with you back then?" Lang Yu also looked at Fang Hong when he heard this. "You know him?" Fang Hong said, "He was the one who harassed me and asked me to buy glutinous rice balls. The woman next to him even offered 20 times the price." Lang Yu frowned and felt even more disgusted with Su Kuan. "I see. No wonder you and I were blocked at the same time. I was wondering why you always mention cats, brother-in-law." "Fang Hong, are you hurt?" Lang Yu asked with concern. "Without." Lang Yun Luo gently waved her pink fist and said, "Sister, you don't know how awesome my brother-in-law is. He's like a one-punch man. Those people can't do anything to him at all." Lang Yu finally felt relieved when he learned that Fang Hong was fine. On stage, after introducing Su Kuan, Lang Tianrui became confused. "Fang Hong, excuse me, who is this Mr. Fang Hong?" Chapter 56. You two are more domineering than each other. Lang Tianrui discovered that someone on the gift list had given a porcelain antique worth millions. But only the two words Fang Hong were written, and nothing else was written. Lang Tianrui had no impression of this name and didn't know how to introduce his identity for a moment. "It's me." Fang Hong stood up helplessly. He thought it didn't matter whether he filled in the form or not, so he just filled in his name. "I never thought that even a gift from this big family would be so complicated." Lang Tianrui smiled slightly and said, "Okay, thank you Mr. Fang for sending the porcelain antiques worth millions." Everyone was slightly surprised. It's not just because of the value of the gift, but more because of Fang Heng's appearance. They found that this unfamiliar man was so handsome that even the popular male star invited to liven up the audience today was far inferior to him. Lang Yun Luo exclaimed softly, "Wow, brother-in-law, you're so generous." Lang Yu was also a little surprised. She thought Fang Hong would give her a gift worth at most a few $100,000, but he actually spent over $1 million. "The card I just gave to Fang Hong was probably used to buy this gift," she complained. "Why don't you save some money for yourself?" "I still have money in my card." At this time, Lang Tianrui's voice was heard on the stage again.
Mr. Fong, forgive my intrusion, but it seems you and the Lang family have never had any contact before.
I wonder which noble person in the Long family introduced you to come and celebrate my father's birthday. While Lang Tianrui was speaking, he noticed the two sisters next to Fong Hung. A hint of doubt arose in his mind. Could it be that this Mr. Fong knows my daughter? Su Koan felt like he had seized an opportunity and immediately said, "Ha, Uncle Lang, in fact, besides that distinguished gentleman, Mr. Fong and I also know each other. We can be considered friends for the time being." Su Koan's move was naturally to win over Fong Hung.
Otherwise, if this mysterious master was snatched away by his eldest brother, his chances of winning the election for the head of the family would be even slimmer. There was a burst of discussion at the scene. Everyone was amazed that Fong Hong was actually Su Koan's friend. They couldn't help but look up to him. Many people even began to compliment him. Mr. Fong is handsome and elegant, much more handsome than that popular male star just now.
Mr. Yi, what you said is inappropriate. How can you compare a male celebrity with Mr. Fong? Doesn't this lower Mr. Fong's status? My problem is that I said the wrong thing. I hope Mr. Fong will forgive me. Directly below the stage, the popular male star almost fainted from anger. I just came here to warm up the atmosphere. What did I do to offend anyone? Of course, the one who felt even worse than the popular male star was Lang Rushue, who had a bet with Lang Yu. At this moment, she was stunned. She didn't expect Lang Yu to actually dare to bring Fong Hong to the Long family. Lang Rushue was extremely panicked and kept praying that Lang Yu would cover up her relationship with Fong Hong. Otherwise, if I lose the bet, I will have to bark like a dog in front of all the guests.
This would not only bring shame upon her, but also the entire Lang family.
Corner of the banquet hall. Lang Yunluo asked quietly, "Brother-in-law, you and that Su Koan actually became friends?"
Su Koan was obviously shamelessly trying to establish a relationship with him, and Fong Hong felt it necessary to come forward and explain.
It just so happened that Mr. Lang was very interested in Fong Hong.
First of all, Fong Hong had never met him before, but he presented a gift of 1 million yuan for the first time. Secondly, Su Koan is good friends with him, so it is obvious that he is not an ordinary person.
So Mr. Lang personally invited him. "Mr. Fong, could you please come to the front of the stage?"
Fong Hong was about to stand up and go on stage, but he found Lang Yu pulling at the corner of his clothes.
"Fine."
Seeing Fong Hong leave, Lang Yu's pretty face showed worry. Lang Yunluo said, "Alas, sister, you really shouldn't have brought your brother-in-law here." Lang Yu remained silent.
Only then did Su Koan realize that the two sisters were sitting next to Fong Hong.
He also had a hint of doubt.
This is Fong Heng's side. He walked quickly to the stage. "Mr. Fong, please come this way." Lang Tianrui took the initiative to lead the way. See this scene.
Lang Yunluo held his forehead with his hand.
Once my father finds out about Fong Hong and my sister's identities, he will probably be furious.
Old Master Lang said, "Mr. Fong, everyone, including me, is very curious about you.
Do you want to say something?" "Good." Fong Hong took the microphone and faced everyone seriously. "Su Koan, don't try to make connections. It will cause misunderstandings. We are not friends."
As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene. No one expected that when Fong Hong stepped onto the stage, his first words were to distance himself from Su Koan.
Who is Su Koan?
He is the second young master of the Su family and is very likely the patriarch of the Su family. Many people want to establish a relationship with him but don't have the opportunity.
However, Fong Hong showed no mercy to Su Koan in front of everyone.
This was really unbelievable.
"Mr. Fong, it's my problem. I thought we were already friends." Su Koan was furious.
He didn't expect Fong Hong to be so disrespectful to him. But facing Fong Hong, whose origin was unknown, he still did not dare to lose his temper for the sake of his position as the head of the family.
This scene shocked everyone present again. Su Koan, who was arrogant and domineering in the past, was actually polite in the face of Fong Heng's ruthless behavior. Who on earth is this Fong Hong? Fong Hong added, "Su Koan, I'm not willing to be friends with everyone." Many people gasped. Mad. It's crazy. Extremely arrogant.
Everyone in Los Angeles knew that Su Koan had an unruly private life, but because he was the second young master of the Su family, everyone pretended to be ignorant. Just now, Fong Hong showed no mercy to Su Kuan, and this time he was slapping him in the face with his hand. Everyone agreed that Fong Hong must be someone important, otherwise how could he not even take Su Kuan seriously? Okay. Su Kuan's face flushed, and the words of cursing were on the tip of his tongue, but he forced himself to hold them back. Long Yun Luo was also shocked. Oh my god, sister, you two are really more domineering than each other. She was just marveling at this when she noticed Leng Yu standing up and starting to walk towards the stage. On stage, the elderly Mr. Long was surprised and happy. He felt that the Leng family might have had good luck today. Mr. Fong, it is truly an honor for the Leng family to have you here. Grandpa, just call me Fong Hung. Old man Leng is Leng Yu's grandfather. They are married, so he is naturally Fong Hung's grandfather now. The word grandpa really stunned old man Leng. Even Leng Tianrui, who was standing next to him, was stunned for a moment. He immediately had a bad premonition. At this time, noble and cool, Long Yu, dressed in a formal dress, slowly walked onto the stage. Everyone had heard that Long Yu was as beautiful as a fairy, and now when they saw her, they were so shocked that they couldn't take their eyes away. Seeing his daughter coming onto the stage, Leng Tianrui's face suddenly turned cold. You should know your limits when it comes to being rude. Disrespecting me is fine, but today is your grandfather's birthday, why don't you even give him a gift? Chapter 57 We Got Married. Off stage. Lang Rushue held her breath, feeling very uncomfortable, her eyes fixed on Lang Yu on the stage. What on earth does this woman want to do when she comes to power? No. She doesn't dare. She absolutely dared not announce her relationship with Fong Hung. However, the next moment, Lang Yu said calmly, the gift from Fong Hung contains my thoughts for Grandpa. As soon as these words were spoken, for Lang Rushue, it was like a taut string suddenly broke, and her whole body began to tremble violently. Many people were stunned for a moment. Because Lang Yu's words indirectly explained one thing, that is, she and Fong Hung came here together. And the two people have a special relationship. Otherwise, it would be impossible to share a gift. Old Master Lang asked, Xiao Yu, are you and Mr. Fong? Yes, Fong Hung and I are together. Lang Yu said calmly. There was a sudden cry of surprise at the scene. Everyone was amazed that Lang Yu was already taken, and that the man was Fong Hung, a prominent figure. Leng Tianrui was slightly stunned. He was so surprised that he didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Although Fong Hung has an extraordinary background, his daughter's relationship with him means that the marriage plan between the Leng and Su families will be ruined. Old Master Leng reacted and was so happy that his eyes narrowed into slits. Well, at your age, it's time to find a partner. Grandpa is very satisfied with this Mr. Fong. Su Kuan felt uncomfortable as if he had eaten something. Not only had he just been slapped in the face by Fong Hong, but the woman he had his eyes on was already his. As the second young master of the Su family, when have I ever suffered such humiliation? Su Kuan felt very aggrieved, but he couldn't vent his anger, so he became even more angry. Lang Rushue met Long Yu's gaze. She knew she had lost. If she went back on her word, she would never be able to hold her head up in front of Lang Yu in her entire life. Lang Rushue clutched her clothes tightly with both hands, her knuckles turning white. Even though she was extremely reluctant, she could only close her eyes and begin to fulfill the bet. Then a strange scene appeared. Suddenly, the sound of a dog barking was heard in the huge banquet hall. Woof! Woof woof! Woof woof woof! Everyone was startled and thought a vicious dog had broken into the banquet hall. Leng Tianrui angrily shouted at the person in charge under the stage, how do you do things? Why did you let the dog in? If it hurts these VIPs, can you bear the responsibility? The man also looked confused. Impossible. Then can you explain what's going on? Leng Tianrui asked. Suddenly, someone shouted from a distance, Captain, there's no dog coming in. It's a person, someone is imitating a dog's barking. Soon, everyone followed the sound and found Leng Rushue barking like a dog. The guests next to Leng Rushue had already hidden 3 meters away, fearing that she was suffering from some strange disease. Old Master Leng patted the armrest of his wheelchair and said unhappily, Rushue, what's wrong with you? Leng Rushue's eyes were red, and her voice was choked with sobs, Grandpa, I've been learning dubbing recently, and I was practicing just now, so I made a dog barking sound. Can't you practice in private? It's outrageous to do this in public. If you do this again, get out of the venue. Old Master Long was furious. Today was his birthday party, and his granddaughter barked like a dog in front of so many people, which brought shame to him and the entire Lang family.
I'm sorry, Grandpa, I know I was wrong. Lang Rushuas said aggrievedly. If you know you're wrong, shut up. On stage.
Fong Hong and Lang Yu looked at each other, feeling no sympathy for Lang Rushua's situation. After all, they didn't agree to the bet in the beginning. It was all Lang Rushua's own fault because she acted on her own. Lang Rushua wiped her tears and glared at Lang Yu fiercely. Her hatred for Lang Yu rose to a new level. She thought Lang Yu was crazy and was determined not to let her win, so she took the risk to do this.
Mr. Lang, congratulations. From now on, the Lang family will have a bright future.
Yes, Mr. Fong and Miss Lang are a perfect match. With them around, the Lang family is bound to reach new heights in the future. Master Lang, I hope that when the Lang family rises to new heights, you will not forget to support us, the younger brothers who are following behind us.
Everyone complimented Old Man Lang because of the couple. These scenes undoubtedly hurt Lang Rushua's fragile self-esteem.
Since she has made a fool of herself, she doesn't mind exposing herself to Lang Yu directly. Lang Rushua stood up and shouted loudly to attract attention.
Grandpa, don't be fooled by illusions. Fong Hong is not a powerful figure at all. He is just an employee of Guangyin.
That $1 million gift must have been bought by Lang Yu.
Lang Rushua suddenly revealed a shocking secret.
There was a lot of discussion at the scene for a while. The looks of many people looking at Fong Hong quickly changed.
This Lang Rushua is so abominable.
Lang Yunluo slammed the table in anger.
And Su Koan looked even angrier. Grass. No wonder I couldn't figure out Fong Hang's origins.
After all this time, I thought Fong Hong was too awesome. He was the second young master of the Su family, but he tried his best to please an ordinary clerk, but the most infuriating thing was that he failed. The more Su Koan thought about it, the angrier he became, and he even wanted to slap himself.
Now that he knew Fong Hang's identity, Su Koan naturally wouldn't tolerate this anymore.
In his opinion, Fong Hong had no family background and was just an outstanding martial artist, so he was not to be feared at all. Dealing with such people is as easy as crushing an ant. Su Koan thought that he and Lang Yu had a chance, because Ling Tianrui would definitely not agree with the two of them being together.
On stage.
Old Master Lang's expression changed slightly. He had thought that the Lang family had great luck today, but now it seemed that he had thought too much.
He didn't care about Lang Yu and Fong Hang's relationship.
The young children of these big families in Los Angeles all have rich emotional experiences, and they can even change partners several times a day. In short, everything is fine as long as you are not married. Compared to Old Man Lang, Lang Tianrui seemed less calm.
He glared at Lang Yu, his face gloomy to the extreme. Do you know who you are?
The president of Lightyear Company, and even the future heir of the Lang family.
You're actually dating an ordinary employee. Are you crazy? I know exactly what I'm doing. Besides, you misunderstood. Fong Hong and I are not in a romantic relationship.
Lang Tianrui was stunned for a moment.
Not a romantic relationship? Does that mean you haven't dated yet? It's good that you're not in a relationship.
Lang Tianrui finally calmed down a little.
Su Koan laughed when he heard this.
They weren't even boyfriend and girlfriend. Fong Hong was such a clown.
Wouldn't it be easier for me to pursue Lang Yu?
Su Koan seemed to have already seen the scene where after he had caught Lang Yu, Fong Hong burst into tears and begged Lang Yu not to leave.
When the time comes, he will kick Fong Hong away. Wow, I feel so happy just thinking about it.
How could Fong Hong, an ordinary person, be qualified to fight against him, the second young master of the Su family? However, when Su Koan was fantasizing wildly, Lang Yu took Fong Hang's hand in public and directly announced their relationship. The reason why Fong Hong and I are not in a romantic relationship is because we are married and we are a legitimate couple.
Chapter 58. Divorce me immediately. The entire banquet hall was first filled with deathly silence. Then all of a sudden the situation exploded again. Everyone couldn't believe their ears. The daughter of the dignified Lang family and the president of Lightyear Company. She actually married an ordinary person like this? The banquet hall is located in the corner.
Looking at the two people on the stage, Lang Yunluo felt both envious and emotional. My sister dares to love and hate, and has the courage to resist her father's control over her life. If it were her, she would never be able to do it.
This time Su Koan couldn't laugh at all.
Lang Yu and Fong Hang's marriage meant that he had no chance at all. Just now he thought Fong Hong was a clown, but now it seems that he is the clown.
As the second young master of the Su family, I am actually not as good as an ordinary person?
It was the first time he was frustrated by a woman. The other side.
Leng Tianrui's mind went blank.
He covered his chest and almost fainted from anger. He yelled, divorce me immediately.
Leng Yu said calmly, I can't get divorced. Even if I did, do you think those families would still consider an alliance due to concerns about their reputation?
Leng Tianrui took a step back, feeling like a deflated ball. He knew very well that every family, including the Leng family, valued face. No matter how outstanding their daughter is, now that she is married, those families will never agree to the marriage.
Leng Tianrui was heartbroken, but suddenly he smiled bitterly.
He felt like the daughter he had raised with great difficulty was deceived by the little yellow-haired boy riding a will-o'-the-wisp with a cup of milk tea.
And Fong Hong is the little yellow-haired boy. Old Master Leng was also very surprised. He cast a disappointed look at Leng Yu.
He never expected that his most beloved granddaughter would do such a ridiculous thing. He knew that what had already happened and nothing he said would help. As for Leng Rushua, although she didn't beat Leng Yu, she felt a little better after seeing this scene. I saw that many people around me started to discuss whether Fong Hong was a gigolo.
Leng Rushua slowly smiled. Oh, Leng Yu, how do you feel when your beloved man is criticized? Are you very sad? Since you won't let me live an easy life, then you won't live an easy life either.
However, as Leng Rushua listened, she felt something was increasingly wrong, and her smile became a little stiff.
Fuck, this guy is awesome. He's the biggest gigolo in Los Angeles. Isn't it? Marrying President Guangyan will put you at the pinnacle of life. I can't believe how good this guy's life is. What a shame.
If I had his looks, I would also be with a rich lady.
Leng Rushua said unhappily, can you guys be a little more ambitious? Do you think being a gigolo is glorious?
Someone nearby immediately retorted angrily, you know nothing.
Why should I work so hard when you can just enjoy it?
Leng Rushua was stunned for a moment, feeling something was wrong, but it also seemed to make some sense. Just when the whole banquet hall was in chaos, there was suddenly a noise outside. The door to the banquet hall opened, and when people saw the man being escorted in, there was an uproar at the scene.
Oh my god.
It turned out to be Chen Dashan, the son of the richest man in Los Angeles.
Chen Dashan is the only son of Qian Fuhao.
Now that Qian Fuhao is old and has retired behind the scenes, all his properties have been handed over to Chen Dashan to manage.
In other words, Chen Dashan represents rich money.
Now that Chen Dashan appears here, it is equivalent to the richest man in Los Angeles coming in person. Old Master Leng hurriedly pushed his wheelchair to greet them with a smile. If his legs were not disabled, he would have stood up and ran over directly. Leng Tianrui reacted and quickly pushed the wheelchair. The two men came in front of Qian Dashan. Old Master Leng said nervously, welcome, young Master Qian.
It is truly a great honor for me that you can come and celebrate my birthday.
Chen Dashan chuckled and took the initiative to shake Old Man Leng's wrinkled hand.
Master Leng, it's your birthday, so a junior like me must come to visit you. However, I'm a little late, so I hope you don't mind.
Old Master Leng was flattered and said, no, how dare I? I am already very grateful to Mr. Qian for coming here.
While Chen Dashan was talking to Mr. Leng, a group of men in suits carried the gifts into the banquet hall.
All I saw were valuable gifts placed on the stage. It was piled up several meters high.
Everyone below the stage was stunned. As expected of the son of the richest man, the lineup was instantly filled up. Qian Dashan came to celebrate the birthday naturally because of Fong Hong.
If it weren't for Fong Hong, his son Qian Xiaobao's congenital muteness would never have been cured.
Chen Dashan then discovered Fong Hong not far away.
So, under everyone's puzzled gaze, he quickly walked up to Fong Hong. Chen Dashan first greeted Leng Yu, who was standing next to Fong Hong, Mrs. Fong.
Hello, Mr. Qian. Lightyear's company and the industries under the Qian Group have always cooperated.
This was not the first time Leng Yu and Qian Dashan met.
However, Leng Yu was somewhat surprised that Qian Dashan called her Mrs. Fong. Qian Dashan turned to Fong Hong and said, Mr. Fong, may I have a moment to talk? Can. Fong Hong nodded.
Although he didn't know Qian Dashan, he realized that he was most likely related to the old cheerleader, Chen Fuao. You and Yun Luo wait for me, I'll be back soon. Fong Hong let go of Leng Yu's hand that he had been holding tightly. Then, under everyone's gaze, he and Chen Dashan walked out of the banquet hall together. When passing by old Master Lang, Chen Dashan paused for a moment and said, "Master Lang, I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave now." Okay, take care." Seeing Chen Dashan being so polite to Fong Hong, old man Lang was obviously shocked, and Lang Tianrui next to him had the same reaction.
The crowd below the stage started to boil again. Mr. Qian actually knows that guy named Fong Hong?
Yes, Mr. Qian seems to respect him very much.
Fuck, is Fong Hong really some big boss pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? Su Koan frowned and was also very surprised.
Although the Su family is powerful, Chen Dashan represents the wealthy, and the richest man in Los Angeles is not someone to be trifled with.
Fortunately, I didn't mock Fong Hong just now.
If the other party had a close relationship with Chen Dashan, I would be in trouble.
Old Master Lang looked at his granddaughter and asked, "Rushua, are you sure you're not lying? Is Fong Hong really an employee of Guangnian?"
I didn't lie, Grandpa, you can check it." When Lang Tianrui saw the two sisters coming towards him, he immediately frowned and began to question Lang Yu.
"Who is this man you're looking for?"
Lang Yu simply ignored Lang Tianrui's words and pulled Lang Yun Luo out of the banquet hall.
Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment.
Because of Chen Dashan's attitude towards Fong Hong, they all began to question whether he was a gigolo.
After all, what gigolo could be so politely addressed as sir by the son of the richest man? Chapter 59. Fong Hong is the miracle doctor? Outside the banquet hall, Fong Hong and Chen Dashan went together to a deserted place. Chen Dashan immediately bowed to Fong Hong. "Dr. Fong, I am deeply grateful for your kindness. If you need me, Chen Dashan, in the future, you can use me at your will."
Just now, Chen Dashan did not dare to reveal his true feelings in front of everyone. Because he has seen too many strange masters over the years. Some masters will deliberately keep a low profile, not wanting too many people to know about them and disturb their leisure. He still vividly remembers the time when he was too flamboyant and angered a master. So after that, whenever Chen Dashan met a master, he would observe his words and expressions first. In Chen Dashan's opinion, Fong Hong should be a person who doesn't like to show off. Otherwise, with such medical skills, he would have been famous throughout the world, instead of staying in this small city of Luo.
"Are you the old man's?"
"I am Chen Dashan, the son of the wealthy Qian, and also the father of Qian Xiaobao, the man whose congenital muteness you cured."
"Oh, I see. Is there something wrong?" It's okay." Fong Hong was speechless. He thought Chen Dashan was secretly looking for him for something important, but he ended up introducing himself. "Okay, that's it. Go back and say hello to the old man for me. Tell him to bring Xiaobao to play basketball when he's free. I will definitely bring it to you."
Looking at Fong Hong's leaving back, Chen Dashan wiped the sweat from his forehead. As expected, a master is a master, and he doesn't take him, the son of the richest man, seriously at all. If it were someone else, they would probably hug my thighs and not let go in the morning.
Fong Hong returned to the banquet hall door. "I just happened to meet two sisters coming out." Fong Hong asked, "Hey, why are you guys out? It's uncomfortable to be in there." Lang Yu really didn't want to stay in the same place with Lang Tianrui. "That's perfect. Take me around. I think there are a lot of interesting places in the Lung family."
Fong Hong could see that the relationship between Lang Yu and Lang Tianrui was very strained. The reason why Lang Yu had red eyes when she returned home was probably because of Lang Tianrui's masterpiece. Lang Yu Luo said enthusiastically, and me, don't leave me behind, or I'll be too bored alone."
"I know, you little follower." Lang Yu was helpless. Lang Yun Luo looked dissatisfied. "Stinky sister, you can say that I am a follower, but you can't say that I am a little follower." Fong Hong smiled and shook his head. Lang Yun Luo asked curiously again, "By the way, brother-in-law, what is your relationship with Chen Dashan? He is the son of the richest man in Luocheng." "It's nothing, I just play basketball with his son often." "I see. I thought you two had a very good relationship, but I can give you a suggestion."
Lang Yun Luo said mysteriously at the end.
"What suggestions?"
"Besides playing basketball, you can also learn singing and dancing."
"You're so handsome.
If you take videos and post them online, you'll definitely be able to pick up a lot of pretty girls."
"That's enough, you're still testing me."
Lang Yu gently tapped Lang Yun Luo's head and said, "Stop giving me such bad advice." Lang Yun Luo stuck out her tongue and smiled mischievously. "Hey, sister, this is all for you."
"Go away, I never asked you to do this." The other side.
Lang Rushua overheard the conversation between several people and immediately turned around and ran back to the banquet hall. Because he was too anxious and didn't brake, he almost knocked over Mr. Lang's wheelchair.
Old Master Lang was so angry that his beard almost stood up. He said, "What are you doing? How reckless." Lang Rushua looked apologetic and then told her discovery. "Grandpa, I just heard it with my own ears. Fong Hong has nothing to do with Mr. Chien. He just plays basketball with his son." Lang Tianrui said, "Dad, I remember now. Young Master Chien also has a house in Xiaoyu's neighborhood. It's relatively close to the school.
It's said that his son Chien Xiaobao often lives there."
In other words, Fong Hong only knows his child, and there's no other relationship between them?
That's probably the case, but I just saw that Mr. Chien was quite polite to Fong Hong.
Master Chien's son is mute, so it's normal for Master Chien to be polite to him, but what's the point?
When it comes to real interests, such things are all empty talk. Old Master Lang sighed repeatedly.
Yes. After some discussion,
the hope that had been ignited in Lang Tianrui's heart was extinguished again. I have to accept the fact that my daughter is marrying an ordinary man.
Off stage, everyone realized that they had been misled by appearances and had overestimated Fong Hong. Su Kuan's frown finally relaxed.
After all this trouble, it turns out that Fong Hong is still the ordinary Fong Hong, and he doesn't really have any deep relationship with Chen Dashan.
What the hell are you afraid of? Su Kuan used to think Fong Hong was too awesome, which made him always timid.
Now he thinks he was really a coward. He decided that he would not tolerate anymore and that he must get back at Fong Hong for all the anger he had suffered before. At this time, someone mentioned that Chien Xiaobao's congenital muteness had been cured. The banquet hall was instantly abuzz with discussions.
Lang Tianrui suddenly remembered.
"Dad, I forgot to tell you that Mr. Chien's son's congenital muteness has been cured."
"Is this true?" Old Master Long was shocked.
Chien Xiaobao was born with a muteness, and even the famous Dr. Li was helpless.
Now that someone has cured Chien Xiaobao, doesn't that mean that person's medical skills are even better than those of the medical master Li Sherdong? It's absolutely true.
If I had mentioned it to Mr. Chien earlier and found that miracle doctor, you might have had a chance to stand up again.
It's hard to say. I've had this disease for some years. I'll find time to ask young Master Chien about it. We have to give it a try after all.
Since that miracle doctor was able to cure Chien Xiaobao's congenital muteness, there's a good chance he can cure you as well.
Mr. Lang acquiesced.
Thinking back to those days, he was full of vigor and happiness. Those old ladies were attracted not only by his status, but also by him as a person. But ever since he became ill and was confined to a wheelchair, no old lady was interested in him anymore. The old man pretends to be strong in front of others, but is often depressed behind others. He wanted to get rid of the wheelchair more than anyone else and stand between heaven and earth again. Lang Tianrui pushed old man Lang to the stage, and suddenly a guess popped into his mind.
"Dad, do you think it's possible that Fong Hong is the miracle doctor who cured Chien Xiaobao,
so Chien Dashan came to the Long family to celebrate your birthday, and you were so polite to him just now?"
"What you said seems to make some sense." Chapter 60. I don't have you as my daughter in the future. Lang Rushua was speechless.
In her opinion, Lang Tianrui just couldn't accept Lang Yu marrying Fong Hong, and he had become a little crazy.
"Uncle, have you watched too many TV dramas?
If Fong Hong is really a miracle doctor, he wouldn't be working at Guangyan. Besides, there is no such young miracle doctor. In my opinion, Mr. Chien came to celebrate Grandpa's birthday probably because our Guangyan and his industries are cooperating more and more closely."
Lang Rushua's words left the father and son speechless. Indeed, how could Fong Hong, an ordinary employee, be the miracle doctor? Led by the two women, Fong Hong wandered around the Lang family manor for a long time. There is everything here, even an amusement park and a zoo, which completely refreshed Fong Hong's cognition. In the past, Fong Hong thought that the most he could do with money was shopping. As a result, when I stepped into a real wealthy family, I realized how superficial I was. Seeing Lang Yu slow down, Fong Hong stretched out his arm towards her. "Your feet must be uncomfortable after walking in high heels for so long. Holding on to me should make it a little better." Lang Yu didn't expect Fong Hong to be so considerate. She hesitated for a moment and finally took Fong Hong's arm. Fong Hong was stunned for a moment. He could clearly feel the softness coming from his arm. "It's definitely a little better."
Lang Yu felt a little better, but Fong Hong still felt uncomfortable. Not to mention that there are quite a few people around, there is also Lang Yunluo next to him. He was afraid that some things could no longer be hidden. As she walked, Lang Yunluo suddenly stopped and pouted.
Stinky sister, I'm also wearing high heels.
If you're tired, you have your brother-in-law, but I don't have a man. Lang Yu said, then you come and support me.
Lang Yunluo really went to hold Long Yu's arm happily. It's just a little strange, and it's not very comfortable with the cold rain in between.
In the end, the three of them had to sit down on a nearby bench to rest. There are various interfaces on the bench, even wireless charging. Lang Yunluo was lying on the bench, browsing her phone, with her high heels casually thrown aside. On Fang Heng's side, his attention was completely focused on Long Yu's hand which was holding his arm. He was a little confused. Even though they had sat down to rest, Long Yu still didn't let go.
Could it be that I forgot?
Fang Heng wanted to remind Long Yu, but he also had a man's selfish desire. Just when he was hesitating, Lang Yu took the initiative to let go of the hand that was holding his arm. Then, Lang Yu opened the zipper of her handbag, took out a card and handed it over.
There's $1 million in here too. Don't be silly and spend it all on gifts this time. Save it for yourself.
It seems that Lang Yu misunderstood. No wonder he said that in the banquet hall just now. However, Fang Heng still accepted it naturally. After all, there was nothing to be embarrassed about being a gigolo. Fang Heng originally had 5 million in his hand, and he spent 2 million on gifts. Unexpectedly, Lang Yu gave him another 2 million. In other words, after all, you still have 5 million in your hand. Although the rebate from the Soft Rice King was not triggered, a lot of soft rice value was obtained.
Fang Heng took a look and saw that it had reached 60%. He estimated that the lottery would be open again soon.
After putting the card away, Fang Heng suddenly noticed something. Lang Yu's hand, which had originally been loosened, naturally wrapped around his arm again. Before I had time to think too much, Lang Yunluo's voice came to my ears.
Brother-in-law, I envy you so much.
If only I were a handsome guy, I could find a rich woman like my sister and start living like a gigolo.
It's not so easy to eat soft rice.
Fang Heng felt that he had the right time, place and people. After all, most white, rich and beautiful women are not like Lang Yu.
Lang Yu rolled her eyes at Lang Yunluo and said, isn't the pocket money I usually give you enough?
Lang Yunluo chuckled, it's not about the money, I just want to enjoy the feeling of being a gigolo.
Then you're out of luck. Lang Yunluo suddenly teased Fang Heng, hey, brother-in-law, do you know any other men who want to be a gigolo? Could you introduce one to me?
Lang Yu glared at her.
Where can I find this for you? Fang Heng said. Never mind, I was just teasing you.
Lang Yunluo doesn't like men who live off her husband, but she has no aversion to Fang Heng. On the contrary, she likes this brother-in-law very much. She knew that Fang Heng had saved her sister's life when he was a child.
A precious life cannot be valued by money.
Besides, his sister has plenty of money, so it is natural for her to support Fang Heng out of gratitude. Even putting this aside, Lang Yunluo had an inexplicable intuition that Fang Heng was not an ordinary person.
The three of them didn't finish touring the Long family until evening. Fang Heng and Lang Yu were originally planning to return to Junyuan.
But after Lang Yunluo's constant persuasion and the appearance of Lang's mother Yang Shulan, he had no choice but to go home with her. After entering the door, Yang Shulan was busy running around, pouring water for Fang Heng and serving him fruit.
Unlike Leng Tianrui, who forced Lang Yu to marry for the benefit of his family, Yang Shulan is a woman who only wants her daughter to be happy.
However, she has never had any say in this family, so she can't stop Leng Tianrui. Yang Shulan still likes Fang Heng very much, after all, he was the one chosen by her daughter herself. Although he is a bit ordinary, he looks good. Besides, he is many times better than Su Kuan.
Lang Yunluo raised her eyebrows. Mom, how is it? Are you satisfied with your brother-in-law? Yang Shulan smiled kindly. I'm satisfied, very satisfied.
He's tall and handsome, much more eye-catching than your father was back then. Lang Yunluo put one foot on the stool, holding a can of drink in his hand, looking carefree.
She waved her hand and said, my dad is a hammer.
It's not like I haven't seen photos of him when he was young.
With that kind of appearance, he was almost hung up and beaten by my brother-in-law, okay?
However, as soon as these words were spoken, no one responded.
Lang Yunluo was slightly startled. Hey, what's wrong? Why are you all silent?
Yang Shulan smiled and gestured for her to look behind her.
Lang Yunluo turned around and found his father standing in front of him.
She was so scared that she dropped the can of drink in her hand and immediately took her foot off the stool. In just a short while, she transformed from her carefree appearance to a quiet and well-behaved girl.
Dad, you're back. Leng Tianrui said with a straight face, why call me dad? Am I not a hammer? Lang Yunluo blushed in embarrassment, then lowered his head and pretended to be mute.
Leng Tianrui didn't continue to make things difficult for her, but instead turned his attention to Long Yu.
Who allowed you in? Get out right now. From now on, just pretend that I, Leng Tianrui, don't have a daughter like you. Leng Tianrui's face looked gloomy.
He really couldn't accept his daughter marrying an ordinary man.
I just drank quite a bit of wine at the banquet and am a little tipsy now.
Leng Yu stood up, his face icy cold. I couldn't ask for more.
What a blessing. I think you've grown wings. Otherwise, you would have disowned me as your father long ago, right?